Part 12, Pronglit Goes to War, The Final Battle Prank, 18th June, 1995. It wasn't the cemetery. Harry stood in the remains of his nursery. It was still cold, and he shivered. He wandered over to the mural and stroked a hand over the stag. There were lilies all around the sides of the main picture, he realized. He hadn't noticed the detail on his visit to Godric's Hollow. "Your godfather drew it." His mother's voice had him turning sharply. She wasn't who he had expected. "Mum," he whispered, drinking in the sight of her, a pretty 21-year-old woman with flowing red hair, dressed in a simple witch's day robe. Her form was limed with gold and silver magic tendrils. She didn't hesitate. She just pulled him into an embrace. The warm rush of her love through him had him shuddering, but he clung tighter. "My baby," his mother whispered in his ear. Harry knew if Molly had said it to Ron, his best friend would have blushed and been embarrassed. But it was the first time his mother had said it to Harry when he knew and understood just how precious a comment it was to her, to them both. It was all her love for him wrapped up in two small words. Her arms were safe, home and family. He could have stayed there forever. "I don't have much time." His mother eased away a touch, just enough that she could look him in the eyes. She smoothed his hair back and traced his scar. "I wish you didn't have to do this, Harry." "Padfoot's still working on making sure I don't have to," Harry pointed out. There was only a week before he would face Voldemort, but his father had never stopped searching for a way for Harry not to be involved. Harry figured it was in vain. Events had been set in motion for his showdown with Tom Riddle centuries before his birth, but he appreciated the effort. "He loves you very much," his mother said fondly. "I love him," Harry said, confident in his words, more so because he had spoken them out loud to Padfoot too. "Your dad's smug about it. He always wanted Sirius to be your godfather." She smiled sadly. "Alice and I had it all worked out, and I wanted Frank. That was the plan. It had a nice logical symmetry, you know, because she and his father had been Neville's godparents." "Neville's awesome," Harry said, nodding. "Then I went into labour," his mother sighed, but her eyes were shining with humour, and Sirius stayed with me the whole time. He held my hand and fed me ice chips. He told me stories about James, about how much James loved me. He was my rock." Harry beamed with pride. "He's good like that. You were his whole world the moment you were born," his mother said. Harry nodded slowly. "Sometimes it scares me how much he loves me," he confessed. "Yes," his mother agreed, "it can be overwhelming to be loved so much. To know the lengths someone would go to in order to ensure you lived and were happy." Her gaze drifted back to the doorway to the landing. "I knew your father would lay down his life for us, kill for us. We were his world." Harry nodded again. He had never doubted James Potter's sacrifice had been based on his love for his wife and child. "You laid down your life for me," he whispered, because his mother had loved him. "Yes." His mother turned back to him and clasped his hands in hers. "But I need you to remember this, Harry, because it's very important." She waited until he met her eyes. "As much as I loved you enough to die for you," his mother stated fiercely, "I loved you enough that I wanted to live for you too. I tried to run that night, just as your dad said. I tried to apparate with you, but I couldn't because the ward was still in place. I tried the emergency portkey, and it didn't work. I was in the process of trying to open the window to levitate the two of us out of it when I heard James die, and I heard a monster coming up the stairs to kill you, and knew there was no more time." Harry stared at her, shocked. He had never remembered the specifics, just the voices and the light. "I stood between you and Tom Riddle because there was no other choice. I wanted to live for you, to raise you, to take you to your first day at school, for your wand to wave you goodbye on the train, to hear about the first girl you fell for, and your first date, to cry on your wedding day, and to hold your children in my arms as their grandmother." His mother searched his expression intently. "Do you understand me?" Harry nodded. She wanted him to fight to live, to only sacrifice his life if there was no other choice. "Tell me, Harry," his mother said firmly. "Tell me about your future." There's Harry stumbled over his words, and she smiled at him, amused while he took a breath and gathered his thoughts. "Hermione, I'm hoping— You're hoping she's your future?" She smiled, her eyes twinkling. "She's a good girl, smart and loyal. Your dad thinks she's great, but I think that was because she set fire to Severus's robes." Harry gave a startled laugh. "I think she's great, too." His mother brushed his hair back from his face. Harry warmed at her approval. Something about the house wavered, and Harry tightened his grip on his mother. "My time is short," she said again with regret. "I have things to say, and was only granted a short moment through the veil in which to say it." Harry frowned. "You are the master of the Hallows," his mother said quickly. "We can reach you through the veil." "We?" asked Harry, slightly nervous at the idea. "You may speak with the dead in dreams," his mother whispered. "Each night this week you will receive a visit in your sleep." "Well, that was very Charles Dickenish," Harry mused. "You're the first," he murmured. "Nobody dared to challenge my right as your mother to tell you," she informed him with a smirk. "Dad?" asked Harry tentatively. "He'll be your last?" His mother shrugged with a light smile. "Nobody dared challenge his right to be the last to speak with you before the battle, not even your Grandpa Black." Harry chuckled. "Listen to them, Harry," his mother said urgently. "Listen to them, because they will help you." "I'll listen," he promised. His mother took one last look around the nursery. "I never regretted my decision, Harry. Never think that. I would have preferred it if you'd lived too," Harry said, understanding. "I am always with you." She placed a hand on his heart and disappeared in a shimmer of gold. He turned back to the mural, trying to blink the tears out of his eyes. "Where there is love, there is life." The gold lettering appeared across the shattered mural, and Harry woke up. His heart pounded as the dream came back to him. He rubbed his fingers together lightly. It was as though he could still feel his mother's touch. There were moments where he hated being Death's champion, hated Ignotus still for the choice he'd made and the fate he'd condemned Harry to living. But there were moments when he was grateful. Moments where Padfoot looked at him or did something, and Harry would be so thankful that Death had sent him a grim. Moments like the one he had just had, a moment with his mother. "As much as I loved you enough to die for you, I loved you enough that I wanted to live for you, too." Her lesson echoed in his ears. He squinted at the faint edges around the curtain, trying to make out the time. It was still dark, so it was early. Too early. He sighed and stretched under the covers even as he blinked back sleep. Hedwig barked from her perch, her wings flaring outward before settling again. He pushed back his covers and went to pet her. She nuzzled into his palm, giving him comfort. He scratched her one final time and moved to the window. He opened the curtain and stared out at the dismal summer morning. The sun was just beginning to emerge. Thin streams of yellow sunlight peeked through the still dark sky. There was rain on the glass, and beyond, Harry could see the fall of more. He settled in. Watching the sunrise wasn't a bad way to start the morning. He ignored the churn of his stomach. It was strange to think that in another week he would face Voldemort. Weird to know it was coming. All his other encounters hadn't exactly been planned. Quirrell had been a surprise inasmuch as it had been Quirrell. Never mind, Quirrell also possessed by Voldemort. Same with the diary. It has been a surprise to find that the heir to Slytherin was Tom Marvolo Riddle, a.k.a. Lord Voldemort, possessing Ginny Weasley. He'd known Sirius Black was stalking him the previous year, but truly wouldn't have gone anywhere near the Shrieking Shack if Sirius hadn't dragged Ron there. Unplanned, unprepared. It was a wonder he hadn't died already. It was the first mistake Harry had insisted they wouldn't make again. Hermione and Remus were so giddy with the decision that made more plans than Harry could ever fathom. Plans and plans, mitigation plans, contingency plans, containment plans. The little Hangleton cemetery had been confirmed as the most likely location for Voldemort's ritual. It met the needed criteria in the book Nott had provided. The difficulty was placing wizards into the area without Voldemort getting spooked. A young werewolf couple had been sent to rent a flat over one of little Hangleton's small shops. They were both Muggle-born and had been able to pass as just another young Muggle couple. The flat had been warded to the hilt and put under Fidelius. It acted as a base of operations. Caro had gone alone to do reconnaissance in her animagus form at the cemetery, something Bill hadn't been happy about, as he had been able to provide cover for his partner, but had reluctantly accepted was necessary. Her efforts had been rewarded. They had a good map of the graveyard and had started to plan where the cavalry would fight from. If Harry did end up in the graveyard, he wouldn't be alone for long. Having any kind of adult backup was weird, but Harry was incredibly grateful for it. But it wasn't just the cemetery they were planning for. They'd learned from the previous skirmishes with the Dark Lord. No one had considered that Voldemort would send a second group to attack Black Farm, just as years before no one had considered that the Longbottoms would be in danger once Voldemort was gone. Plans were afoot to ensure Hogwarts was defended, because it was pretty clear that Voldemort would likely attack the school at the same time as he was resurrected. It was a perfect distraction to keep any kind of sizable force away from his ritual, and it would herald his return in the most bloody way possible, the slaughter of children. The War Council would raise the security on Diagon Alley, Hogsmeade, and St. Mungo's, but they all agreed Hogwarts was the most likely target given Snape's reports from his contact with Voldemort. They still hadn't found the vanishing cabinet Crouch had left behind, and there were rumors filtering through Lucius of an army of creatures being amassed. Albus had confirmed that Hogwarts didn't explicitly ward against dark creatures. It was the reason why the Dementors had been able to roam the grounds the year before, why Moony had been able to attend school. Some were barred unless by invitation, but as a public event like the tournament threw open Hogwarts grounds to the public, the ward was effectively negated the night of the third task. It was frustrating. A very detailed evacuation plan had been devised, and the heirs to the Potter Alliance were working with the professors to ensure it would be followed. They'd managed to have one practice run already under the pretense that the explosions had required the school to come up with such a procedure. Albus had been tickled to realize Muggle schools had practice fire drills at least annually. The evacuation plan had been the only way of ensuring the heirs would be safe from the fight. Even then, Harry knew that many of them would prefer to stay with the school and defend it. He had insisted that unless they were trapped, they shouldn't fight. They were planning for both eventualities. Harry frowned heavily. They were also planning for the prospect of betrayal from within. Antioch hadn't seen the knife at his back. His parents and Sirius had trusted Peter. It was very likely that someone would betray them. The obvious target was Hogwarts, although neither Harry nor Sirius had discounted the cemetery, especially as it was expected Voldemort would call his Death Eaters to him once he was reborn to a body. Sirius had lists detailing the probabilities of each of their allies turning on them. It was depressing, but Harry wouldn't let the hard task of examining the possibility stop them from potentially identifying someone meaning to do them harm. They were learning from their mistakes. The sun was almost up. Harry gazed out into the sky. His mother's message resonated with him. Harry was prepared to die in the battle with Voldemort. But he didn't want to die. He wanted to live. He figured his mother wanted him to know that was okay too. He might have to sacrifice his life, but it would be a last resort. His brow furrowed. If his mother was worried about that, it was probable that Padfoot was worried. Harry sighed and rubbed his hand over his face. There was an easy way to fix that. A couple of hours later, Harry dug into the fluffy golden eggs Dobby had served, along with hot buttered toast. After breakfast he had dueling class, and then he had sessions planned with the Alliance to go over defensive transfiguration and charms. Sirius slid into the seat at the top of the table. "Morning. You're up early." Harry noted the dark circles under his father's eyes, the faint lines of stress that bracketed his mouth and eyes. "Had a weird dream about Mum." "Oh?" Sirius paused in reaching for the paper. We were in the nursery. She told me that she wished she could have lived for me," Harry said bluntly. Sirius blinked, but nodded slowly. "She adored you, Harry. She had all these plans for you. The only thing that could have prevented her from seeing them in person was that in dying she protected you." "Yeah," Harry murmured, thinking of the list of things she'd reeled off. "I kind of got that." He sipped his orange juice. "I think she wanted to make sure that I knew sacrificing myself is the last resort." Sirius's grey eyes met his over the breakfast table. "It absolutely is the last resort. For both of us," Harry commented firmly, holding Padfoot's gaze for a long beat. "Agreed," Sirius said with a huffy laugh. "For both of us." "Good, 'cause I kind of have plans," Carrie said breezily, satisfied and happy with Sirius's answer. "Plans?" asked Sirius, digging into his own plate finally. "I was thinking we should take that trip next summer we talked about," Harry said. "Visit Simeon?" "Especially now Anna's pregnant." Sirius's face lit up, and a sparkle entered his eyes that had been missing for days. "We can probably do that." "I mean, I want to be here for Reggie's birth, but after," Harry said, casually dousing his remaining eggs in ketchup. "And before Dora has baby Lupin." Sirius coughed, almost choked on his eggs, and coughed again. He reached for his coffee and took a long gulp. He set the coffee cup aside. "Right then." He looked over at Harry. "Any other plans?" Harry shook his head. "Spending time with Hermione and my other friends. I liked what we did last summer with the lessons and the trips, so we'll plan it out," Sirius promised with a smile. Harry smiled back. He had a future with Padfoot. That's all he'd ever wanted. Oh, oh, oh! Peter carefully closed the bedroom door and tiptoed away, across the landing and down the creaky stairs. The Dark Lord was bedded down for the night, his insane snake guarding the end of his bed. Peter finally had some time for himself. The past week had been taken up with negotiations between the Dark Lord and his allies as the Dark Lord prepared for the coming weekend and his resurrection. The Dark Lord was furious at the loss of the werewolves. All packs had sworn to stand with Lupin's. Travers had barely escaped with his life in Italy. As a result, the Dark Lord had gone to the vampire clans in earnest. The Dementors and Giants had also been approached. The former had accepted, and the latter had refused. Peter went to the kitchen and started to make another sandwich. He had eaten dinner with the Dark Lord, but his master's insistence on always feeding the snake at the same time rather hindered his appetite. The rabbit had still been alive when she had swallowed it. Peter was certain he had seen the hind leg kicking out around the snake's middle for moments after. He shook the thought away and focused on making himself a simple cheese and tomato sandwich. There were more than a few groceries in the pantry. The Dark Lord had tasked Snape with grocery shopping, and if the potions master thought the task beneath him, he was keeping it to himself. Snape arrived on time for his potion-making every few days. Truthfully, Peter was glad Snape was preparing the ritual potion. He had no doubt that he'd bollocks the thing up if it were left to him. But it did mean that he had to put up with running into the sly, cruel Slytherin. It felt like Hogwarts all over again. At least Carrow had been left behind in the London flat to maintain the link with the vampire army the Dark Lord was amassing. They were already arriving into Britain in preparation for the Solstice Eve, when they would travel through the vanishing cabinet into the one Crouch had left in Hogwarts. Crouch was an idiot, Peter mused as he sat down at the simple pine table in the corner to eat his meal. Out of all of them, Crouch had been placed in the cushiest of positions within Hogwarts as a student. His food and comfort were assured. All he'd had to do was remain on hand to ensure Potter would touch the planted portkey and ensure the cabinet was placed in a prime location. But Crouch had initiated his own plan, which meant he'd had to leave Hogwarts, and he'd been punished by the Dark Lord sent abroad to travel with Travers recruiting in Europe. It left the role of favoured one to Snape. The problem, Peter mused as he hungrily devoured the food, was that Crouch was too focused on his own plans and not enough on their master's. Crouch wanted Sirius dead, he wanted revenge for his lover, and he wanted to be favoured in his master's eyes. It led him to foolish thinking that independent action would be welcomed. Peter snorted quietly. Independent action was the last thing that the Dark Lord wanted. It was nice, he thought, to finally be alone. Caro's latest visit had been taxing because his entire presence irked the Dark Lord. Caro was a visible reminder that the plan to attack Black Farm and take the Metamorph Magus and her unborn child had failed. The Dark Lord had been furious. The only silver lining was that in the fury at Caro running away from the farm because Sirius had taunted him, the Dark Lord had allowed the death of Greyback to go almost unmentioned. Peter was relieved the werewolf was dead. He remembered all too clearly one night in the dorm with a purloined bottle of fire-whiskey soon after the truth about Remus had been shared, and Remus telling him the story of being bitten. He had had nightmares for weeks. If he hadn't already taken the vow to become an animagus and help Remus, he would never have set foot in the forest with Moony. Regret flickered briefly through him. He remembered those nights of his school years fondly. The Marauders had truly been as close as brothers. He remembered Sirius's fierce protection, Remus's kind instruction, James's steady friendship. He remembered how they'd stood shoulder to shoulder in a fight against the Slytherins, the pranks they'd played. Peter glanced across the room to the open door. Even thinking such a thing could be dangerous in the same house as the Dark Lord. He was a faithful servant, Peter reminded himself. He would take part in the ritual to deliver the Dark Lord into a body once more. His memories of the Potters and the Marauders were simply that, memories. Peter shook himself. Why was he dwelling on memories? James and Lily were gone, and Sirius and Remus would kill him rather than save him. He finished his sandwich and made a cup of tea. The old drawing-room had been cleaned up, and it made a cosy place to spend the rest of the evening. There was a banked fire in the hearth, and Peter sat down in the old leather sofa. He stared at the flames and remembered being with the Marauders on the beach the summer after their graduation from Hogwarts. They'd had a week together before each of them had gone their separate ways and they'd gone to Blackpool. They'd built a bonfire and toasted marshmallows. It had been special. As special as James's wedding to Lily. He could remember every moment of the wedding day. He had been a groomsman along with Remus, Sirius being awarded the prized position as best man. The bride and groom had danced under a charmed ceiling of stars at Potter Manor, so in love with each other. Harry was the best of both of them. Peter had spent enough time in his company in his guise as a rat to know that. The wedding had almost been the last time the Marauders had been together, before Peter had been formally marked, before he had accepted Travers's offer, and had been given the role as the Dark Lord's hidden spy in the Order. Those days of family, hearth, and home were long gone in his life, Peter reflected. The Dark Lord allowed nobody else to matter. To be a Death Eater was to declare allegiance to him first and foremost. There was no room for sentiment. Followers were allowed families and spouses only to ensure the future, to ensure the next generation of Death Eaters and followers. Friendships were not encouraged, only alliances, and even then the Dark Lord sought to set his followers against each other. He made them compete for his attention and favor, made them compete to avoid his wrath. Tiredness washed over him. It was almost over. Another week, and the Dark Lord would kill Harry and take control of the wizarding world. It was too late for anything else. Peter hovered in the doorway of Godric's Hollow. Remus was in the kitchen making some kind of basic stew for them all. The growl of the motorcycle coming down the country lane was loud, and Peter wondered again at just how Sirius had convinced Lily to use the thing to bring home the baby. It drew up in front of the cottage, and Peter smiled at the sight of his 4 friends. The mark on his arm tingled as though remonstrating him, and he once again wondered if he'd done the right thing. He had, he told himself sternly. Hadn't he been able to protect James the week before by diverting the Dark Lord's attention to the Mackinnons? "Oi, Wormy!" Sirius called out. "Stop dawdling on the doorstep and come and help us." Peter felt a flicker of resentment, but a quick look at Sirius had it melting away. Sirius looked in pain. It was a miracle Sirius had survived being captured by Death Eaters. Peter had heard the rumours of the tortures his friend had endured. He shivered, thankful that the mark and his position as the Dark Lord's spy protected him from that. He hurried forward. James was already dismounted. He'd been riding behind Sirius on the bike. Lily was safely still ensconced in the sidecar, the glow of a protective shield still around it. James tapped it with his wand, and it disappeared. Lily beamed up at him. Her red hair was covered by a cumbersome helmet, and her entire front was covered by a woolly blue blanket. James helped his wife out of the helmet. Her hair immediately began to stir with a faint wind. Peter hurried to assist her. He carefully took the blanket she handed him and gazed at the sleeping baby it revealed. Harry was tiny. He was bundled up and strapped to Lily's front in some kind of weird papoose thing. Lily smiled as Peter offered his hand in addition to the one James already had outstretched. "Thank you, Peter." A moment later she was standing on the pavement, carefully checking on her sleeping son. "Peter, meet our son, Harry James. He's so small." Peter commented, almost awestruck at the sight of the baby with his rosy cheeks and mess of fine black hair. "He's perfect." Sirius responded before either parent could reply. He'd limped around the bike and was peering over Lily's shoulder. "Absolutely perfect." James slapped Sirius's back. "Meet the proud godfather, Peter." Peter felt a twinge of jealousy that he hadn't been considered. But then James and Sirius were cousins, and he knew as the heir to an ancient and noble house there were other considerations for James than simply friendship. "Let's get this little one inside," Lily said, smoothing a hand over her baby's head. Peter nodded. "Luggage?" Shrunk and in James's pocket. Lily explained. Her sharp gaze darted to Sirius as she started walking up the garden path. "Cane, black. Don't make me punish you." Sirius huffed, but summoned the cane from where he'd strapped it onto the side of the bike. Peter smirked at him. "Don't smirk at Sirius, Peter." Lily remonstrated without looking back at him. Peter's smirk dropped from his face, and he sighed. "How does she do that?" James wore a familiar, besotted smile. Familiar because he'd been wearing it pretty much every time he'd talked about Lily since they'd met at 11 years of age. "Because she's brilliant." Peter and Sirius, who had mouthed the words along with their friend, grinned at each other as James caught on and shot them both an irritated look. "Yes, yes, Prongs." Sirius waved away James's ire. "She's brilliant. She's also very scary." "That's my wife," and James said cheerily, leading them into the house, but at a slow pace which Peter knew was for Sirius. "You have a baby now?" Sirius complained. "You'd think you'd be over saying that." "Oh, you're right, Pads." James agreed, grinning cheekily. "I should go with 'That's the mother of my son' from now on." Sirius and Peter exchanged identical looks of horror. "How's your mother, Wormy?" Sirius asked in a desperate attempt to change the subject. "Good, good," Peter replied, closing the door behind him, and suddenly remembering that he'd used the excuse of her being ill to avoid the hospital. "I mean better." Sirius frowned. But before anything else could be said, the coat rack reached out for their outerwear, and they all focused on shedding clothing before it ripped it from them. Lily had dismantled the papoose and had placed Harry on the rug in front of the fire. He'd woken up. He was on his back, legs and arms waving. His eyes were focused on the woman tending him. Lily looked beautiful, soft and maternal. Peter had no doubt she'd turn into a complete tiger if anyone dared to threaten her child. The three men stood in hushed silence. Remus barreled in through the door to the dining-room, wiping his hands on a tea-towel. Sorry, but I have to add the mushrooms at the right time, or they'll shrink into nothingness, and— Oh!" He stopped abruptly. Lily glanced over her shoulder, tossed her hair back, and, in a smooth move, picked up the baby and got to her feet. She crossed the few steps between her and Remus, and before he could protest, handed him the child. Mooney looked stunned, but quickly adjusted his hold, cradling the child as though it was the most precious thing in the world. "Cub," he whispered. "That's right, Remus," Lily said, retreating a couple of steps to James, who slid an arm around her shoulders as she slid hers around his waist. Peter and Sirius smiled at each other. It was rare to see Mooney so disconcerted. James dropped a kiss on Lily's head as Harry gurgled up at Remus. Sirius sprang forward suddenly. "All right, enough hogging of the pronglet, Mooney. Gimme! Gimme!" He limped over and held out his hands. Remus rolled his eyes, but Harry was already cooing and stretching out towards his godfather. They shuffled until Sirius held the baby. "There's my pronglet," Sirius murmured gently, a finger tapping Harry's nose softly. Harry gurgled up at his godfather happily, blowing bubbles. Peter and Remus exchanged a curious look at just how comfortable Sirius looked with the baby. They looked at James and Lily questioningly. "Don't ask us," Lily said dryly. It was love at first sight with them both. "We were going to make Frank godfather," James commented, "since Alice is godmother, and we've both been asked to stand for his son Neville, you know. Only—" He waved a hand at where Sirius stood, rocking slightly and murmuring nonsense to Harry. "So Frank gets the next one." Lily poked her husband in his stomach. "Let's get this one walking before we start talking about another, Potter." "When are your folks due?" Remus asked. "The stew'll be ready in." Lily was shaking her head. "All the family saw him at the hospital. They're leaving us alone tonight. Charlotte said he'll come by tomorrow night for dinner. I suspect Mum'll nag Dad into driving her here first thing in the morning." Peter brightened. He was always slightly intimidated by Lord Potter, and Lily's muggle parents were sometimes baffling to him. "Do I have time for a bath?" Lily asked, plucking at her blouse. "I think I still smell like hospital." She grimaced. Remus nodded. "It'll be about an hour. Then I'm going for a long soak in the tub," Lily declared, already turning to the stairs. "James, put Harry in his crib. He needs a nap before his next feed." Sirius's face drooped with disappointment, but he handed over the baby to James without arguing. Harry seemed disgruntled at leaving Sirius, but settled quickly in his father's arms. "Come and see the nursery," James said as he led the way upstairs. The bathroom door was already shut, the sound of running water drifting out to the landing. Peter hurried after James into the small bedroom next to the master. He looked over at the mural and smiled. "You and Mooney should think about taking up as a professional artists after the war, Padfoot," Peter said. "This is brilliant." "It's all Padfoot," Remus argued. "He drew it." "I just painted where he told me." Sirius shrugged. "It's not like I've had anything else to do." "You've been recovering, Pads," James said, placing his baby down into the crib gently. He set the magical mobile above the bed on, and it glowed a gentle white. Each of the men had taken a position on the corner of the crib, and they all simply gazed at the firstborn of the Marauders. "Well, James said gruffly. "He looks like you, James," Heater commented. There was no mistaking the Potter features. "He has his mother's eyes," James said softly. "He's beautiful." "He is," Sirius agreed. His gaze hadn't left the baby. James sighed heavily. "I just never imagined. He's my world now. Mine and Lily's. We'd kill for him to keep him safe in this world." "I'll be right beside you," Sirius promised. "And me," Remus added. Peter nodded, knowing it was expected. "You'll be a good dad, Prongs." James looked up at them all suddenly. "You have to promise me you'll be there for him if—" He pushed his glasses up his nose. "I mean, Alice and Frank will raise him. He goes there if the worst happens to Lils and me, but he'll need you all too. You're not going anywhere, Prongs, but we promise we'll keep Harry safe as houses, won't we, lads?" Sirius promised fervently. "We promise," Remus said gently, holding James's gaze for a moment. James's stare came to rest on him, and Peter fought the urge to squirm. He thought about the dark mark on his arm. In his opinion, it was very likely that James and Lily would fall to the Dark Lord's wand sooner rather than later. That made a sport of defying him. But the baby? Well, once the Dark Lord won, Harry would need a safe home, and Peter could provide that, promise. James nodded and grinned. "Thanks." He slapped Remus's shoulder. "Come on. We should head downstairs and start unshrinking all the stuff we brought." Peter glanced back down at the sleeping baby one last time and followed after his friends. Peter jerked awake and frowned. He must have fallen asleep. Why had he dreamed of that memory? He frowned as Sirius's words in the old crypt came rattling back to him. "It's not too late," Sirius said. "You don't have to do this, Peter. Do you? Do you remember when Harry was born? Do you remember what we promised James, Peter? All of us standing around the crib the night they brought him home. Not for the first time, Peter allowed himself a moment to dream. If he hadn't joined the Death Eaters, if James and Lily had still survived, if they had not, would he be with Sirius and Remus now plotting how to kill the Dark Lord and save Harry? Would he be standing shoulder to shoulder with his fellow Marauders, protecting Harry as they had all promised to James that night? He thought wistfully of the camaraderie, the brotherhood he had left behind. He wondered, "You know Harry, Peter. You know him because you watched him for almost 3 years as Ron Weasley's rat. You know he's good and kind and brilliant. He's defeated your Dark Lord 3 times in the time you've known him. He defeated him at 11, and he defeated a shade of him at 12. Your Dark Lord fears him." Sirius had argued in the crypt, and Peter hadn't denied it. "You know Harry can defeat him if you stop bloody helping him, then?" And maybe that was true, too. Peter shook his head. He was committed to the Dark Lord. He would take his place in the ritual and ensure the Dark Lord's body was restored. He'd have to break his promise to James, but it wouldn't be the first promise he'd broken. Telling the Dark Lord of the Potter's location had been the worst of his oath-breaking. Peter shivered. He owed Harry a life debt. He had no doubt that Sirius and Remus both would have killed him that night at Hogwarts. He had done what he could, Peter assured himself. He'd warned Moony about Greyback and the Dark Lord's plans, hinted at the ritual to Sirius. There was nothing more he could do. Perhaps his life would be bleak when the Dark Lord won, empty of the love and friendship he'd enjoyed as a Marauder. But he'd be alive. And even if Harry prevailed, there would be no happy ending for Peter, no future. There would be Azkaban and life imprisonment. Peter got to his feet and banked the fire. As his mother had once said to him, he'd made his bed, Peter mused. Now he had to lie in it. Oh, 18th/19th June 1995. Harry was surprised to find himself in what looked like the girls' dorm at Hogwarts. He felt a frisson of fear, just remembering how furious his honorary aunt had been at finding him there. He glanced around and frowned as he recognized Hermione's bed, the globe he had given her for the ball proudly displayed on the bookshelf along with a photo of them. He wondered why he was there. He wandered over to the photo. Both he and Hermione stood smiling self-consciously out. But then, as though they had thought the photo done, they glanced at each other, and their smiles eased into something fond and affectionate that made Harry's heart ache with the knowledge of how much he felt for her, and his stomach churn with nerves and excitement at the thought that she felt the same for him. "Why here?" he murmured to himself. "I think you know, Harry." The cultured tones of a strange female voice had him turning around. He froze at the sight of 3 mature women standing beside Hermione's bed. One of the women was clearly a Black. She looked so like Andromeda that he had almost thought it was her. Dressed in a green witch's robe, her hair was Sirius's black, her eyes grey and warm. He placed her immediately from the photos that Sirius had shared with him of the Black family. It was his grandmother, Dorea Potter. Once the family photos came to mind, he also knew immediately who was in the middle, his grandmother, Marigold Evans. Her warm green eyes shone with emotion. Her red hair, greying at the temples, was tied back in a smooth chignon. She wore Muggle clothes, unlike the other 2 women, a simple floral dress in sunshine yellow. Her hand was tightly clasped in Dorea's. The woman on her other side was imposing. She reminded him of Augusta. Her features were autocratic. Her eyes were pale blue. Her hair was blonde and styled in an intricate updo that Harry had once seen on Narcissa. She wore an expensive silk robe in blue, and Harry could see they were edged with silver embroidery in the emblems of the House of the Black and Macmillan. It was Sirius's paternal grandmother, Melania Black. It had been her book on witches' magic which had given his mother the spell to save him. Harry immediately bowed to his grandmothers, etiquette that Andromeda had schooled into him coming to the fore. "Oh, poppycock to that!" Marigold remarked, even as Melania gave an approving nod at his manners. His maternal grandmother moved forward and swept him into a tight hug. Love suffused him. It felt so like his mother's hug, and Harry hugged her back. A moment later Marigold was nudged aside, and Dorea took her place. She moved back, and Melania sniffed. She didn't move to hug him, but instead held out a hand. Harry clasped it. Her fingers tightened around his as he bent and kissed her knuckles. "You are a very acceptable heir," Melania said crisply. She squeezed his fingers again and let him go. Marigold immediately linked their arms together, smiling happily at him. "Can you tell why we're your next visitors?" Dorea asked, sitting on the bed in front of him, Melania following her example. Harry looked at three women, glanced again at the photo behind him of Hermione, and cleared his throat. "My mother's blessing. You represent her protection." "Yes." Dorea nodded. "Your mother's blessing protects you still because of the blessing 4 daughters of the House of Black made to renew it with our blood." "Witch's magic is a powerful thing," Melania commented. "Already 3 of our house now bear children because of the protection." Harry blinked. It hadn't occurred to him to wonder at the number of pregnancies, and he was suddenly considering Narcissa's, Dora's, and Anna's pregnancies with new eyes. Melania nodded at him. The blessing was strong in maternal energy. The blood and spirit of a mother was sacrificed to save her child. Blood was given freely to honor that protection, and a gift rewarded in return for the price of their blood. "Hermione's gift will come when she is ready," Dorea said with a smile. "Andy and Minerva have been rewarded with children of their heart in other ways. Andy was very close to Hermione and his Aunt Minerva. Well, she was part of Harry's family." "Voldemort doesn't respect women," Marigold said. "He disregarded your mother as a threat." "He doesn't understand witch's magic," Dorea said. "He has never respected the memory of his mother. Merope was a poor witch, an abused girl who dreamed of being a princess, and who had poor judgment in how she went about gaining the attention of the boy she had made into her prince. But she loved her son, and he has never acknowledged that." "He disregards her," Melania said. "Even now in this ritual." She smiled at him. "Where is his mother?" Nowhere, Harry realized. Tom was using his father's bone, but he had killed a pregnant woman with no connection to him to provide the amniotic fluid required for the bones in which to steep. "It's a weakness," Harry murmured. "One that also ignores that it was his mother's blood which gifted him with his magic." Melania's smile was razor-sharp. "Your blood carries with it the protection of every daughter of the House of Black," Dorea commented fiercely. "And we will destroy those who threaten our family." He had figured that out for himself. Narcissa, Andy, and Dora had made short work of Alecto Caro. "They stand in the place of Lily of the House of Potter, in my place," Marigold murmured. She placed a hand on the talisman Hermione had gifted to him at Christmas. "We will always fight for you, remember that." Harry frowned. Narcissa and Dora were pregnant. They would spend the 3rd task sequestered on the Black estate, protected by the heavy wards there. "You look to protect the women of the house from the fight," Dorea said, picking up on his thoughts. "But not all fights need take place on the battlefield. There is a fight for spirit, heart, and blood." Melania rose from the bed and crossed to the bookshelf. She pulled a thin volume from the books and handed it to Harry. "Lily's spell was but one. A witch's magic can do than you can imagine. Look to your women," Marigold counselled. She smiled at him. "And always remember, Harry, where there is love." She tapped the book he held. He looked down and saw the quote appear on the cover in gold lettering. "Where there is love, there is life." He looked up, and they were gone. Harry spread his wings and rode the breeze, aware Hedwig flew beside him, keeping a watchful eye on the young raven Harry was currently embodying. He wondered whether his owl had been included when his grandmother had told him to look to his women. He rather thought Hedwig would be insulted if she wasn't included. The dream he had had the night before lingered with him. He had never met his grandmothers before, and to even have the few moments he had spent with them, it was a precious experience that he was going to treasure. He had told Sirius about the dream at breakfast, finally confiding that it was likely he was going to be getting more visits from the dead in his sleep that week, when Sirius pointed out that it was 2 nights in a row to have weird dream visitations. He knew it hadn't gone down well with his father, but the value of the dreams couldn't be denied. Sirius had immediately called Bertie, Remus, and Minerva, and they'd agreed to take another look at the book where they'd found the blessing, and to consider what it meant that Voldemort had nothing of his mother in the ritual. They'd informed the War Council and called a family meeting to discuss it, which reminded Harry he was going to be late. He flew over the lake and angled back towards his bedroom window. The headmaster had altered the ward to accept Harry in his animagus form, and he sailed in through the open window, Hedwig following behind him. He almost missed his perch at the sight of Hermione sitting on his bed, reading a book. He hurriedly changed back to his human form, casual clothes of jeans and a T-shirt reforming with him. "Hey!" Hermione placed the book down carefully and scrambled off his bed to greet him with a chaste kiss. Harry glanced at the open bedroom door anyway. "Sirius knows I'm up here," Hermione confirmed. "He said I could wait for you." Harry smiled at her. "Did you get your revision done?" Hermione had been working all weekend on revision for the charms exam that would take place the next day. The exams had been carefully negotiated between Sirius and the Hogwarts professors. Harry was theoretically exempt because of the tournament, his individualized learning plan, and the fact that he wasn't currently a Hogwarts student. But it had been agreed that he'd take exams during the summer to assess his knowledge and skills for entry back into Hogwarts for his 5th year. It was a reasonable compromise, and left Harry able to focus on the tournament and his showdown with Voldemort. All done. Hermione agreed as she slipped her hand into his. "We're all very strong with the practical because of helping you, just needed to brush up on the theory." The chime went for the door. "We should head down," Hermione commented, tugging on his hand a touch. Harry led the way out of the room and down the stairs. The next few minutes were a rush of greetings, hugs, kisses, and handshakes. They settled into the living room with additional seats levitated across from the dining table. Narcissa sat in one armchair, Draco perched on the arm. Harry knew his former schoolboy rival had really warmed up to the idea of a younger sibling and was very solicitous of his mother. Lucius stood away from his family by the far left of the mantelpiece. The Grangers sat on the sofa with Hermione beside them. Dora had been ushered into the remaining seat by her parents and Remus. Remus sat on the arm beside his wife, the Tonks on dining chairs to the side. His Aunt Minerva had taken the remaining comfortable seat. Bertie had conjured his own chair beside her. Harry chose to stand next to Sirius in front of the hearth. "Thank you for coming," Sirius said formally. "For the most part this is family business, but Bertie is here to provide some expertise on magical theory." Harry knew Dumbledore had been disgruntled to be left out, but Bertie was the expert, and Sirius had full control of who should attend a family meeting. Sirius looked over to Harry, and Harry nodded briskly, taking up the silent baton Sirius had handed him. "I've been talking with my ancestors in dreams. Not often, but sometimes." He felt his cheeks heat and tried to will away the embarrassment. "Yesterday morning I dreamed of talking with my mother, and she said I'd be visited every night this week." "Like Scrooge in A Christmas Carol?" asked Miriam, her arm sliding around Hermione's shoulders. Harry gave a smile of acknowledgment. "Although less of the past, present, and future thing." He shrugged. "Just lessons for me ahead of the battle." "Fascinating," Lucius drawled. Harry frowned at him. He wished he could exclude Lucius completely. On the list of those likely to stab them in the back, Lucius Malfoy would have been at the top, except for the knowledge that he'd not risk his magic in breaking his oath. "This morning I was visited by my grandmothers," Harry said bluntly. "They pointed out that there is a weakness in Tom's ritual. There's nothing of his mother." The assembled family exchanged a few concerned and questioning looks. "If I may," Bertie said quietly. Harry nodded, conceding the floor to the director of the Dom. "The ritual on the eve of the solstice involves 3 primary ingredients to facilitate rebirth: blood, flesh, and bone." Bertie frowned. The book supplied by Lord Knott indicates that the potion is best when the bones of the father are seeped with the womb of the mother. The former can be replaced by another male ancestor, although the closer the relationship the better. The latter replacement is genetic material from the mother. But in the absence of this, amniotic fluid from a pregnant woman. He paused. The book mentions a number of possible weaknesses with this approach, and we should assume that Voldemort has countered most of them. Harry figured the genetics gifts was one Bertie had explained earlier to him and Sirius, that by using Nagini to sustain his wraith and the addition of a snake to the potion, Voldemort was ensuring his Parseltongue would carry into his new body. However, there is one he cannot counter. Bertie glanced over at Harry. Without his own mother's essence within the potion, it makes him particularly vulnerable to witch magic. Witch magic like the blessing of protection we did for Harry? Asked Hermione, her eyes wide. Yes. Minerva sat forward. We've been examining Melania's books on the subject most of the day, and we believe there is an opportunity to harness that protection and reinforce it we have previously ignored. Voldemort seeks Harry's blood in part because he thinks it will negate Lily's sacrifice, remove the protection from Harry. Bertie continued. He's almost right that in most cases it would do so, except the House of Black has already assumed Lily's place. In the blessing, we would only need to restate the adoption blessing to bring it back into being, and without a link to his own mother. The force of the protection should do more than just blast him out of his body, Minerva finished triumphantly. It's the exact same adoption blessing? Miriam asked, frowning. With a few differences, Minerva allowed, such as Harry and Sirius would not be physically present. But there is a place where Harry's and my blood reside, Sirius chipped in, so we would be present in that respect. Harry noted there were a few sharp looks exchanged at Sirius's confession. Minerva nodded her head rapidly. It would mean that all of us would need to be at that place to enact the blessing. So I couldn't attend the third task? Hermione asked immediately. We could stay for the task, but as soon as we have word that Harry is taken, we would need to depart. Minerva confirmed. Is it safe? Asked Dora, one hand pressing lightly on her swelling belly. Yes, Remus answered, placing a hand on her arm. We wouldn't be suggesting it otherwise. Count me in, then, Dora said brightly. It beats staying home and feeling useless. Hermione looked pleadingly at her mother. I want to help. Miriam and Wallace exchanged a parental look before Miriam nodded her agreement. Hermione gave a cry and hugged her mother. Thank you. Andromeda nodded slowly, her eyes on her daughter. I'll do it. And so shall I, Narcissa said, without conferring with Lucius. Mother! Draco began to protest. Narcissa stopped him with a single look, and Draco pouted. I appreciate your concern, Draco, but I shall be fine. Her gaze landed on Minerva. You will stand as you did before? Minerva nodded. We 5 should get together to go over the details of the ritual and perhaps consider how we can improve it. She motioned at Miriam. You are more than welcome to join us. Thank you, Miriam said gratefully, smoothing Hermione's hair back over her shoulder. I'll feel better about this if we know all the details. Excellent, Sirius said, shifting to sling an arm around Harry's shoulder. And now that's agreed, let's have dinner. Harry grinned and let Sirius lead him to the dining table. He watched as the women subtly manoeuvred the men and directed the conversation. Hermione caught his eye and smiled warmly. He smiled back, his hand creeping to the talisman he wore. Tom was a misogynistic idiot, Harry mused. The witches of the House of Black were going to totally kick his ass. Oh. Remus shifted position in the bed for the umpteenth time, and finally came to rest on his back, staring up at the ceiling with a heavy sigh. I thought I was the one who was supposed to be unable to find a comfortable position. Dora grumbled lightly beside him. Sorry, Remus said quietly. I just can't get your brain to shut up. Dora concluded with a hint of a grin in her voice. She snuggled closer into his side, wrapping an arm around his middle and pushing at his arm until he shifted to place it around her shoulders. Better. Remus stroked her shoulder absently with his thumb. "You want to talk about what's bothering you?" asked Dora. Her voice was clear of sleep, and he felt a moment of guilt that he was keeping her from her rest. "I was thinking about the ritual you're going to do," Remus admitted. Dora gave a small grunt. "You're not going to try and talk me out of it, are you? Because I have to tell you—" "No," Remus interrupted her quickly. "No? It's safe, and if it can do what we think—" "Harry will be like uber protected," Dora finished. Her fingers played with a button on his pyjama top. "So what's the problem?" "I'm just wondering if there's anything else we've missed," Remus admitted. "It's worrying that Harry had to have a visit from the dead before we thought about this. You've been really close to this for a long time, and I know you have a ton of plans already," Dora commented after a moment's silence. "You can't beat yourself up for not seeing every detail." "We can't afford to fail," Remus rejoined. "If we do—" "Fate of the wizarding world," sighed Dora. "I know." "No," Remus said sharply. "Harry will be dead, and so, no doubt, will Sirius." He felt his heart begin to pound just at the thought of it. "I can't lose them again." Dora immediately tightened her grip. "You won't lose them." Remus felt his throat close up, and he hugged her to him rather than say the words that threatened to escape any way that she couldn't promise that he wouldn't lose them. "Are you still intending to be with Sirius?" Dora asked softly. Remus nodded. "I can't be anywhere else." Even though the rest of his werewolf pack and their allies would be helping, would be standing up to defend Hogwarts. Severus hadn't found an antidote for the potion, but he had found that a single dose of wolfsbane before being hit with the potion allowed the werewolf to retain their mind. It was a compromise. Remus had been very clear that no werewolf would be allowed to participate in the battle without taking the wolfsbane. He was proud that many of his pack had stepped forward to volunteer. They all loved Harry, and their wolves definitely considered him pack, cub. Remus's mind slipped to the moment Lily had handed him Harry as a baby. He hadn't been allowed near the inside of the maternity ward due to his lycanthropy, so he'd had to wait for them to return home. It had been one of the most magical moments of his life. He figured holding his own child would be similar, and he was pleased that Dora had opted for an at-home water birth that would allow him to be near. He hadn't told her how Harry had explained the fertility of the black women had been enhanced by their participation in the blessing. There was always a consequence. He wondered what price magic would exact for the coming ritual. Perhaps it would be more children down the line. He could live with that. Both he and Dora were already agreed that they didn't want their baby to be an only child. "Patrick respects Gregor," Dora commented. "They'll be fine." She sighed and fiddled with his button again. "I don't mind telling you that I'm glad we have this ritual to do. It'll make a difference. I was dreading staying here twiddling my thumbs while you and Sirius and Remus were all fighting." Remus hugged her closer. "You'll be in the safest place in Britain now." Dora raised her head to look at him. "You know where this secret place is?" Her voice was rich with amusement. "It's the bolt hole Sirius gave to Harry," Remus said confidently. "I'd place money on it." "Yeah?" Dora grinned at him. "How much money, Wolfie?" "Let's call it a galleon." Dora lay her head down again. "A galleon it is, then." Remus dropped a kiss on her head. "Sleep, Dora." "You too," Dora said quietly. It took a few minutes, but eventually her breathing evened out. Remus let his free hand stray to the curve of her belly pressed against him. Mothers. Why had no one ever considered how important a mother would be in Voldemort's ritual? Especially a ritual about rebirth. Remus entered his small bedsit with a sigh, shaking his damp hair with a grimace. He'd left his last umbrella on the tube, and he didn't have enough funds to replace it. He knew he'd only have to say as much to his mother, and she'd probably just give him hers. But he would be fine, he told himself briskly. A little damp wouldn't hurt his constitution. The wolf was good at least for combating coughs, colds, and sniffles. A tap on the raindrop-smeared window drew his attention, and he shrugged out of his wet coat and toed off his shoes to hurry over. He opened the latch, and the owl hopped inside, sticking out its leg imperiously. Remus smiled at the sight of James's small owl. "Hullo, Godric!" He ushered the owl inside the room, closed the window against a harsh October wind and the continuing driving rain. He fed the owl and took the letter from him, instantly recognizing Lily's handwriting. He set it on the table and hurried to switch on the small 2-bar electric fire next to his sofa bed. The small kitchenette area had a basic electric kettle and a small gas stove and grill. He lit the grill, opened up the shop-bought crumpets he'd bought the day before, and toasted them while he made a pot of tea. He took his meagre supper back to the sofa bed and tucked in, wiping his buttery fingers on a tissue. He opened up the letter and smiled at the sight of a new photo of Harry. He hadn't seen Harry or Harry's parents since the beginning of the summer. He'd spent months abroad and with the packs for Albus before he'd finally managed to convince the leader of the Order of the Phoenix that he needed a break. He'd come home only to find himself immediately sent out again to raise support in the British pack. He snorted, like Greyback would allow dissent in his pack. Not that it stopped some of them. Cyan was the most vocal. It had to silence her at the last meeting, she'd been so loud, and if Greyback caught wind of what she had been proposing, Remus sighed. Possibly he should tell Professor Dumbledore to send him abroad again, if only to escape Cyan's fanaticism with getting rid of Greyback. It would probably suit his former headmaster. He'd been hinting about Eastern Europe at the last Order meeting. Sirius hadn't attended again. But then again, neither had James and Lily. They had gone into hiding to escape being targeted. Remus couldn't blame them, given what had happened to Lily's parents earlier that year. Baby Harry giggled cutely from the safe harbour of his mother's arms in the photo, and Remus smiled. He missed his cub. He missed all of them. He hadn't seen Peter for months either. He and Sirius had crossed paths in an Order raid a few months before and managed to get a drink together, but it had been fleeting, and Sirius had been distracted. They'd run into an Auror who had drunkenly accused Sirius of misfiring a spell meant for his cousin Bella. Remus hadn't believed them, but he'd rumours abroad of a Death Eater who looked like Sirius, and Sirius had been missing for a long time the previous year, until he'd come back, supposedly from a mission, almost fatally injured. Then there were the missed Order meetings. Remus grimaced at the nagging suspicion that had wormed its way inside of him. He couldn't quite help remembering Sirius's ruthless black side, even as he felt guilty. Sirius would never support. "You know who," Remus thought determinedly. Apart from anything, Sirius's friendship and love for the Potters, all three of them, would keep him on the side of the light. Remus set the photo aside and picked up the letter. There were several other pieces of scroll attached to it. All of them were blank. "I solemnly swear I am up to no good," Remus said out loud and tapped his wand on the paper. Words immediately filled up the blank space. "Dear Remus, I need your help. I've found this spell to help protect Harry. It's from an old runes book on witch magic. Why they don't teach it in school is a mystery, because it is the most fascinating spell work I read about. The spell involves a protection ceremony where I'd use my blood and Harry's to draw protective symbols all over his body. It has to be done at dawn, ideally in a grove of elder trees surrounded by a coven of 7 witches. It does say a circle of flowers grown by me and candles to stand. For the witches is fine, although the spell's power will be weaker, and is more likely given James and I are hiding away to protect our son. Please, could you take a look at the spell? I need another pair of eyes, and there's no one else I trust more on magical theory. Godric will stay with you until you have a reply. I hope Albus isn't talking you into taking too many risks. Harry misses his Uncle Mooey. All my love, Lily." Remus frowned heavily and began to read the rest of the spell. Remus's eyes flew open. How had he forgotten? The original spell called for a coven of witches. He had to. Dora stirred restlessly beside him, and Remus forced himself to settle back into the pillow, to breathe and slow his heart rate down. There was nothing he could do until morning, but in the morning he and Sirius had 7 more witches to charm into taking part in the ritual. 00019, the 23rd June, 1995. The shift into the dream was something he was getting used to, Harry mused as he took stock of his surroundings. He was in a classroom in Hogwarts. He vaguely recognized the shape and size, and froze as his gaze landed on a familiar shape hidden behind a cloth. The mirror of Erised. Harry shivered. The last time he'd seen the mirror, he'd been fighting for his life against Voldemort. "The more things change," muttered Harry thoughtfully. He glanced around the room again and frowned. It wasn't the chamber where he'd fought Voldemort, he realized. The classroom was the one where he'd originally found the mirror, the room where he'd looked into the glass and seen his parents. He frowned. He'd been so naive about the wizarding world back then, still so much in awe of the wonders he saw, the strange, weird reality of magic. The mirror had been a blessing and the most painful experience of his life. To see his parents so close and yet to not be with him, yet he wouldn't change it. He had looked into the mirror and seen himself with his parents, seen the family they would have been. Still, he now had a family. He had Padfoot. He wasn't certain that he needed to look at the mirror again, but there had to be some reason why the mirror was there. No ghost so far, Harry thought. His gaze strayed to the mirror. He bit his lip and sighed. It didn't take a genius to work out. Maybe he needed to reveal the large elephant in the room. He crossed the room and reached out. He hesitated for another moment, but then with a sharp tug he removed the cloth and revealed the glass. A young girl looked back at him, no older than 16. She had red hair, blue eyes, a slightly too long nose, and bow-shaped lips. A tall, slim figure dressed in a simple witch's robe. A silver charm bracelet glinted on one wrist. She vaguely reminded him of someone, but he had no real idea who she was, and even with the hair color, he figured she wasn't a relation. Harry stared at her. "Well met, Harry, James Potter." The young girl sank into a curtsy. "I am Ariana Dumbledore." Harry automatically bowed to her. He stared at her again. "I'm sorry," he said, confusion coloring every word. I guess I was expecting someone related to you." Ariana smiled prettily. "You have a lot of relatives, but it's very important that I speak with you, so I was granted one of your visits." She pouted. "It's more difficult visiting you, though. I had to find something which connected me, Albie, and you. Hence the mirror," Harry realized. "He sees you in the mirror." Harry frowned. "He told me he saw socks." Ariana held up a pair of knitted bright gold and red socks. "I always gave him socks for Christmas. It was our tradition." Harry nodded slowly. The headmaster had answered his question back then truthfully, but not wholly. It was very like him. "I'm here to talk to you about Albie," Ariana said solemnly. Harry gestured at her to continue, and sat down in front of the mirror, grimacing at the all-too-accurate detail of the dusty floor. Ariana smiled back at him and dropped down to sit at the bottom of the mirror. She arranged her skirts neatly and pinned him with a serious gaze. Once upon a time there was a family, a wizard, a muggle-born witch, and their 3 children, the oldest Albus, the middle sibling Aberforth, and the youngest Ariana. She began. Ariana was only a small child of 6, playing one day in a field by their house, when her accidental magic of a twinkling bright set of coloured lights attracted the attention of a group of Muggle boys. They surrounded her, called her a witch, and demanded she bring the lights back. Harry could picture the scene only too well. They bullied her. They didn't stop at words. Ariana said softly. When they couldn't make her produce the lights again, they began to push and shove her. When she ended up on the ground, they set about her, throwing stones at her for being unnatural. Ariana's magic was left twisted and chaotic by the attack. She would never be normal. Harry felt angry at the boys for the trauma they'd put Ariana through. Had Ariana died in the encounter, he wondered. Her father came searching for her, and when he found her and the boys, he attacked them badly, killing one of the ringleaders. Ariana sighed. He refused to tell the Auras why he'd attacked the boys to protect his daughter from being committed to an institution. Instead, he was sent to Azkaban. Alone with her family to raise, the witch took her children back to her home village of Godric's Hollow. She bought a small cottage and set about raising her children. She was so proud of Albus, who was so clever and powerful, and Aberforth, who was quite the dueller. She was protective of her daughter, shielding her from harm. For a time all was well with the family, although they missed their father immensely. Harry watched as Ariana's expression saddened. Albus had just graduated from Hogwarts when his mother was killed by Ariana in a burst of accidental magic caused by the news of the death of their father in the prison. Albus and Aberforth covered up the incident to protect their sister and buried their mother. Ariana smiled suddenly. Aberforth loved his sister, and he wanted to drop out of Hogwarts to be with her, but Albus insisted on his younger brother finishing school. And so Albus stayed home and looked after his sister instead of setting out to achieve great and wonderful things. That had to have been hard on the headmaster, Harry thought. It was quite a responsibility for a young man to take on, and yet he knew the headmaster wouldn't have made any other decision. "I will do what is right, not what is easy," Ariana quoted with twinkling blue eyes. "It was the last thing father said to us." She sighed. Albus tried, he really did, but then he was a young man trapped in a small backwater village with all his hopes and dreams placed on hold. He resented it badly, although he was always careful never to show just how much to his sister. Only something happened, Harry surmised. A young German wizard, a great-nephew of their neighbour, came to visit. Gellert was handsome and dashing, clever, and just as magically powerful as Albus. He rather swept Albus off his feet. Ariana said in a rush. They would debate and talk for hours on all kinds of magical theory, made wild and wonderful plans to conquer the world together. Albus fell hopelessly in love, and when Gellert suggested an old-fashioned world tour, he couldn't help but agree. "He left you?" demanded Harry hotly, unable to believe the headmaster had shirked such a duty to his family. "Oh, no!" Ariana shook her head vehemently. "Albus wouldn't consider that. No, he would have taken Ariana with him, although neither he nor Gellert had considered the practicalities of that. But it was suddenly summer and Aberforth came home." "So he left his sister with Aberforth?" questioned Harry. Ariana shook her head. "Aberforth wasn't impressed by Gellert. He didn't see the passionate German through the eyes of young love. Where Albus saw vision, Abe saw greed and ambition. Where Albus saw rebellious determination against what others thought, Abe saw a ruthlessly cold arrogance. Albus argued that he and Gellert were two peas in the same pod, but Abe knew they were more like opposites of the same coin, powerful, intellectual, and ambitious. But where Albus was rooted in the light, Gellert Grindelwald was rooted in the dark. Harry's eyes widened. The headmaster had been in love with Gellert Grindelwald, the same Dark Lord Grindelwald who had duelled and defeated. Aberforth walked in one morning on a planning session and, hot-tempered, began arguing about their plans for Ariana, for the world. She sighed heavily. Aberforth foolishly pulled his wand and demanded a duel, and Gellert was cruel and fast. He soon had the young Aberforth on the floor, and then he cast the Cruciatus curse. Albus defended his brother, and there was a horrible, horrible fight between the three. She paused and waited until he was looking fully at her, and into the midst of the spellfire walked Ariana. Harry winced. Gellert fled, and the authorities blamed him in absentia for Ariana's tragic death, but in truth not one of the three knew which of their spells had caused her heart to stop. Ariana murmured. "That's awful," Harry said. "Albie and Abe, my brothers, have rarely spoken since that day." Ariana grimaced. "They're both stubborn fools." Each of them wallowed in guilt and anger, self-recrimination and regret. Harry could understand that. Aberforth had to bear the truth that his temper had caused the fight. Albus, that his dreams and plans had seeded the discontent. Both that their spells may have been the one to end their sister's life. Abe forgave himself long ago. Ariana said, breaking into Harry's thoughts, He grieved, but he healed. And the headmaster? Asked Harry. Albus has never forgiven himself. Ariana confirmed. He grieves still for the loss of me. It is his greatest desire to see me, speak to me, to seek my forgiveness and provide him with his redemption, his salvation. She sighed heavily. He would not have fought the ring. His need of the resurrection stone would have been too much. Her gaze pinned him once more. He would have held on to the shade of me until his magic was gone. Harry knew the temptation of the stone. It had been wrenching to say good-bye to his parents, but then he had Padfoot with him to help him, to give him the strength to lock the stone away again. "My brother bleeds every day," Ariana said softly, "and it's long past time that he should heal. You need him." Harry nodded gravely. The headmaster was a powerful wizard, and in the upcoming battle he was needed to protect and hold Hogwarts. "What can I do?" "I need you to give him a gift," Ariana murmured. "Something that will make him remember that where there is love, there is life." Harry frowned. "What gift?" Ariana held up the socks. He stared at her. "He'll understand," Ariana said confidently. Harry sighed. "How do I mean, you've got the socks in the mirror. How am I supposed to get them out of there?" Ariana raised one eyebrow. "You've retrieved things from the mirror before, Harry." Harry rolled his eyes as he understood her reference. "I don't want to wear the socks," he said clearly, and almost immediately felt the wool in his hands. He woke abruptly, startled at the solid, scratchy material against the tips of his fingers. He stared down at the brightly coloured socks. His heart beat fast in his chest as he scrambled upright, startling Hedwig. "How?" "Magic," thought Harry wearily. He silently cast a lumos and examined the socks again. Something was telling him not to wait for the morning. He needed to give the socks to the headmaster without delay. He pushed back the covers on his bed and got up. He shrugged into his dressing-gown and put the socks into one of the deep pockets. He opened his bedroom door and wasn't surprised when Sirius's door opened almost immediately too. "You all right?" asked Sirius gruffly. He looked as though he hadn't slept, despite his own bedwear of pyjamas and dressing-gown, his dark hair loose around his shoulders. "I need to see the headmaster," Harry admitted. Sirius blinked, but he nodded slowly. He cast a messenger patronus to alert the headmaster to their imminent arrival. He ushered Harry down the stairs and out of their rooms, casting his own lumos to light the way. Harry was immensely grateful at the lack of questions, the faith that Padfoot displayed in just accepting his answer. Harry followed Sirius past the usual entrance to the headmaster's study and down the corridor. A door appeared at the end of the corridor, opening up to them as they approached. Harry swallowed hard as he entered into a comfortable living area, comfortable, squishy armchairs around a banked fire with bookcases lining the walls. Harry was barely aware of the door closing behind him. Dumbledore hurried into the room from an entryway to the far left. He carried an old-fashioned candlestick holder, and dressed in a long white nightgown, fluffy slippers, and a matching blue fluffy sleeping-cap and shawl. He reminded Harry of historical pictures from the turn of the century. "Harry, my boy," Dumbledore said urgently, placing the candle on a side table. "Have you had another dream?" Concern coated every word. "Is everything all right?" Harry simply reached into his pocket and pulled out the socks. "Ariana wanted me to give these to you." Dumbledore paled, still as a statue, as his rheumy blue eyes fell to the socks and stayed there. He reached out with trembling hands, and, ignoring the outstretched hand holding the socks, took hold of Harry's shoulders. The strength of his grip almost had Harry wincing, and he waved off Sirius when his father took a step forward in concern. "You saw Ariana?" Dumbledore's blue eyes were intent on his voice hoarse. Harry nodded. Dumbledore swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down prominently. He dropped his gaze to the socks. He released one of Harry's shoulders and almost reverently took hold of the woolen gift. "Your sister wants you to forgive yourself," Harry murmured in a low voice. "Because we need you." Dumbledore clutched the socks close to his heart and made a small, wounded sound. He swayed and suddenly crumpled, falling to his knees, pressing his head into Harry's stomach as he sobbed wretchedly, with one hand still holding on to Harry's shoulder, the other gripping the socks. Harry flailed before he settled his hands on Dumbledore's shaking shoulders, patting them awkwardly. He looked over at Sirius desperately. Sirius gave a sympathetic grimace. He moved forward and wrapped an arm around Harry, his hand coming to rest over Dumbledore's and squeezing the older man's gently. They waited until Dumbledore's storm of weeping had subsided before they moved again. Sirius deftly helped the old wizard to his feet, and firmly but compassionately led him over to a chair. Dobby was called, and a moment later a strong cup of tea, liberally laced with lemon, was handed over to the headmaster. Harry hovered to one side until Sirius took a seat on a small couch opposite Dumbledore and patted the cushion next to him in a silent invitation for Harry to join him. Dumbledore stroked the socks he had placed on his lap with a sigh. He looked up, a red blush stealing across his cheeks. "My sincere apologies for falling apart on you, Harry. I just—" He swallowed and shook his head, tears glinting again in his eyes. "I've thought all these years." Sirius cleared his throat. "I remember you told me once that you were tempted by the stone because you wanted so much to speak with your sister again after the tragedy of her death." Harry breathed a sigh of relief that his father already knew the detail. It meant he didn't have to worry about giving away details the headmaster might not have wanted someone else to know. "Yes," Dumbledore said, replying to Sirius, "to beg her forgiveness." His fingers stroked the woolen socks again. "Aberforth was her favourite, but she always knitted a pair of socks for me for Yule and my birthday, just as I always gave her a charm for her bracelet. It was just a small tradition she and I had as sister and brother." "You saw her in the mirror of Erised," Harry said quietly. "Yes." Dumbledore gave an apologetic smile, along with the many pairs of socks she never had the chance to give to me. Regret was written in every line drawn on his elderly face. I was a young fool. "You couldn't know the argument between you. All would end with so badly," Harry pointed out. "No." Dumbledore agreed reluctantly. He sighed, looking up at Harry. "But it was my choice to bring Gellert into our lives." "Gellert?" Sirius's eyebrows shot up as he made the connection. Dumbledore flushed and avoided Sirius's gaze. "Yes. You still couldn't know what would happen." Harry insisted, his hands clasped loosely on his lap. "You didn't know your brother would challenge him, or that he would be so cruel in response." Dumbledore's smile was sad and regretful. "I knew Gellert's faults. I simply chose to ignore them because I loved him. I chose to assume the best about his vision and his motives. I chose to disregard the dark arts he spoke about as being experimentation and youthful indiscretion rather than an already chosen path. I invited a poisonous snake into the bosom of my family. Aberforth was right about that." "You were young and in love," Sirius said quietly. "We've all made foolish choices for worse reasons. You aren't to blame for your sister's death just because you fell in love with the wrong boy." "Perhaps not fully," Dumbledore acknowledged, "but I took the first step in events that led to her death, and I will always bear the responsibility for that error in judgment." He patted the socks. "What did she say?" "That it was past time for you to forgive yourself," Harry said bluntly, not sure there was a way to dress up Ariana's message. "She says we're going to need you to hold Hogwarts." "Then I shall make every endeavour to do so," Dumbledore said in a firm, decisive tone. "Thank you, Harry." Harry didn't need Sirius's nudge to know it was time to leave. He got to his feet, grateful when Sirius slung an arm around his shoulders. "We'll leave you to get some more sleep, Albus," Sirius said kindly. "Goight." "Good night, boys," Dumbledore replied. They made their way to the door, which opened automatically to let them out. Harry glanced back over his shoulder. Dumbledore sat in his chair, attention completely focused on the socks. Harry shook his head. He had delivered Ariana's message. It was time to leave the headmaster to his memories, to begin the healing he needed to do. Sirius waited until they were back into their own quarters before he cleared his throat. "You all right?" Harry shrugged and rubbed his gritty eyes. "Just tired. I'm not sure these nightly visitations are a good idea," Sirius murmured as they took the stairs back to the bedrooms. Harry shrugged again. "If it helps." "As long as it helps." Sirius stopped Harry before he turned away to his room. He pulled him into a gentle hug and dropped a soft kiss on the top of his head. "Sleep well, Pronglet." Harry pulled away a touch reluctantly and padded back into his bedroom. He closed the door softly, wrestled his way out of his dressing-gown, and clambered back under the covers hurriedly. He closed his eyes, and between one thought about the events that had just transpired and the next, he fell asleep. "Oh, oh, oh!" Sirius glared out of the window at the sight of the maze. It was partially masked by an obfuscation field, but he knew it was there. He sighed wearily. It wasn't so much the maze that was the object of his ire, but rather what it symbolized. The end of the tournament, the third task, and the battle Harry might face beyond it. Might. Sirius was clinging on to the idea that they still could find Voldemort and end it all before Harry faced the third task. But it was becoming more and more evident with each passing day that it was almost a certainty that all of Sirius's efforts to keep his son safe would be in vain. Not all his efforts, Sirius told himself sternly. He didn't discount his own role in Harry finding his power, the strength of family and friends, of allies. He had been given a boon from death, and even if Sirius wanted to argue with how the nightly dreams were havoc on Harry's sleep, he couldn't deny that they were providing real help. Minerva was gleeful. The coven of 7 women had been established and were helping with the final preparations for the re-blessing ritual. It comforted Sirius to know that regardless of any victory Voldemort would gain in stealing it away, Harry would have Lily's protection back a short time later. It also comforted Sirius to know that Lily had schooled Harry on sacrifice, on only doing so as a last resort. Harry simply giving his life to save everyone had been a worry that Sirius had tried not to dwell upon, and he was glad Lily had faced Harry with it and gotten a guarantee that he would look to the future. Sirius crossed his arms and continued to glare out at the maze. He was less thrilled about the night before, or rather that morning. He'd placed a charm around Harry's bed to let him know the instant Harry woke. Sirius hadn't been asleep when it had softly chimed. When he'd heard the muted creaks along the joints in the flooring, he'd known Harry was up. Finding out that Harry had been visited by Dumbledore's sister of all people. Not that he begrudged Albus the message of forgiveness. Having heard Albus speak of the events that had led to Ariana's death when they had discussed the stone, it was hard not to be moved by just how much Albus had needed to hear from his sister. And Sirius could empathize. Hadn't he needed the same benediction from James and Lily? Hadn't he needed to hear from their lips that his idea to use Peter, misguided and misjudged as it had been, was forgiven? He was certain the socks had provided Albus with the same soul-deep salvation that Sirius had found in the cemetery at New Year. Maybe it would make a difference to Albus in the battle. Maybe it would make a difference to holding Hogwarts or seeing it crumble. All of which brought Sirius back to the real focus of his rumination and the underlying cause for his ire, Severus Snape. The problem was that the discussion with Albus had hit uncomfortably close to Snape's situation. Snape had been the one to tell Voldemort about the prophecy. He had set things in motion just as Albus had given into the temptation to bring Gellert and Merlin, Albus and Gellert Grindelwald into his life. If Ariana, who had suffered the ultimate consequence of Albus's action, could forgive her brother, did it mean that Snape should also be forgiven for his transgression? It was different, Sirius told himself stubbornly. Snape had willing told the wizard, who was known to kill and torture, about a potential unborn nemesis. He had signed the death warrant of that child, whoever that child was, at that moment. He had done so without hesitation or thought of the consequences. Albus had been young and stupid in love. He had simply fallen for the wrong type, and ignored any inner voice cautioning him about the object of his affections. He had never intentionally led Gellert into an inevitable showdown with Aberforth, had never had foresight that a fight where someone would be killed would happen. It was different. And it was the same. Hadn't Snape been seduced by words of flattery and admiration? Hadn't Snape been young and foolish? Perhaps he had known his information would paint a target on someone, but he'd had no way of knowing for certain whether Voldemort would take the prophecy seriously. In the end, was Snape's culpability any worse than Sirius's own? And if Sirius had wanted so badly to be forgiven, if Albus had wanted to badly to be forgiven, Snape's want had to be just as large and just as edged with sharp razors that kept the wound bleeding. Sirius grimaced. He didn't want to forgive Snape, but he couldn't deny that there were events in motion larger than the small role Snape had played, fate and death and a champion's role, decided long before Snape had ever overheard part of a prophecy. He'd never forgive Snape for how he'd treated Harry in the years before Sirius had taken him into his care. Snape had no excuse for that at all. It wasn't like it was Sirius's forgiveness that Snape probably needed, Sirius argued internally. Snape wanted Lily's forgiveness more than any other, but that didn't mean that Sirius couldn't make a gesture. He sighed heavily and lurched from the window, snapping up the waiting brown paper-wrapped package from where he'd placed it hours before. He veritably stormed out of his and Harry's quarters, out of Gryffindor Tower, and down to the dungeons. He rapped impatiently on Snape's door. Snape yanked the door open and glared at him. "Am I to have no peace today?" He sneered before whirling around in a billow of robes, stalking back into his room. Sirius raised his eyebrows and went after him. A quick glance at the open bottle of whisky on the side table and a discarded teapot with the headmaster's lemon biscuits told another story. "Albus been by, has he? Aren't you here to do the same?" Snape snatched up the whisky and poured himself a large measure. "Lecture me about the benefits of forgiving oneself for transgressions that get others brutally killed." He waved the bottle at Sirius wildly. "As if he understands anything!" "He lost his sister," Sirius said mildly. "And I lost—" Snape cut his yell short, holding the bottle against himself almost like a shield. "You lost someone you loved," Sirius said evenly. He sighed, sat down on the arm of the Paisley sofa, and gestured at the bottle. "You have another of those?" Snape looked at him, wild-eyed and bewildered, but he conjured up another glass, and a moment later thrust it into Sirius's waiting hand. Snape retreated to an armchair across from Sirius. They both took a sip, grimaced, and settled. "I hate these fucking dreams," Sirius confessed boldly. Snape grunted his agreement. "Harry got maybe 3 hours actual sleep last night." Sirius continued. "Like that's enough when he's preparing for the fight of his life." He tossed back the rest of the whisky. Snape raised his own glass. "He seems to be handling it better than the rest of us. If he didn't have strength he would never have survived this far." Sirius held out his glass. Snape levitated the bottle over to him. Sirius chucked the package across the space as he took hold of the bottle and poured himself another drink. Snape set his own drink down and examined the package suspiciously. "What is it?" Lily had things from her childhood stored in the attic at Godric's Hollow. Bill and Caro packed them up when they cleared the house. Sirius motioned with his glass. "I duplicated the photos of you and Lily." He glanced toward the bedroom. "You might keep everything of value at your own home, Snape, but even you probably had a treasured photo tucked away." Snape's hands clutched around the wrapped package almost as tightly as Dumbledore had held the socks the night before. "Why?" Snape asked, almost as wide-eyed as he had been at the start of their conversation. "Because we were all young and foolish." Sirius drank back the second whisky and got to his feet. "I won't forgive you what you did any more than you can forgive me for daring you to face a werewolf." He raised a hand. "And whether you forgive yourself or not is your decision, not mine, not Albus's." He paused, "and not even Lily's." His grey eyes met Snape's dark, brooding gaze. "What's true is that Ariana came because we need Albus, and what is equally true is that we need you in this fight. Your forgiveness is your own business, Severus, but you should know that just because Lily has never given Harry a pair of socks for you, it doesn't mean you aren't needed." Sirius set his glass down with a small thud on the side table and made for the door. black. Sirius stopped and turned around. Snape raised the package a touch. "Thank you for the photos." Sirius gave a sharp nod and left before he was tempted to grab the remainder of the bottle. 21st June 1995. It was Hogwarts, the Great Hall to be exact, with the tables gone and only the 4 banners of the houses hanging from the enchanted ceiling, which showed a night sky, moon high and round, stars twinkling. Given the dream the night before, Harry was unsure if his being at Hogwarts was a good thing or a bad thing. He really didn't want to end up having someone else blubber all over him. He glanced down at his school uniform. He hadn't worn Hogwarts robes since Halloween, but his Gryffindor tie and crest were prominent. He fingered them nervously. They should have been green and silver. A dark, silky tone came out of the darkness. Harry turned sharply to stare in its direction, and a wizard moved to stand below the banner of Slytherin. He was dressed in an old-fashioned, simple clothing, leathers and roughly woven tunic in a sage-green colour. He looked nothing like the statue in the chamber. He was Roman in profile, dark hair pulled back and tied into a ponytail with a strip of leather. There was a sword holstered on his belt, along with a knife and a wand. "Salazar Slytherin," Harry said, his mouth suddenly dry as the Sahara. "He wears the colours of where he is supposed to be." A booming voice had Harry swinging to his left. A tall, red-haired, burly man stood under the Gryffindor banner. He wore similar clothing to Slytherin, but his tunic was a bright red that clashed badly with his hair. He wore the Gryffindor sword. He should have worn my colours, and would have, had he demonstrated at the sorting a modicum of the intelligence he was gifted with. A haughty, feminine tone sounded from his right, and Harry's head snapped back around. Rowena Ravenclaw was a tall, regal figure dressed in the finest blue silk robes, high-necked, with a stiff bodice flaring into wide skirts. She stood under the Ravenclaw banner. A familiar tiara adorned her brow, holding her caramel hair in place. But Harry knew the original had been burned to sludge by Bertie. He could have worn any of our colours. Harry wasn't surprised to find Helga Hufflepuff, a small, diminutive blonde under remaining Hufflepuff banter. She wore a simple Witch's Day robe in a bright, sunny yellow. "Should we not focus on the reason why we are here?" "Wow," Harry muttered. He was standing in the Great Hall, talking with the Founders. It was incredible, unbelievable. Hermione was going to be so jealous. Time is of the essence. Slytherin agreed silkily. Ravenclaw sniffed. Agreed. "Lad, Hogwarts holds many secrets," Gryffindor said. "She's a castle, and not without her defences. Never tickle a sleeping dragon," Hufflepuff said clearly, the school's motto. Harry frowned. "Much more than that," Slytherin demurred, fingering his wand. "Defences we placed into the school to come to her aid if they were ever needed," Gryffindor explained. "But not without assistance," Ravenclaw said. "The school must act in concert." The night of Halloween, 4 houses stood with 1 student. Hufflepuff smiled warmly at Harry, her green eyes shining at him. They rose in support of one of their own. It renewed Hogwarts's spirit and magic like no other event since we raised the walls. "4 in unison, teachers all, enchanted Hogwarts to sleep," Slytherin chimed in. "4 in unison, students still, will tickle Hogwarts awake," Gryffindor added. "4 in unison, teachers all, made a sacrifice to magic," Ravenclaw instructed. "4 in unison, students still, will each be their heirs," Hufflepuff completed. "Choose those who would be cunning," Slytherin said, fading from view. "Choose those who would be brave." Gryffindor's grin was the last of him to fade. "Choose those with learned wisdom." Ravenclaw curtsied deep and left. "Choose those who would stand beside you. Choose from your heart." Hufflepuff smiled brightly. "For always remember, where there is love, there is life." And they were gone. "Incredible!" the headmaster murmured, stirring his breakfast tea absently. "I had no idea such defences were part of Hogwarts." A chorus of agreement sounded from the portraits around him. The heads of houses who were also present frowned. Harry leaned closer to Sirius. The headmaster had quickly agreed to the early morning meeting, realizing it was related to Harry's ongoing dreams. He and Sirius had the seats directly in front of the headmaster's desk. Minerva sat to Harry's left, with the Ravenclaw head on her other side. Professor Sprout had ended up on the other side of Sirius, while Snape had eschewed a seat and lurked at the back of the office. Presumably the knowledge of the spell was not passed on at some point in Hogwarts's history, leading to it fading from memory. Sprout thought out loud. Harry pointed at the parchment on Dumbledore's desk. He'd written down everything about the spell as soon as he had woken up. We should probably try and check if it's right. It wasn't too complicated, but it did involve 4 students standing in the headmaster's office and invoking the defences together. Professor Flitwick nodded. "Some research in the school archives would be a good idea." Dumbledore inclined his head. "We'll leave that with you, Phileas." Snape cleared his throat. "Are you certain the professors cannot invoke the spell?" "No. The founders were clear. It had to be students." Harry confirmed firmly, repressing the urge to squirm in his seat. Flitwick stared at him agog again at the reminder that Harry had spent his dream with the founders. "Fascinating." "And idiotic," Minerva proclaimed sharply. "If there is danger, why would they place students at risk in such a way?" Harry had to agree with her. The plan of evacuation was a good one as far as he was concerned. The idea that some students would have to remain to invoke the defences was bizarre. "It was a different time," Phileas pointed out sagely. "The students would have been considered as adults at a much younger age than now. We balk at placing young people into war, but they had different cultural mores about such things." Minerva sniffed in disgust, but she didn't repudiate Flitwick's argument. "Are we seriously going to consider asking students to put themselves at risk?" Sprout frowned at the headmaster. Dumbledore glanced across at Harry. "What is your feeling on this, Harry?" Sirius placed a hand on Harry's shoulder in silent support. Harry took a deep breath. "I'm getting these dream visitations for a reason. The founders gave me this spell because they think we need it. I think we'd be foolish to disregard it." "Unfortunately, I don't have a counter-argument against that," Flitwick admitted. "As much as I would like to argue to keep our students safe and out of it." Sprout gave an unhappy humph and glowered at the parchment on the desk. "That's the crux of it, isn't it?" Minerva's Scottish brogue was heavy, giving away her own unease with involving students. "So if we accept the children must be involved, it brings us to who we choose, Socrel," Dumbledore said brightly. Harry started frowning, but as he went to protest, Sirius spoke up. "You mean who Harry will choose?" Sirius motioned at the parchment. "The founders gave Harry the task of choosing in his dream." Dumbledore looked abashed. "Ah, of course, I had forgotten that." "With respect to Mr. Potter," Sprout said hurriedly, "is that sensible? Surely we as the heads know who would best embody the spirit of our houses best. But can you guarantee that they won't waver against the Dark Lord?" Sirius countered. "Can you guarantee that they'll stand completely in concert with the others and work to ensure Harry's victory?" "I would rather choose rather than leave it with Potter," Snape admitted caustically, but clearly the founders had a different view. "I feel the same," Flitwick commented solemnly. "As much as I feel I know my students. I cannot deny that choosing which should take part was not given to me as a task." Sprout gave a heavy sigh and subsided back into her chair with a shake of her head. "So, then we're agreed. Sco be biddy me," Dumbledore proclaimed brightly. "The choice falls to Harry." The proclamation weighed heavily on Harry as he considered the thorny problem of who through the rest of the day. In some ways he would have infinitely preferred for the heads of houses to have chosen themselves rather than the choice falling to him. His mind was still whirling as he ate his dinner quietly and contemplated the problem again. "So who are you going to ask?" Sirius asked, without preamble, as Harry pushed his empty plate aside. Harry grimaced. It was a good question. He picked up his hot chocolate. "I don't know." candidates, then?" cajoled Sirius lightly. "Well," Harry bit his lip, "I was thinking that it would be good to have 2 wizards and 2 witches. Keep it balanced, like the founders." Sirius nodded again. "And in the same formation," Harry mused. "If the founders sent the defences to sleep, perhaps it needs the same to wake them." "If I didn't know any better, I'd say you'd taken up arithmancy," Sirius teased. "Remus suggested it." Harry admitted. "I talked with him at lunchtime on the Mirror." "So that would mean you need a female from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, male from Gryffindor and Slytherin." Sirius mused out loud. Harry sighed. "And that's where the problem starts, because who do I choose without upsetting someone else? Do I choose someone who's swarm fealty, or who is allied to me, or do I just choose who I think really is Slytherin or Hufflepuff?" "Yes," Sirius nodded, "that's a tricky one." "And I don't really want to place anyone who's very young in any kind of danger," Harry said plaintively. "It is the reason why we all agreed the students were to be evacuated." Sirius agreed. Harry blew on his hot chocolate disconsolately. "Now I have to choose 4 who'll stay and activate the defences." "Take it, house by house," Sirius suggested. "Who most embodies the qualities of Slytherin Huz?" "Honestly, it'd be between Theo and Daphne," Harry said after only a moment's consideration. "But Draco's another possibility. Nobody considers themselves more Slytherin or has more pride about it than Draco. So, if you stay with Slytherin having to be male, it's between Theo and Draco." Sirius nodded slowly. "Either would be a good choice. Draco's grown up a lot since the summer." Harry nodded. "And I think Draco would expect if it was a choice between him and Theo, it would be him because of the family connection." Sirius nodded slowly. "Gryffindor is difficult," Harry commented. "I mean, there's Ron, well, all the Weasleys, and then Neville." "You want Ron?" Sirius pointed at him. "You just don't want to upset Neville?" Harry heaved a sigh and nodded. "Neville, the Alliance are used to him being my second, and he has the evacuation plans down. And Ron he's bound by his oath of friendship, but he's never needed an oath to fight beside me, so—" "So that leaves Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw," Sirius pointed out. "I guess Natalie potentially for Ravenclaw," Harry said hesitantly. "She's also the head girl. So she stands for all of Hogwarts." Sirius nodded slowly. "It's Hufflepuff I have the most difficulty with. I'm not sure about asking Sue after everything she's been through enough with the second task, but I don't think I can ask Hannah after the way she treated Neville. Hannah might have been loyal to her friend, but she'd been unfair to Neville." "Why don't you discuss it with Sue?" Sirius said. "See what she says. If she doesn't want to do it, you can reconsider, but if she says yes, she's your first choice, and I think, given what you said about how the founders laid this all out, that's important." "Maybe. Sirius's grey eyes narrowed in speculation, and Harry resisted the urge to squirm under his regard. If you weren't keeping it to those under oath, or trying to maintain the same balance in male to female in the same houses as the founders, who would actually be your first choice? "For Hufflepuff." Harry sighed, realizing that Sirius had gotten to the heart of his discontent. "Cedric!" He motioned abruptly as Sirius opened his mouth to speak. "I know there was the whole thing with his father, but he was trying to be loyal to his family, and he did come round in the end. He's been great ever since he apologized. He was right there on the night of Halloween, and he's been a great Hogwarts champion. He took that crazy charm in the second task without complaint." "And Ravenclaw?" asked Sirius mildly. "Natalie's great, but—" Harry sighed. "I know there's no oath, but Luna's been a good friend. She's smart and powerful, and she sees out of the box, and I think they'll need that." "Which leaves Slytherin and Gryffindor," Sirius prompted. "I'd always choose Ron for Gryffindor," Harry said immediately. "He is Gryffindor for me, same with Draco for Slytherin." "So you'd end up with 3 boys and a girl," Sirius concluded. He sipped his coffee. He tilted his head. "It's a good balance in some ways. Luna and Ron bring chaos and action. Cedric and Draco bring stability and consideration." "So," Harry began uncertainly, "I think you should choose who you want," Sirius advised. "Luna's a year below us," Harry murmured worriedly. Sirius nodded gravely. "And there's a chance that Cedric would be injured in the maze." Harry continued. He tapped his fingers restlessly against his mug. "You know, I really think we need reserves." "That isn't a bad suggestion," Sirius agreed. "So your reserves would be Fred and George for Gryffindor," Harry said. "I still need Neville on evacuation." "And because he had something else in mind for his god-brother, Theo presumably for Slytherin," Sirius murmured. Harry nodded. "I think Sue for Hufflepuff. I think she'll be fine being the reserve for Cedric." He sighed. "And Natalie for Ravenclaw. She's a good choice, just not, well, Luna." Sirius nodded. "Sounds like a good group." "The primary choices need protecting while they wake the defences, so maybe the reserves can do that too." Harry rubbed his head. "I'm going to need to speak to the headmaster." "And the people he'd chosen." Sirius set his cup down. "For what it's worth, I think you're doing the right thing." Harry let Sirius's praise warm him. He hoped he was doing the right thing. He didn't know if he'd chosen the right people, but he knew he'd chosen from his heart. Oh, oh, oh! Barty prostrated himself in front of the small form of his lord, of his new father. He ached with tiredness. He had hardly slept on the vampire barge which had brought him back to England. His stomach had churned with the motion of the rough sea, the quarters had been cramped and the cot threadbare. Travers had snored the entire time. His travelling companion had seemingly been immune to the disgusting conditions of their journey. But then he'd been the same during the entire trip round Europe. Dennis Travers wore his devotion to the Dark Lord like a cloak of protection that made him invulnerable to trivial mundane matters, such as what they ate and where they slept. Travers acted like his time abroad, drumming up support with some kind of fantastic religious experience. Barty knew better. He wasn't stupid. He knew he was being punished. He'd killed Winky. He'd destroyed Severus's damn potion, only to find out from the Dark Lord that the potions master had a regular habit of saving potion samples at different stages of development. He'd wreaked havoc at Hogwarts only for his efforts to be disregarded. His new father had been just as unimpressed with his achievements as the old, just as disappointed. Nothing Barty ever did was right. Nothing Barty did was ever enough. It was Severus Snape who was the golden child. Severus, who, Barty would bet his life upon it, had no loyalty to anyone, let alone the man Barty had adopted as his new father. Not that he let any of it show on his face or play in his head as he was greeted and welcomed home. He knew better. His face was smoothed into a charming mask of adoration. He had fooled his own flesh and blood for years with the picture of the loving son. He could do it again to the wraith of Rab's Dark Lord. Rab. His dead love was the only thing that kept Barty moving forward, kept him on plan, because Barty had one thing left to do in his life: vengeance. Sirius Black had killed his lover. Barty owed Black for that. Black. The memory of the Black Lord on the top of the astronomy tower played over in Barty's head. Black had looked good. The Blacks always had. Barty couldn't help the frisson of attraction that had flickered through him at the sight of Black. But it had been the way that Black had been ferociously protective of Potter which had snagged Barty's attention. Barty sneered internally at the image in his head. Black hadn't made any move to duel him, as Barty had been sure he would have. No, Black had been too focused on protecting his precious son. He'd been right to, because if Black had wavered for a moment, Barty had planned just the perfect spell to maim the lion a little. Maim, because the Dark Lord had plans for Potter and Barty, might want some recognition for his initiative. But he wasn't an idiot. He wouldn't have his life if he'd spoiled the Dark Lord's plans for the boy. The third task would make Potter fight for his life, and he'd end it in the hands of the Dark Lord. Black would die knowing he'd failed to save his treasured child, the son he loved. Envy stampeded through Barty. Potter was loved. One father had died to save him, the other had changed the world for him. Nobody had ever loved Barty like that. Nobody except Rab. Barty nodded as the Dark Lord talked and talked about the eve of the solstice, of blood, of power, and proof that he was the best. None of it mattered. Barty would be back at Hogwarts when the Dark Lord rose again. The Dark Lord had already charged him with leading the invading force into Hogwarts to cause chaos and destruction while the Dark Lord rose. He denounced it as though Barty should be grateful. But that was fine. Barty had left behind a spy in the enemy's camp, someone they would not suspect. A spy even the Dark Lord was clueless about. A secret Barty had kept, his ace in the hole. His spy would ensure the path would be clear when they invaded. And while Potter was being tortured, Barty would be killing Black slowly and painfully. He'd get his vengeance, and then he'd join Rab. There was no father to love him, no lover to succour him. He had nothing left. But not for long. "I'm coming, Rab," Barty thought viciously, as he kissed the hem of the Dark Lord's robe and simpered in simulated awe of the plans and machinations to create a world Barty didn't care about. He'd be with Rab again. He'd be loved again. Who needed a father anyway? 00021, Stay 22, and June 1995. It was easy to recognize the hallway of Grimmauld Place. Harry sighed and rubbed the back of his neck. He'd wondered if he'd end up here once he'd sat and reviewed the list of the dead who might show up. He walked down the corridor and up the stairs. The decor was very different, older, austere, and Gothic. Silver snakes acted as door handles and motifs. Green Slytherin colours accented everything. Harry shuddered. He could appreciate why Sirius wouldn't have been comfortable in the house, and was suddenly glad Sirius had taken the time to completely change the look and feel of the place. His feet took him along a corridor to a familiar door, his own. Only it wasn't. The door was opened and revealed a much different bedroom. The colours of Slytherin House dominated. The furniture was dark and heavy. A young man sat on the bed. Long, dark, wavy hair fell about his shoulders. His silver eyes looked up from his book and pinned Harry with a calculating gaze. He slapped the book shut. "Good, you're here at last. Cousin Regulus." Harry gave a small bow. Regulus returned the bow with a nod of his head. "I'm glad you know who I am." "Sirius talks about you a lot," Harry said truthfully. Sirius had initially been reticent about his brother, but more and more Sirius would tell him stories from his childhood, and more often than not they always included Sirius's younger brother. Regulus pointed at a nearby chair. "Take a seat. This could take some time." Harry pulled up the chair to the side of the bed. "I'm guessing you're not here to pass on a message to your brother?" Regulus seemed far too focused on Harry for that. "Creature already passed on my last words for Sirius," Regulus confirmed. "Thank you for that, by the way," Harry said. "Without your note, we might have been floundering around for a long time, wondering why Voldemort was still alive." Regulus shrugged elegantly. "I only wish I had decided to act sooner against Riddle. Sirius is very proud of you." Harry informed him warmly, and wasn't surprised at how the young man in front of him seemed to puff up in response. Sirius's approval was clearly something Regulus had yearned for, and Harry could relate. He always wanted Sirius to be proud of him. "You and I," Regulus began, "we are Sirius's sons, both of us." He made a gesture for Harry to wait, and Harry subsided, questions brimming on the tip of his tongue. "Sirius raised me." Regulus stated simply. "We had a nanny, of course, when we were very young, but my first memory is Sirius taking my hand and helping me back to my feet when I was learning to walk." He smiled sadly. "We were inseparable. He taught me to read, to write, to tell the time. He took my mother's anger when I was at fault, stepped between my father and I when he would try to discipline me for being too soft, too weak." He sighed and met Harry's eyes. "Nobody did that for Sirius when we were children." Harry frowned. He'd known from some of Sirius's stories that Sirius's own childhood held a lot of similarity to his own at the Dursleys, lacking in love with enough neglect to leave lasting scars. "Grandfather tried, I think." He made Sirius heir, and ensured that he was protected from the worst of it that way. But—" Regulus shook his head. "He still let us live in this house with them, with her." He shifted as though to dislodge the thought. Then Sirius went to Hogwarts. He met my dad. Harry realized where Regulus was going with the story. "And James Potter did what I never could. He stood up for Sirius, stood by Sirius." Regulus grimaced, the twisting of his features distorting his sharply handsome features briefly. "I was so jealous of your father, and I never forgave him for it." "Because he took your brother away from you," Harry surmised. "Sirius loved him." Regulus said simply, "Sirius loved you too," Harry pointed out, a touch defensively. "Yes, and I realized that too late." Regulus waved away the words. "I'm here because I'm standing up for Sirius now, standing by him now." Harry frowned. "I don't think I understand." "Sirius loves you," Regulus explained. "You hold his heart and his life in your hands. He will live for you and die for you." His grey eyes seared into Harry's. "You have the power to hurt him beyond measure." "I'm not going to hurt him." Harry shot back. He glared at Regulus angrily. "I already promised I'm not going to sacrifice myself unless I absolutely need to, and I got him to promise the same." "Good," Regulus said. "Just keep in mind that you are his world." Harry wanted to be affronted, but he couldn't berate Regulus for looking out for Sirius. "I love him too," he assured Regulus. Regulus nodded. "Then do everything you can to live for him." His expression grew grave. "There is a challenge that you must face, and your choice will determine both your fates." Harry shivered reflexively. "Just," Regulus sighed. "Death sees all, every moment, every possibility. This is your boon as Death's champion. Don't forget my words. Promise me." "I promise," Harry said fiercely. Because Regulus was protecting Sirius, and Harry would do his best to keep his word, because he loved Sirius too. Regulus smiled. "Remember, where there is love, there is life." Harry sighed as he heard the footsteps on the stairs. He had hoped Padfoot would have slept through Harry leaving his bedroom. He had hoped sneaking down to the living area would go unnoticed. "You have my room charmed, don't you?" "Yep." Sirius sat down beside Harry on the den sofa and nudged his shoulder with his own. "Want to talk about it?" Harry glanced over at his father, dimly lit only by the light of the slumbering fire in the hearth. Padfoot looked tired. His heart ached a little. Maybe Regulus had been right to be so protective. Harry knew there was no easy way to break who had been in the dream to his father. "I met Regulus." Sirius paled. "Ah!" Harry leaned against Sirius, offering silent support. "He loves you. Says you raised him." Sirius hummed under his breath. "We were all each other had for a long time." He sighed. "I have a lot of regrets about how we ended up, but I don't need a pair of socks." Harry chuckled. "Don't worry, no socks." "Well, that's a relief," Sirius said, nudging Harry again. "He gave me a warning, I guess," Harry said, staring into the fire and remembering the sense of foreboding that had filled him with Regulus's words. "That I have a challenge to face and a choice to make." "Didn't we already know that?" asked Sirius, sounding genuinely confused. "Maybe this is something more?" Harry shook his head. "He gave me the warning because he was protecting you." Sirius frowned. "He said no one stood up for you really until my dad," Harry continued. "He's right about that." Sirius agreed. "Well, in hindsight, I think Grandfather tried, but I don't think he knew how bad it was really for me with my parents. I didn't want people to know." "I get that," Harry said softly. Sirius winced and nodded. "I wish you didn't, but at least we have each other now." Harry snuggled in closer, and Sirius shifted to place an arm around his shoulders. Harry closed his eyes, safety and warmth stealing over him. "I promise, Regulus," Harry thought muzzily, as sleep tugged him into darkness. "I promise to do my best and live for him." "Oh, oh, oh." Neville put his quill down and blew on the ink. He glanced around the classroom and wasn't surprised at the still, bent heads and scribbling that was going on around him. There were only a few minutes left of the exam. Neville knew he was done. Beside him, Ron seemed frantically trying to answer one last question. Hermione was frowning as she checked through her answers. Blaise was done, a picture of relaxed contentment as he slouched in his chair, his eyes forward. "That's it. Quills down," the professor intoned sternly. "Leave your scrolls to the left of your desk, tidy away your belongings, and leave in an orderly fashion." The groan of chairs being pushed back, the rustle of papers being tidied into position, and the rush as the entire year began to make their way from the room, created a chaos of sound and movement. Neville hung back in the corridor just outside the room until he was joined by Hermione and Ron. The Slytherin contingent fell in behind them as they started to make their way to the shared common room. It was becoming a regular thing after each exam, and Neville was only disappointed that Harry didn't get to be part of it, as he was excluded from the exams. They all collapsed into the cushy sofas and smiled when mugs of hot chocolate appeared alongside a jug of pumpkin juice and a plate of biscuits. Neville dived for a mug and a biscuit, happily dunking the chocolate digestive into his drink before hurriedly eating it before it disintegrated. Hermione had settled for a mug only, and seemed to be staring into the chocolate depths despondently. Neville hurriedly swallowed. "You can't have done that badly." Hermione looked up as though startled, and shook her head as she processed Neville's question. "I wasn't thinking about the exam." "What?" Ron exclaimed loudly. "Blimey! Is the world ending?" Hermione glared at him. Neville coughed. "You have to admit you're usually pretty focused on debating the answers after an exam." Hermione gave a huff, but she stopped glaring. "I think we all have other things to worry about." Neville did a quick check of the room. The only people there were in the Alliance, and a quick look to Blaise had the door locked and a privacy bubble established. "We're clear," Blaise said, falling into the seat next to Neville. Draco sniffed as though disinterested, and took a sip of pumpkin juice. "So what's on your mind?" asked Neville pointedly to Hermione, knowing it had to be big if she was worrying about it. "I'm worried about Harry," Hermione said. "We're all worried about Harry," Ron commented in agreement. "Has anyone seen him today?" asked Neville. "I saw him just before lunch," Lavender offered. "I cut across the courtyard, and he was there with Professor Flitwick practicing duelling. He looked, well, fierce." Parvati nodded, tucking a long strand of dark hair behind her ear. "I was with her." He was winning against the professor. "All he seems to do is practice fighting or go over plans for Saturday." Hermione fretted, biting her lip. "He never seems to get the opportunity just to rest like we're doing right now. It's so unfair." "I can't see Sirius accepting him working every hour of the day," Ron argued. "He's manic about looking after him." "I know," Hermione sighed deeply. There's so much going on, and I haven't seen very much of him. I'm spending all my spare time with the Coven and working on the blessing." "Yeah, I know," Ron commented uncomfortably. "Dumbledore's had those of us chosen for that Hogwarts' spell. Harry dreamed about together going over everything." "There's another evacuation drill planned for Friday," Theo commented. Neville nodded. "We all have our parts to play." Only his part wasn't entirely what everyone else thought. Neville was surprised to find a sleek black wolf sitting on the floor by his bed as he entered the boys' dorm. He was less surprised when a moment later it transformed into Harry. "Wow! I can't believe you got that form down so fast," Neville exclaimed. "Being the lion helped get the rest of it in place in my head," Harry said with a shrug. "You have a minute?" "Sure," Neville said. "Do you want me to get Hermione and the others, or—" He wasn't sure where Hermione was. She'd disappeared after dinner with Professor McGonagall. Come to think of it, he hadn't seen Ron since dinner. "Just us, actually, Nev." Harry sat down on Neville's bed, and Neville took a seat beside him. Harry waved at the dorm door, and it closed soundly. Neville raised a privacy bubble, recognizing that Harry would want one. "What do you need?" Harry's lips twisted. "I've been having these dreams from the dead. Last night it was the Founders." Ron's in with Cedric, Luna, and Draco, being asked to take the Gryffindor role in a spell that might help protect Hogwarts." "All right." Neville felt a flicker of hurt that Harry had clearly chosen Ron, but he pushed it aside. He knew as Harry's second he had an important job ensuring the evacuation of Hogwarts took place after the tournament task was done. "I chose Ron because he is Gryffindor to me in lots of ways," Harry explained. "He's brave and he's reckless, he's courageous, but he sticks his foot in his mouth a lot of times too." Neville gave a chuckle. He couldn't deny that. "You're equally as brave and courageous, and I was going to choose you, but I can't," Harry said plaintively. "It's fine, Harry." Neville hurried to reassure his godbrother. "I know it wasn't an easy choice. Ron's your best mate, and obviously you'd pick him." "I picked him because I can't pick you," Harry interrupted sharply. Neville blinked, bemused. Harry sighed and met Neville's eyes fully. "You're the other possibility for the prophecy." Neville swallowed hard. "I don't think that's the way it works, Harry. We both had the potential to be his downfall," Harry argued. "He's focused on me right now, but he's going to remember you if I'm dead at his feet. He will come for you, Nev." "You're so much more powerful than me," Neville said, jumping up and pacing. "If you can't defeat him, how am I supposed to do it?" "Because you'll stand up to him," Harry argued, rising to stand in front of Nev. "Because you'll defy him. Because you won't let him simply win and take the world he wants without a fight. Because I know you'll do these things, not because of any prophecy, but because you're you." Neville couldn't speak. Emotion clawed at his throat and stopped his breath short in his chest. Harry's green eyes were fierce and bright. "Nobody can really know if I am the one prophesied," Harry said in a calmer tone. "Yes, there's a lot of weight to the argument it's me, but it's not a certainty. It could be argued that he marked you the night his supporters destroyed your family in his name. You have such an affinity for plants that nothing like anything anyone else has. Power he has not. I might be Death's champion. I might have power, but I might not be the one Trelawney foresaw with the power to vanquish Voldemort. The prophecy might still be about the two of us, not just me, no matter what wizards think now. Prophecies are just possibilities." He sighed. "If I die, I need you to believe it's you and do what I couldn't, because I need you. I need you to believe you're his death if I'm not." Pan. There was a long moment of silence, but Neville didn't shift his gaze away from Harry. He slowly nodded. "I'm his death if you're not," Neville repeated. Harry nodded, relief flowing over him and easing the lines on his face, his posture. "Thanks, Nev." "I'm still expecting you to kill the bastard," Neville blurted out. "Just so we're clear." Harry laughed. "I'm going to try." He grimaced and ran a hand through his hair. I hate thinking I have to kill someone. He's not human anymore. You're just destroying an evil remnant." Neville argued, sympathetic to Harry's discomfort and anguish. "Think of it that way." Harry nodded again. "I should get back to my quarters. Sirius wanted me to have an early night, since my sleep keeps getting interrupted." "Sounds like a plan." Neville agreed, silently thinking Sirius was right to insist on the bedtime. Harry looked tired. Harry made to leave, had gotten to the door when Neville called out to him and made Harry pause, one hand on the door handle, looking back over his shoulder. Neville met his eyes solidly. "I'll be his death if you fall. I swear it as your godbrother, Harry." "I'm glad you're my godbrother, Neville," Harry said sincerely. "And I'm proud to be yours. And I think we should tell Harry that." Neville came back with startled awareness and realized he'd missed some of the discussion. He blushed at Hermione's chiding look. "I was saying we should go round tomorrow and drag him out to do something fun in the evening," Hermione said, a hint of reproach in her voice. "It'd be good to spend time with him." Neville agreed. "How about flying?" offered Draco. "He hasn't had a chance to use his broom with the Quidditch pitch out of operation." "That's brilliant," Ron said enthusiastically. Neville shook his head a touch. The year before, if anyone had ever told him Ron would ever say that about a plan proposed by Malfoy, Blaze exchanged an amused look with Neville and leaned in. "I should have taken bets on that happening. I'd have made a fortune." Neville grinned and tuned back into the conversation. The girls were arguing for staying in and playing board games, but the boys were mostly for flying. Hermione gave an annoyed huff, arms cross over her chest. "What do you think, Neville?" "I think we should let Harry decide what he wants to do," Neville said firmly. It was only a small thing, but he thought Harry would appreciate the gesture of choosing something for himself. The prophecy, Harry had been burdened enough with choices outside of his control. But if Harry didn't make it, and Harry would make it, Neville was sure of it. But if he didn't make it, Neville would keep his promise. "Don't worry, godbrother," Neville silently thought. "I'm his death if you're not. 00022 and 23 June 1995. Harry was only slightly surprised to find himself in some kind of forest clearing. It looked like a natural grove, but the circle had different trees arrayed him which felt purposeful. Harry recognized some of them from his primary school nature education. 7 different types, Harry realized as he counted. He knew they had specific meanings, so he guessed the circle had been planted and wasn't natural. He wandered over to the first tree and placed a hand on its bark. "It's a birch tree." Harry whirled around at the sound of the voice and stared at the sight of his paternal grandfather, Charles Potter. "New beginnings and cleansing. A change." Another voice drew Harry's attention, and he recognized Arcturus Black immediately. "Grandfathers." Harry made a small bow. Charles and Arcturus returned the bow, but Charles held out his arms, and Harry moved forward to hug the man, feeling a little awkward. "I haven't held you since you were a babe," his grandfather commented gruffly. Arcturus waited a moment before he coughed. "Let the boy go, Charles. We have much to get through and a short space of time to do it." Charles shot Arcturus a glare, but he did ease back from Harry, settling his hands on Harry's shoulders momentarily to gaze at him. "You've grown into a wonderful young man, Harry. I'm very proud of you. We both are," Arcturus said gruffly. Harry smiled shyly, pleased beyond words at the approval. "And now on to business before Archie hexes me," Charlotte said briskly. Arcturus shot him another glare. "Unfortunately, your grandfather Evans cannot join us here, but we needed to bring you here because this is the beginning," Charlotte said. "The family magic links us in a way unlike any other. It's the spirit and magic of everyone who has vowed to use it in defense of their family." Harry realized out loud, knowing without being told, that he could, in a blink, have the grove filled with every individual involved. "Exactly," Arcturus said with an approving nod. "Every time you call forth your magic, you call us forth." Harry frowned. "Morgana Le Fay? She gave her life in the first spell," Charles explained. "She was the king's sister, married to Lot. Her twisted step-son, Mordred, believed the throne to be his if the king died, that he was the heir. He killed Arthur and brought the downfall of Camelot. She stood with Merlin in this grove and sacrificed her life to rid the world of his evil. Your mother's sacrifice was powered by the family magic," Arcturus confirmed. "She is part of it now, just as your father." "The stories aren't wrong," Charles said. "Camelot was gone, and the world in disarray. Wizards and witches were being hunted because of the damage the final battle had wrought. Dark wizards and witches plotted to take control. Here in this grove, Merlin called forth the most powerful wizards and witches of his time, and they gave of their lives and magic to protect the world and cleanse it of evil." "Birch," Arcturus pointed to the tree Harry had touched, "for new beginnings and cleansing, change." Charles gestured at the next tree. "Alder for creation. Gorse for healing," Arcturus offered, shifting to the next tree. "Hazel for justice," Charles said. Arcturus pointed at a tree Harry recognized. "Rowan for protection. Oak for knowledge." Charles smiled. "And blackthorn for spirit." Arcturus finished. The families of those who were part of the spell were gifted with the ability to call the magic for protection and justice. They formed the first ruling council. "Sirius told me about the origins of the Wizengamot," Harry murmured. "Politics," Arcturus said succinctly. "That came later." Merlin anchored the spell. Charles shifted them back on topic. He added an addendum. None could call the entirety of the family magic. Arcturus said bluntly, "So much power would be dangerous to any one individual. Those in the first council could only call the magic gifted by their own bloodline." But then, Harry frowned, confused. Why did it feel like he could call it all? There was a hidden clause to the addendum. Arcturus said, "Only if one united the families in a common cause against evil would the family magic respond to the call of an individual." "You carry Black and Potter blood," Charles said. "You always had the power to call both family magics, as the incident when you were unborn showed. But when Voldemort was banished the first time, the families were united in relief. Even those who followed him were relieved once the initial fear of his defeat and the practical consequences faded." Arcturus explained, "While it lasted but a moment, magic took note." Charles added, "But what sealed it was the first Wizengamot you attended." The memory of the heirs sinking to one knee and swearing fealty came to Harry's mind, and he saw both older men nodding their heads. "Yes," Arcturus said with satisfaction. "The power of a people united against evil." Charles looked at Harry soberly. "The family magic can defeat Voldemort, and you alone have the power to summon it." "But not without price," Harry countered. "A sacrifice of life and magic." Charles agreed. "So a last resort," Harry said firmly, remembering his promise to his mother, to Sirius. "A choice," Arcturus corrected. "One we trust you to make." Harry frowned again. Regulus had mentioned the choice to him. Did this have something with that? "You'll know when you need to make it, Harry. Just as your father and mother knew when it was their time." Charles smiled sadly. "No, we stand beside you every step of the way." Arcturus nodded. "Where there is love, there is life." And a rush of wind blew through the grove and knocked the breath from him. Harry closed his eyes. His eyes snapped open, and he took in a deep breath, feeling as though he needed oxygen, needed air, as though he'd been on the edge of suffocating. Hedwig hooted an alarm. He wasn't surprised when a moment later the door burst open and Sirius hurried inside. "Harry, I'm fine." Harry cast a silent and wandless lumos which immediately gave the room a soft glow of light. He struggled into a sitting position just in time for Sirius to sit on the edge of the bed and cup his face with one hand. "You're shaking," Sirius stated in a clipped tone. "These damned dreams." Harry let Sirius tug him into a gentle hold. He wanted the comfort of his father too much to resist. Sirius's hand stroked through his hair, down his back. Safety. He was safe. "Do you want to talk about it?" asked Sirius softly. Harry shook his head, but he knew he was going to have to talk about it eventually. "In the morning." "All right. I'll leave you to get some more sleep." Sirius pulled away, but Harry caught hold of the edge of his pajama top. "Can Padfoot stay?" Harry asked. Sirius nodded and immediately transformed. The big, black Grim pushed his head into Harry's questing palm. Harry petted him for a few minutes before patting the end of the bed. The Grim jumped up, circled, and settled down. Harry felt the weight of the Grim across his legs. He extinguished the light and huddled back down, snuggling into his pillow. He was asleep almost instantly, and missed the way the Grim and the Owl exchanged a long look, the way the Grim stayed awake guarding his charge through the dark and endless night. Oh, oh, oh! Remus stepped out on the top of Gryffindor Tower and was immediately thankful that he'd chosen to wear a heavy cloak. He remembered all too well that the top of Tower was on the most exposed northern position. Even in the month that heralded the beginning of the summer, the Tower could be bitingly cold. The temperature didn't seem to unsettle. The lion sat lying along the top of the parapet as still as a sphinx. The wolf in Remus stilled a little in the presence of such a dangerous predator. He pushed back the reaction. "Harry?" The lion looked over and seemed to duck its head a touch. The big cat got to its feet and jumped down from the wall. It loped over, and between one step and another the lion blurred, and Harry stood in its wake. Remus motioned over to a bench on the wall, and they both made their way to sit down. "Padfoot sent you, didn't he?" queried Harry with a short, exasperated sigh. "He said you were upset and weren't talking to him about it. Remus didn't even try to deny it. He's worried about you." Harry was quiet for a long while, and Remus was about to concede that the youngest marauder wasn't going to speak, when Harry leaned forward, elbows on knees, hands clasped tightly. "I met my grandfather and Sirius's," Harry said without preamble. "We stood in the grove where the family magic was created, and they confirmed I have the power to call it to defeat Voldemort." Remus wondered what about that had Harry so upset. "It's good we have confirmation," he offered. "They also confirmed it's a sacrifice." Harry snapped out. Remus's eyes widened. Harry shot to his feet and started pacing. "I mean, I meet my mum, who tells me not to sacrifice myself unless it's the very last thing I do. And now they tell me I can get rid of Voldemort. I just need to sacrifice." He cut himself off so sharply, halting his movement so suddenly, that Remus was surprised he hadn't sprained something. "The thing is, Regulus warned me there would be a choice, and not to hurt Sirius, to live for him," Harry said. "And my grandfather said this would be a choice, and—" He swallowed hard and covered his face. Remus sprang up from the bench and swept the distraught teen into his arms. He hugged Harry to him. "It's going to be all right, Harry." "I'm scared, Moony," Harry whispered. "I know," Remus said, dropping a light kiss into his hair. "But it's going to be all right." Harry shivered, and Remus wrapped him up closer. I'm not scared to die, Remus," Harry said eventually. "I know there are people waiting for me who love me and who I love, but I'm not ready yet." "We're not ready for you to die yet, either," Remus confirmed. Just the thought of losing Harry made him sick to his stomach, and he knew Sirius wouldn't last a moment without his son alive and well and whole. "If there's a sacrifice to be made," Harry began. "It doesn't have to be you," Remus stressed. "I think that's what everyone beyond is telling you. You can choose that it isn't you." Harry pushed back out of Remus's grip enough to look him in the eyes. "If not me, Moony, then who?" The question haunted Remus as he made his way back to the Black estate in the late afternoon. He wandered into the steward's office and sat down in the leather chair with a sigh. He rubbed a hand over his scarred face and railed silently against the fact that Harry, his sweet cub, should have to make such a choice. "He's 14, Remus whispered. The mirror on the desk vibrated. Remus picked it up and answered it with trepidation. Sirius's worried face swam into view. "Padfoot," Remus said softly. "He's gone up to bed for a nap." Sirius began before his face crumpled. "Moony?" "He's struggling with a realization, Padfoot." Remus wouldn't lie to his friend, but he's working through it. He paused. "He just doesn't want to hurt you." Sirius nodded briskly, but his silver eyes were bright with tears. "I don't know how to help him." "You love him, and you'll be there for him just like you have been all along," Remus instructed gently. "He's going to get through this." Sirius sniffed and sighed heavily. "I still think Plan A has its merits. I agree with you," Remus acknowledged lightly. Wrapping Harry in cotton wool and hiding away with him sounded great to him. "Anything on getting close to Voldemort?" Sirius shook his head. "Snape confirmed there's a couple of Dementors hanging around where he is, so no. However, I did get an interesting letter just after Harry went to bed." "Oh?" Sirius held up a piece of parchment to the mirror. "From Wormtail." Remus's brow lowered. "What does the rat want now?" "The same covering his arse stuff," Sirius said. "He says he's been thinking about the night we brought Harry home and the promise we made. Rambles on a bit about how he only chose Voldemort to keep us all safe, and how it's never too late for us to make the right choice." "Bollocks to that," Remus said strongly. His grip tightened on the mirror. He chose the wrong side, not us. And you want to know why I know that?" "I'm going to guess you're going to tell me," Sirius commented dryly. "Because Harry is going to kick his master's scaly ass," Remus thundered out. "Because Harry cares. That's what's tearing him apart right now. Because he cares, and he wants to make the best, the right choices when he's faced with them." He gestured, sending the image in the mirror out of focus. "I'm going to make a choice. I'm going to strangle the rat with my bare hands." Sirius gestured at him through the mirror. "That's not the choice Harry would want us to make." It wasn't. Remus knew that. He could quite distinctly remember the way Harry, the year before, had argued against the two marauders killing the third. "No, it's not," Remus agreed. "He's a better man than us." "I won't argue with that," Sirius said. He put the parchment down, his image wavering a touch. "It's strange, isn't it? How much our choices define us. I sometimes wonder what would have happened if I hadn't argued with the hat for Gryffindor. Would I have gone to Slytherin? Would I have joined the Light against Voldemort?" "You would have fought against him, Padfoot," Remus said firmly. "I don't believe there is a Sirius Black in all of creation that would have joined Voldemort." Sirius gave a huff. "Well, right now I'm going to choose to check on my son. Bye, Pads," Remus said softly. "Bye, Moony." Sirius's face disappeared, leaving the mirror blank. Remus set it down. Choices. That's what it all came down to at the end of the day. Wormtail had made his, and it had led to the death of two of the best people Remus had ever known, two people he loved. He was damned if it would cost him anybody else. 000 23 at D24, the June 1995. Harry blinked at the sight of the Gryffindor boys' dorm. It was empty, but the 5 beds were arrayed in their usual position. Harry's was set out just the way he'd arranged it during the weekend he'd stayed over a month before. His school robes were set out on the chair, the bedside table held pictures, his friends and his family. He picked up one of himself and Sirius, the same picture he'd chosen for their portrait at Christmas. "It's a good picture." Harry spun around. James Potter grinned at him. "Dad!" Harry rushed forward, unsurprised, when his father caught him and hugged him as tightly as his mother had done. It was safety and love and home. It felt the same and different to his hugs with Sirius. His dad swept a hand through Harry's hair, prompting Harry to inch backwards. For a long moment the two Potter men simply gazed at each other. "You've grown up so much," his dad commented, a touch of sadness in his voice. Harry didn't know what to say. "Your mum and I," his dad sighed. "We had so many plans." "Mum said," Harry murmured, remembering the list of life events his mother had listed. It's not like we don't get to watch you, but it's not the same." His dad's hand rested heavily on his shoulder. "I wanted to watch you play Quidditch and shout at the ref from the sidelines. I wanted to be there when you asked me about the girl you liked. Or the boy. I wanted to teach you the fine art of pranking. I wanted to hand you my cloak and tell you the tale of the Peverils. I wish—" Harry stopped, unable to finish the sentence. His dad smiled knowingly. "I didn't lie the night in the cemetery, Harry. If I can't be there, I'm glad it's Pad's. You're his son as much as mine. He's your dad. Neither of you ever have to apologize for that." Harry nodded. "We both miss you, though." He thought Sirius actually missed James more than he did. Harry missed the idea of James rather than James himself, whereas Sirius missed his friend, the brother of his heart. "Guess that might be why we ended up here." His dad glanced around, nostalgia evident in his bright eyes. "Some very good memories were made in this dorm." "For me, too," Harry said, remembering the past 3 years. He might have needed his rooms with Sirius, but he did miss the dorm, especially when the guys weren't drinking and coming up with insane theories. "You've been upset since you talked to your grandpas." His dad sat down on the bed and patted the space beside him. Harry sat down. "I think I'm going to have to choose between Sirius and me. I think I'm going to have to choose a sacrifice." His dad met his eyes squarely, serious and attentive. "And if you do have a choice—" "He'd want me to choose him," Harry said succinctly. He knew that. Sirius would want him to live. And Regulus had pointed out just how much it would hurt Sirius for Harry to die. Harry wasn't sure Sirius would live much beyond Harry's own death. Of course he would choose himself to sacrifice rather than you. His dad agreed. It's an easy choice when it's between you and your kid. I didn't even have to think about it. He sighed. And I'm guessing that's why everyone in the afterlife is forcing you to think about it now. Because in the moment I wouldn't think, I'd just do it. Harry mused out loud. Wouldn't you? You or Sirius? His dad said bluntly. Who'd you choose to take the hit? Himself. He'd throw himself between Sirius and death, and that was the point of all the warnings, all of the urging to think about his choices. I don't want Sirius to die. Harry finally put into words the underlying issue he had with all the warnings. But you know he wouldn't want you to sacrifice your life for his. His dad countered. No parent wants to outlive their children, Harry. It's against the natural order of things. More, it would devastate him. I feel like everyone is trying to argue me into letting Sirius die. Harry sprang up and stormed over to the window. The view was the usual one, the maze he would have to face nowhere in sight. His dad wandered over to him. You know the thing I wanted to teach you most? Harry frowned and shook his head. Never to give up. His dad said simply. He placed his hands on Harry's shoulders. You already have the instinct in spades. I think it's genetic. Harry felt a warmth spread through him at his dad's words. He stared at their reflection in the window, his father behind him, hands on his shoulders, eyes meeting his in the window-pane. I fell in love with your mother on the first train to Hogwarts. I didn't even know I had. I just knew she was it for me. His dad smiled fondly. I spent the next 4 years trying my hardest to gain her attention any way I could. His expression turned sheepish. I may not always have gone about that the right way. Harry smiled sympathetically. Girls are hard. His dad smiled. My 4th year was bad. It was the year most everybody started dating. All I wanted was one weekend with Lily. Either I was going to with her, or I was going alone. He caught Harry's gaze meaningfully. 2 options. A choice, one or the other. He grimaced. Then, my dad sat me down and gave me a talk. Harry's lips twitched. I saw Sirius's memory of you telling the Marauders about the talk. His dad's eyes brightened with mirth. It was the most excruciating conversation of my life. His expressions sobered a touch. But it made me realize that I'd narrowed my focus too much. Lily and I, it didn't have to be either. I had her as my girlfriend, or I didn't. Once I stopped trying so hard at forcing a relationship with her, we actually became friends. He smiled widely. And once we became friends, things developed from there. A third option, Harry said. His dad nodded. You've already identified it for the prophecy. It doesn't have to be you or Voldemort, although that train is definitely in motion. There is the faintest possibility remaining that it could still be Neville who defeats him. So maybe it doesn't have to be you or Sirius. He held Harry's gaze. Maybe what everyone is trying to tell you is that you don't have to sacrifice either of you. Ball? Harry breathed out slowly, tension eking away from him and leaving him sleepy. A third way. He could find a third option. Something that didn't mean he'd lose Sirius, or Sirius would lose him. Come on. His dad ruffled his hair. You should get to sleep. Harry let himself be led over to his dorm bed and climbed in. His dad tucked him in, and Harry felt his heart squeeze in pain and loss for all the times his dad should have tucked him in before and hadn't. His dad dropped a kiss on his forehead. Sleep, Pronglet. There'll be no more dreams for now, I promise. And Harry slept. It was the sun shining brightly on his face that woke him. He gave a groan and stretched. He pushed his hair out of his eyes and glared at the slit in the curtain that had allowed the sunlight to flood in. But for all his early awakening, Harry felt refreshed for the first time in a week. He gave a yawn and slid out of the bed. He walked over to the window and pulled the curtains back. The view was different from the one in his dream, since the maze stood where the Quidditch pitch should have been. Harry once again mourned the loss of the pitch. It was finally the eve of the solstice, the day of the third and final task of the Triwizard Tournament, the day of his final battle with Voldemort. Harry breathed in deeply, trying to still the nerves fluttering in his belly. There were plans. He was prepared, and he'd find a way for both him and Sirius to survive the coming storm. Oh, oh, oh. It wasn't a surprise that Sirius was dreaming. It wasn't a surprise that he was dreaming of that night, reliving his worst nightmare, his worst reality. Wormy hadn't been where he was supposed to be, and Sirius's gut said that the bluff had gone wrong, horribly, horribly wrong. He pushed the motorbike faster, higher, through the clouds. He swore under his breath. He had set up the anti-apparition ward at the cottage himself. James had wanted another layer of protection, and Lily had agreed on the proviso that they had an emergency portkey. Merlin, he hoped. Well, he hoped they didn't need it, but his gut was telling him they did, and he hoped they'd used it. He yanked the bike to the left and down as he caught sight of the lights of Godric's Hollow. His heart pounded in his chest fiercely. He landed in front of the house and knew immediately. The door was open. "No," Sirius said, his mouth dry with fear. "No, no, no." He dismounted and raced inside. The sight of James undid him. Prongs. Sirius lurched against the door-jamb before pushing off and propelling himself to the bottom of the stairs where James's body lay. He touched a trembling hand to James's neck, trying to feel for a pulse, but the truth of it was already blatantly obvious in the wide, lifeless, open eyes. James. Sirius sobbed the name, his hand cupping his friend's face tenderly. "James! Please! Please!" a baby cried. Sirius's head snapped around and up. Another cry. "Harry!" Sirius was on his feet and racing up the stairs. He skidded into the nursery and was almost undone again when he spotted Lily's body in front of the crib. A pile of robes, expensive and chic, lay in front of her. He ignored it all to focus on the black-haired baby, the beautiful, alive black-haired baby in the crib. He was so focused on the baby he didn't see the mountain of a man beside the crib. Black. Hagrid stepped forward. "Hagrid!" Sirius frowned, momentarily stunned by the sight of the Hogwarts groundsman, and Harry wailed. "Harry!" Sirius whispered hoarsely. One moment he was at the door, the next he was lifting the baby into his arms. Harry clutched at him, sobbing his heart out, each wrenching cry tearing into Sirius's heart. "It's all right, Pronglet," Sirius murmured, his voice choked with emotion. "It's all right. Uncle Pads has got you now. It's all right." He hugged the child to him. Harry had been his world since his birth. The tiny bundle of life, so precious, so loved. All that was left of James and Lily. He manoeuvred out of the nursery and onto the landing. He was faintly aware that Hagrid was following him as they descended the stairs and went out into the night. Sirius hushed Harry and frowned at the blood streaked across Harry's forehead. He juggled the baby to reach for his wand, cleaning the blood from Harry's face and gently applying a healing charm. "There, Pronglet. Isn't that better?" He frowned when the lightning bolt scar remained, but Harry's distress was easing, the red fading out of his cheeks as his sobs lessened into unhappy whimpers. "Black." Hagrid cleared his throat noisily. "I've orders from Dumbledore to take the lad to Hogwarts." Sirius tried to focus on the half-giant. Had he spoken? Hagrid gestured at Harry. "Dumbledore wants the lad safe." "He said he's going to his aunt's, Lily's sister. Just needs to get checked out by Poppy first." Sirius tried to make sense of the words. Dumbledore wanted Harry at Petunia's. He shook his head a touch. He should stay with me. He didn't want to let Harry out of his sight. He had no idea how the baby had survived or where Voldemort had gone after killing James and Lily, and he didn't care. He just wanted to protect his godson, do the job he'd promised his friends he'd do in their stead, if anything, ever. "You're his guardian, then?" Hagrid said, visibly confused. 'cause Dumbledore seemed pretty sure he should go to his aunt's. Sirius rubbed Harry's back soothingly. "No, I'm Frank and Alice." He swallowed hard against the rush of emotion as he realized anew James and Lily were dead and weren't ever going to raise Harry. "Frank and Alice are his guardians, Hagrid." "Well, they're still in hiding," Hagrid said, scratching his beard. "Maybe Dumbledore thinks this aunt's the best place until they can take him." That was probably true. Nobody would look for Harry in the Muggle world. And hadn't Lily said there were blood wards around her sister's place? Placed illegally, but they existed, and would protect Harry well until Frank and Alice were located. Sirius sighed and dropped a kiss on Harry's head. He really didn't want to let go of the little man. "You could come with us as far as Hogwarts," Hagrid offered gruffly. "See the lad's all right." Sirius shook his head. The Fidelius was down. Wormtail had given up the secret. Sirius didn't know if the rat's betrayal was voluntary or not, but he was beginning to think he'd been very stupid about who the traitor in the Order was. He had a rat to hunt and bring to justice. He dropped another kiss on Harry's head. His godson would be safe with Hagrid, and if he was going to find Wormtail, he needed to get going while the trail was fresh. He shifted so he was looking directly into Harry's eyes. "Uncle Padfoot has to go now, Pronglet, but I will see you as soon as I'm done. You'll go with Hagrid and be a good boy." Sirius stroked a finger down Harry's plump cheek. The baby gurgled up at him. It was a wrench to let him go, but Sirius shuffled so he could place the baby in Hagrid's hands. "Careful," Sirius instructed. "Get Poppy to check out that scar on his forehead, Hagrid." "I will," Hagrid promised. They both looked back at the house. Sirius swiped at his face at another rush of hot tears. "Sorry about James and Lily," Hagrid offered roughly. "They were good people, the very best." Sirius agreed. Hagrid gave a nod and started to amble off down the lane. Sirius frowned. "Where are you going?" Sirius called out to him. Hagrid stopped and turned back. "Only at a one-way portkey. Need to find the local to use the Floo." Sirius scowled. "Harry's injured, Hagrid." He hurried over and pressed his keys into Hagrid's free hand. "Take my motorbike." Hagrid brightened. "That's right kind of you." A moment later and he was mounted, the bike soaring up into the night sky. Sirius shivered in the cold night air. He took a few steps over to the garden and blew up a single stone, the anchor for the apparition ward. It was time to hunt a rat. He turned sharply and left with a crack. He landed in the cemetery. Sirius wobbled, but corrected himself straight away. He was dreaming, he reminded himself. He was dreaming, and that was why he'd landed in the cemetery in front of his friends' graves, rather than finding himself on the trail of the rat. He crouched down and ran his fingers over the words he'd added to the stone. "Where there is love, there is life. And you are both so loved," Sirius whispered. "Harry's incredible, and I'll not apologize for keeping him here with me. I know you're so very proud of him, because I am." "As you rightly should be, my Grim." Sirius shivered and stood. A dark hooded figure stood in front of him. "Death, I presume?" The hooded figure bowed their head. "I miss you by my side." "Then you should have thought twice about making an innocent boy your champion." Sirius snapped out. There was a sense of knowing, of familiarity, a hint of timeless eons spent beside a cloaked figure, of protecting innocent souls as they went beyond, of standing against evil. "You stood for him then. You stand for him now." Death said simply, "I will always stand beside him." Sirius said firmly, "He's the son of my soul. He is my champion." Death said, "He's 14 and facing a fight for his life, for the lives of his friends and his loved ones." Sirius argued, "He should be playing Quidditch and having fun, not fighting evil." "He is special, the last of the Peverils, the master of the Hallows." Death countered. "He was always destined to meet the one who tries to flee my grasp. His power would have attracted Riddle like honey attracts a bee." "I'd rather you said like a moth to a flame," Sirius muttered. "Perhaps you are not wrong." Death replied, "I sent you to him for a reason. Sirius studied the figure for a long moment. "You've loaded the dice. I gave my champion everything he needed, everything he needs." Death said, "He is, after all, my champion, my Grim." Sirius came awake with a gasp. He shuddered violently with cold. He huddled underneath his covers for a long moment, struggling to hold on to the remnants of his dream. He had been reliving the awful night in 81, and then something to do with the cemetery. It was all hazy. It didn't matter. The sun was up, Sirius realized, as he took in the edge of light around the curtains. He hadn't been alerted by Harry's bedroom charm, so his son must have slept the night through for the first time in a week. James, thought Sirius with satisfaction. Harry had said it would be James who would be his last visitor before the battle, and clearly James had done the right thing and insured his son. Their son had gotten a good night's sleep. Sirius stretched and stayed still, content to doze. He wasn't unduly alarmed when the charm sounded to tell him Harry was up. It was early, but it was still more sleep than Harry had achieved any other night. Sirius slipped out of bed. It was going to be a long day, and it would be good to get a head start. He smiled grimly. There would a battle to fight, a war to win, and Sirius was going to ensure Harry survived to see the next sunrise. Oh, oh, oh! Thomas could see the sunrise from the bed. Peter had forgotten to draw the curtains the night before, and the wash of light had woken him from his slumber. His temporary body ached badly, and Thomas knew that the end of the day would see him in a new vessel, one way or another. The way he wanted, Thomas reminded himself. He would gain a new body the way he wanted. Severus had done an outstanding job on the potion. It had been completed and was in stasis. It looked exactly as it should. Thomas could admit to himself that he was inwardly pleased he hadn't had to rely on Peter to brew it. Made badly, the potion would still restore him, but perhaps not to his former glory. Severus's involvement ensured that his new body would be just as good as his old. Better. Thomas stretched and winced anew at the pain seeping into every joint, the itchiness of his skin, which was blistering with lesions and sores. He had only a few wisps of hair remaining on his head. The possession had damaged the frail human body of the child badly. Only a few more hours, he promised himself. Only a few more hours, and he would be able to walk upon the ground, he'd be able to stand tall. Cast his magic without fear of using so much, he'd lose control of his body. Freedom. He would be able to bathe and feed himself rather than relying on one of his servants. He would be able to walk and breathe air with his own nose, his own mouth. He would be able to speak with his own voice. The longing was intense and almost angered him. He wanted it so much he could almost taste it. Twilight. That's all he had to wait. The ritual was best done at the finish of the day, under the cover of dark. It was a mere few hours. He had waited over a decade. He could wait those few hours. He would have his body back, and then it would be time to reclaim his life. He would kill the one who had condemned him to his years in the wilderness, Harry James Potter. His face screwed up into a scowl. The boy was proving to be a worthy nemesis. Potter had survived the Triwizard Tournament. He had survived his run-ins with Bartemius. Potter seemingly had risen to the challenge. All the better, for when he lay dead, Thomas thought viciously, when he crushed the boy beneath his feet, when he executed him, no one would be able to deny Thomas's power. He would rule, and the wizarding and muggle worlds would burn. They'd pay for every slight and every hurt. Thomas had suffered. Only a few more hours. Only a few more hours, and he would rise again and destroy all those who would stand against him. 24th June, 1995. Harry stared at his image in the bathroom mirror. He couldn't believe that it had only been a short few months before, when he'd stood there ahead of the first task. In just under an hour he'd faced the third task of the tournament, and after, he was dressed all in dragon hide. He brushed a hand over the tight black jacket he wore over a thin, long-sleeved T-shirt. They, along with the durable black trousers that encased his legs, added another layer of protection. Hard-wearing, durable boots in a thicker dragon hide completed the outfit. He wore the crests of the houses of Potter and Black stamped in silver and gold thread, one on each upper arm. His gold-framed glasses had been charmed to repel water, stay clear, and stay on. His hair was, well, it was its usual messy style. But it was him. There was a thigh holster for his holly wand on his right leg. A knife was strapped to his left. He felt bereft with only his wand and a knife. But the rules stated the only magical item he was allowed was his wand. His invisibility cloak was laid out on his bed. He would call for it as soon as he could, along with the resurrection stone and the elder wand. The headmaster had demurred over the use of the wand, stating his preference for his own chosen wand. Harry was ready. Maybe. Apart from the huge butterflies that seemed to have set up camp in his stomach. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he reopened his eyes, his father's reflection was in the mirror. Sirius looked every inch the hit wizard he had been in the past war. His own clothing was similar to Harry's, dragon-hide long-sleeved T-shirt, trousers, and boot. Where Harry wore a short jacket, though, Sirius had opted for a long, duster-style version which looked almost like robes. His dark hair was tied back with a strip of leather. Harry held his father's silver gaze in the mirror as Sirius walked up behind him and placed his hands on Harry's shoulders. Harry was reminded of how James Potter had stood behind him in the same position in his dream the night before. He and Padfoot hadn't spoken about the dream. Sirius had asked him if it was James who'd been there, and Harry had nodded. That had been it. But seeing the similarity between them, seeing how much they both loved him, "I can see why you miss Dad so much," Harry blurted out. Sirius smiled at him sadly. "He was the best." "He loves you a lot," Harry said with certainty. "I love him too," Sirius confirmed with a smile. He squeezed Harry's shoulders gently. "You ready, Pronglet?" Sirius's confidence in him shone from his eyes and made Harry's heart almost want to burst with feeling. "I'm ready," he said, and was surprised to realize he meant it. "We're going to be with you as soon as we can," Sirius promised in a low voice. "You just keep yourself alive until then." "I know," Harry said firmly. He turned and hugged Sirius hard. "You'll keep yourself safe." Sirius dropped a kiss on the top of his head. "I promise." Harry stayed where he was for a long moment, drinking up Sirius's love and affection for him as though it was a secret power. And it was, Harry mused. His love for Sirius was how he'd worked out what he had that Voldemort didn't, people who loved him, people he loved. He eased back from the solid embrace. They went down the stairs, side by side, only to both slow at the sight of a pacing Snape at the bottom. The rest of their family, and most of the War Council, remained seated in the living area, watching concerned. Snape's head snapped up as he realized they were there, and Harry felt a small nudge from Sirius to complete the journey. "He's summoned me," Snape said as soon as they were down. "We knew that was going to be likely," Sirius said cautiously. Harry could understand his concern. Snape's sallow face was pale and pinched. He looked fearful. "He said he needs a secret keeper." Snape snapped out, and Harry knew what Snape meant immediately. "He's going to put the cemetery under Fidelius." Snape breathed in deeply and nodded, finally stilling. "I believe so." Harry nodded briskly. "Once I'm the secret keeper, no doubt I'll be kept under lock and key, or right beside him so," Snape began. Sirius smiled, a dangerous, humorless smile. "So we'll have to use one of the contingency plans for you to tell us, Snape." Harry saw how Snape's shoulders went back, and his chin went up as he remembered the contingency plans. Snape gave a sharp nod. "You'd best be going," Sirius said firmly. "Stay as safe as you can." Snape nodded and whirled around to leave. He paused by the portrait door but didn't turn around. "Good luck, Potter." "Professor," Harry acknowledged quietly, and Snape was gone. "Right," Harry said briskly. "We should get going or we're going to be late." There was a flurry of hugs, of kisses. Dora's eyes were bright as she wished him well with the task. Andy didn't speak, her eyes glistening with tears. Ted wasn't much better. The Grangers were stoic, but their faces, white and lined with tension, gave away their worry. Narcissa's eyes were clear, but her hand shook as she cupped his cheek. Lucius gave only a nod. Draco clasped his hand warmly. "I expect you to win, cousin. Don't make a liar out of me." Harry nodded. There was Hermione left. She hugged him tightly. "Remember," she whispered in his ear, "friendship, bravery, and love." He whispered back at her. They held hands as they walked out through the castle to the newly revealed maze. Harry took comfort in Sirius walking to his left, his hand on his shoulder. Hermione was on his right. Her hand held his tightly. The maze was surrounded by the usual Quidditch stands, with the seating so far up to watch the match. In usual times, the audience had a good view of the maze below them, although just like with the lake, the action below would be projected above. The stands were packed. The rest of the school were crowded into the lower rows, ticket holders into the upper. Moody had been super-vigilant over the tickets, and Harry knew that within the crowd there were a number of undercover auras and unspeakables, ready and waiting for war. The Alliance were present, banners raised in support of Harry. Bright balls of light suspended in the sky illuminated the whole maze as the sky was darkening from blue to grey. Harry breathed in deeply. There was a heavy scent of vegetation, bright green leaves exuding the brash odour that filled the air. The hedges were high enough to dissuade the contestants from climbing over them. The vines and branches were thick, too thick to cut through, and Harry recognized that the type of hedge would be impervious to flame. The only way to win was to traverse the maze. The platform at the entry of the maze came into view. The minister had taken his position. Dumbledore sat beside him along with Karkaroff's replacement, Professor von Humberg, and Madame Maxime. Victor was already on the platform. He had chosen a similar outfit to Harry's. Fleur stood beside him in practical black robes that couldn't quite hide her beautiful form. Cedric had chosen open black robes edged with Hufflepuff yellow, the crest of Hogwarts proudly displayed on his chest. Ludo Bagman grinned and put his thumbs up as he saw Harry approaching. "Ah, excellent! We can make a start." Hermione sweetly kissed him, squeezed his hand, and slipped away. He watched as Ron and Neville stepped out from the shadows of the stand to escort her. Sirius grasped his shoulders. "I want you to remember that whatever happens tonight, you are my son. And I love you, Pronglet." "I love you too, Padfoot." Harry hugged him unashamedly. He stepped back at Bagman's unsubtle throat, clearing, knowing he couldn't delay things any further. He nodded at Sirius just once. Sirius nodded back and stepped away. Harry took his place on the platform. Bagman bounded up to the magical microphone someone had erected on the platform. "Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls," he announced, his voice echoing around the stands. "Welcome to the last task of the Triwizard Tournament." The crowd roared. Harry took a deep breath. "The final task our champions have to take on is simple," Bagman declared cheerfully. "They need to enter the maze and find their own personal goblet." He held up his hand, and an illusion shot into the air, revolving around the center of the pitch above the maze. It clearly showed 4 gold cups, each emblazoned with a different name. Once the winner has found their goblet, they and the other champions will be transported to this platform, and the maze will disintegrate. The winner will be presented with their prize. He paused dramatically. 1,000 galleons, and the real champion's cup. The air was filled with cheers, whistles, and clapping. Bagman hushed the crowd again. "Now, as much as it pains me to say it, we do have a few rules to go through. The crowd groaned collectively. Bagman laughed heartily. Harry exchanged a bemused look with the rest of the champions. "Yes, rules," Bagman said loudly over the noise, and surprisingly everyone settled again. "Firstly, there is a net of magic above the hedges which will not allow any travel over them or anything to enter. There will be 3 challenges within the maze for each of our champions. They will face a trial by element, a trial of wit, and a trial by creature. Different for each of them. 4 elements, 4 creatures, 4 puzzles. They will face their fears. They will have to show bravery and cunning, wit and hard work. Only when have they overcome these challenges will they find their cup. Let's hope it's not another bloody dragon. Cedric muttered under his breath. I would be on the lookout for snakes. Harry murmured back. And now, Bagman paused dramatically, now we are ready to begin. Another loud cheer went up from the crowd. Harry scanned the boxes and sought out first Sirius and then Hermione. They had made it into the champion's box and were watching him. He nodded at them and was grateful when Sirius gave a nod back. Hermione a small wave. Bagman pointed his wand at the hedge. 4 archways appeared. There was a stone pedestal beside each one with a statue, 4 statues for the 4 different Hogwarts houses. As all the champions received equal marks in the second task, Bagman announced, the order is the same as after the first task. Lord Potter will choose his path first. After 5 minutes have elapsed, he will be followed by Mr. Crumb, then our own Mr. Diggory, and finally the lovely Miss Delacour will take the last path left. He turned away from the microphone to them and smiled widely. Any questions before we start? What if we get into trouble? Cedric asked. Are we able to request help? Bagman's cheery expression faded. I'm afraid not. Well, not until someone has won. As soon as you're on the platform, at that point the game's over and you're no longer competing. The goblet won't consider it a break in your contract. Mon Dieu! Fleur sighed heavily. You can say that again, Cedric said tersely. Even Victor looked grim. Harry felt a twinge of guilt. He knew that the original parameters of the tournament probably held some kind of fail-safe arrangement, a way for the contestants to request help if the maze became too dangerous for them. Voldemort had removed the safety net, and they would all have to prove their mettle. We were all chosen by the goblet for a reason, Harry said, glancing round at his fellow champions. We survived the other 2 tasks, and Voldemort's sabotage. We can survive this. The other 3 straightened a touch with his words. Victor gave him a silent salute. Fleur nodded sharply, and Cedric met his gaze determinedly before turning back to Bagman. We're ready. Bagman attempted another smile, but it fell away at the sight of 4 resolute expressions, and he turned back to the microphone. Lord Potter, you may begin. Harry turned and faced the hedge. He made his way over to the paths. The first was a badger, and he walked past it, leaving it for Cedric. The next, with the eagle with its wings spread wide, almost appealed, but he knew the path wasn't for him, regardless of his animagus form, being a raven. That left him with the one he was paused in front of, the snake, or the lion, which represented Gryffindor. He smiled. He'd made his choice once before, sitting on a stool and the sorting hat on his head. Harry walked confidently to the last path, to the lion. He'd chosen Gryffindor once before, and he'd choose it again. He stepped inside the maze. Oh! Severus shivered as he stepped inside the ballroom of the old Riddle Manor and repressed the urge to go for his wand. The vampire leaders, huddled in the far corner, barely glanced in his direction as Severus slipped into the room. In the other corner, the dark shroud of a Dementor lurked. Carrow, Travers, and Crouch were already prostrated in front of the Dark Lord. They were wearing formal Death-Eater robes, white masks affixed to their faces. Pettigrew had also changed into the robes, but his mask hung from his hands. He stood hovering next to the chair which held the decaying vessel of the Dark Lord. Nagini slinked in and out of the chair legs, hissing lowly. "Come here, Severus." The Dark Lord beckoned him. Severus walked over to him with a confidence he didn't feel. He shielded his mind tightly. He could afford no slips if he was to assist Potter. "My lord." He prostrated himself and kissed the edge of the black robe. He kept his head down and his eyes lowered. "Rise, Severus, and take your place at my side," the Dark Lord said. Severus rose gracefully. He took the position indicated by the Dark Lord and waited. The Dark Lord bade the others to their feet, and they stood in line in front of him like the pawns they were. Crouch's dark eyes glittered with hatred as they briefly met Severus's, but the wizard looked away before Severus could make any kind of reply. I have gathered you here today to finish what I started so many years before," the Dark Lord proclaimed arrogantly. "Tonight will see Lord Voldemort rise from the ashes and destroy those who would betray him, those who stand against him. I will use the boy whose parents once defeated me with arcane magic," he gestured at Pettigrew, "and my loyal servant, and I will reclaim a body of my own. The rest of you will go with my army to Hogwarts, and lays waste to Dumbledore's foolish followers. We will join you when the Potter boy lies dead." The others made murmurs of agreement. Severus said nothing. "Dear Severus, how is it at Hogwarts?" the Dark Lord said silkily. "They run around like headless chickens, my lord, preparing for the final task of the tournament." Severus said simply, "How did Dumbledore and Black react to the news of my summoning you, Frydomter, summoning you?" the Dark Lord asked. Severus tilted his head, keeping his eyes lowered. The headmaster was concerned. Black was not. "They do not treasure you as I," the Dark Lord said smoothly. "I do not wish to be disturbed at the cemetery. We will need to place it under the Fidelius, and you shall be our secret keeper." He continued. "Your wish is my honor, my lord," Severus said dutifully. He was thankful when the Dark Lord turned back to the others. "Bartemius," the Dark Lord ordered, "you will lead my forces at Hogwarts. You will take the castle from Dumbledore and see his life's work destroyed in front of his eyes." "Yes, father." Crouch bowed his head. "Go," the Dark Lord decreed sternly. "It is almost time." Crouch bowed his head again and gestured for Travers and Carrow to follow him. The vampires and Dementor slinked out with them. Severus felt the temperature of the room rise without the Dementor's presence, but he didn't relax. "Kneel before me, Severus." The Dark Lord raised his wand as Severus took his place. He heard the words of the Fidelius charm and felt the rush of the Dark Lord's magic as it swept through him. He breathed in sharply as his dark mark rippled against his skin. He felt the secret launch into his mind and thinned his shield to allow it past his mental barriers. Severus waited until his mental barriers were back in place before raising his head and giving a sharp nod to the Dark Lord. "It is done, my lord." "Yes." The Dark Lord smiled grotesquely. "The secret I have asked you to keep, Severus. The cemetery at Little Hangleton can be found behind the church," Severus repeated quickly. Pettigrew's confused face cleared into bright understanding. His eyes met Severus's briefly, and Severus swore he could see the "rather you than me" the rat had Pearly thought as though it was written on Pettigrew's forehead. "Excellent," the Dark Lord said brightly. "You will remain at my side, Severus, where you belong. Peter will gather what we need for the ritual, and we will begin to make our way there immediately. I do not doubt that it will not take Potter long before he is within our grasp." Severus frowned and fingered the mirror within his pocket. He had retrieved it on his way from the school. If there was an opportunity, any opportunity to give Black the secret, Severus would take it. Oh, oh, oh. Barty glanced around the London flat with barely hidden disdain. He checked his pocket-watch. The vanishing cabinet would resume its form shortly, and as soon as word came from his besotted spy, they would go through. Half of the vampires had been sent ahead to the Forbidden Forest, to lie in wait there for the signal to attack. He'd sent Carrow with them, mainly because he couldn't stand the dirty, foul-smelling Cretan. He'd kept Travers with him and given him the personal mission to down Moody. Barty had a better target for himself, Sirius Black. Once he'd killed the wizard, he didn't really care what happened. His plan had him taking out Black in a suicidal magic explosion that would wreck Hogwarts and destroy the Dark Lord's plan to use it as the base of his power, no matter what happened to Barty. It seemed fitting to destroy everything on his way to Rab. Oh, oh, oh. Sirius stared hard at the 4 viewing mirrors suspended over the maze. Harry had chosen Gryffindor and entered the maze a few moments before. So far the path had been free of any kind of challenge, and Harry was proceeding slowly and with care. "Breathe, Padfoot." Remus' soothing whisper did remind Sirius to take in a breath. He let it out slowly. He glanced around the box. Hermione stood beside her parents, their arms around each other, providing comfort. Andy and Ted stood close by, shielding them from the view of others. The Weasleys, with the exception of Bill, who was already in position elsewhere, were also gathered closely together, a strong family unit, despite the pallor of their skin underneath their freckles and shock of red hair. Neither Dora nor Narcissa were present. They had gone ahead to prepare Privet Drive with some of the coven. Neville and Augusta stood beside the Weasleys, while Lucius and Draco stood apart from everyone else with Theo Knott and Blaise Zabini close to them. All their faces were pinched with tension. Sirius glanced outside of their area towards the other sections, to where Fleur's little sister had her face hidden in her mother's embrace as her father glared at the maze. The Crumb family huddled together in stoic support for their most famous son. Beyond them, Amos Diggory and his wife held each other's hands tightly. The Abbotts and a nervous Susan Bones hovered close by to provide them with support. As though he'd felt his regard, Amos turned his head in Sirius's direction and gave a slow nod as their gazes met. Their politics didn't matter in that moment, only the truth that they were fathers and their sons were in danger. Sirius gave a shaky nod back and returned his own eyes to the mirror where Harry continued through the maze. Neville shifted beside Sirius. Crumbs entering the maze. Crumb had chosen Slytherin. It made sense, as the Bulgarians had been sat with the Slytherins during their time in Hogwarts. Sirius still didn't take his eyes off the mirror with his son. Harry was turning a corner and— "Dear Merlin, is that a—" Remus managed to croak out. Sirius swallowed hard against the lump of horror that was lodged in his own throat. "A hydra." He nodded grimly. "Yes, it is." Oh, Harry stared at the corridor of hedges in disbelief. The ground was a swampy mess, sulphuric fumes rising up from bubbling ponds of mud, the hard, mossy type, grass-covered, rocky ground, before descending into a large dip which was filled with the muddy form of the hydra. Harry immediately slapped a bubblehead on. Hydras were poisonous creatures. Their breath was toxic, their sweat their blood. Harry grimaced. No wonder he was facing one in the maze. He was grateful that the Alliance Research Group had thoroughly studied any and all creatures that they'd thought might be used. Hydra had been a possibility. The 7 heads were sleeping. It meant nothing, Harry knew. As soon as Harry attempted to sneak past, they would be awake. He considered his options. The tale of Hercules had the Hydra dying when Hercules had cut off one head with a sword gifted to him by Athena, and his nephew burned the stump with fire. One of the heads was immortal and had to be buried alive when it was cut off. Hermione had theorized that the sword and fire were both magical, that the sword of Gryffindor would probably be just as good as the basilisk venom, would probably do the same job as the fire in cauterizing the stumps before another set of heads could grow. Harry reached down and retrieved his knife. He held it in one hand, his wand in the other. He took one step forward. The heads rose in unison, swiveling to stare at him with wide amber eyes. The vertical reptilian iris narrowed in a thin line. "Who darest approach us?" The middle head spoke in a low voice, feminine almost. Harry cocked his head as he realized he understood the creature. A hydra was serpentine. Maybe he could talk with it Parseltongue. He considered his options. He could try speaking with the creature first before killing it. "Honored creature," Harry began, "I am a pawn in a game. I must get past you to proceed." Hydra's many eyes blinked. "Speaker?" "Yes." Harry confirmed. The hydra lurched upwards, staring at Harry as though perplexed. "We have been set to guard this place, Speaker." Harry's heart sank. "But I am bound to obey a speaker." All 7 faces frowned in unison. "It is a dilemma." The furthest right head rose higher than the rest. Guard. His furthest left head rose to match the height of the other. Obey. The right's neighbor lowered its head. Guard. The left copied the right and hissed, "Obey." Harry watched as the right head next to the center pinned him with a forceful glare. "Guard. Obey." The left snapped out quickly. the centre head rose, and the others dropped down. Guard or obey? It hissed. We are divided. Its head tilted thoughtfully. We will guard, and if you defeat us, we will obey. And almost immediately one of the heads struck out towards him. Harry leaped backwards and silently engorged the knife to the length of a sword, swinging it in the direction of the head. It sliced it cleanly from the neck. Harry didn't wait. He followed up immediately. "Ignis flagellum!" His wand instantly sprouted a whip of fire, and Harry wielded it with unerring accuracy at the bubbling, bleeding neck in front of him. He barely avoided the strike of the next head, rolling on the ground to avoid it. He hefted his makeshift sword again, and whirling around, followed it with the whip. The wound was cauterized before the second head hit the ground. The third right head gave an angry hiss and reared back. Harry panted for breath, adrenaline surging through him as he waited for the hydra to make its next move. The hydra blinked and struck, two heads diving for Harry in unison. He scrambled backwards until his back hit the hedge. He only just remembered to ensure his bubble head didn't make contact. The heads were close. So close. Harry leaped to the side and used the whip of fire to divide the hydra's heads from its body. He eased to the side, almost at the edge of the pit, and the hydra immediately countered his path. 3 heads remained, one on either side of the hydra's immortal middle head. "I will spare you," Harry offered. The 2 heads either side of the immortal one looked to each other, and both struck out at him from both directions. Harry went left, his sword moving into action almost without thought. He defended his right side with the whip, the crack of it forcing the striking hydra head closest to it back a moment. It was just enough time for Harry to finish killing the left, the whip following the sword quickly. He dived over the right head and slammed the sword through it, the whip once again used to prevent the head from regenerating. The hydra slithered back into the pit. Harry tried to catch his breath. He was panting a touch with the exertion. "I will spare you," he offered again. The hydra glared at him from its place in the pit. "Why would I want it to be spared? You have left me all alone without my companions." Harry sighed, went to rub his nose, and only just stopped himself from knocking the bubble-head he wore. "Neither you nor I are in this maze because of choice." He gestured at the hedges. "I don't want to kill you." Hydra considered his words for a long moment. Harry felt his heart pounding in his chest. The hydra lowered its head. "You have defeated us." "We will obey, speaker." It turned around, its back to Harry. Harry moved quickly, sidling around the pit on the very narrow ledge that was available. He made sure to keep the hydra in sight at all times. He didn't trust it. Once he was past, he still walked backwards until he turned the corner into an empty corridor. He quickly warded the turn with a creature trap that would suspend the hydra in a ball of magic should it try and breach it. With that done, he finally cancelled the bubble-head and bent double, panting, trying to catch his breath. He took stock. He was a touch winded and shaky from the surge of adrenaline, but he was relatively unscathed. He had some bruises from rolling around the ground, a couple of scrapes over his hands, but he was uninjured. He also had a knife, which now had the poison of a hydra magically imbued into its metal. He'd have to be careful how he handled the blade, but he knew it was an advantage. He frowned, wondering whether Crouch had guessed which path Harry would take, and had therefore set out tasks which were a challenge, but played to Harry's strengths. After all, none of the other champions could have spoken with the hydra. He shrugged the thought away. Whether Crouch was making it easier for him or not, he knew the Dark Wizard wouldn't mind Harry being maimed before being served up to Voldemort. He still had to focus. There were 2 trials remaining before he could find his cup. Oh, oh, oh! The cemetery looked ominous in the gathering gloom as the daylight seeped away from the already grey and overcast sky. Severus shivered. He cast a glance around. The ground was not well maintained. Grass had been allowed to grow to a substantial height around most of the stones. The main pathways were muddy trails that had few paving stones and were pitted with holes. He set down the vast cauldron he had been levitating and waited for Pettigrew, the Dark Lord, and the snake to catch him up. "Where exactly are we to place this, my lord?" Severus asked deferentially. The Dark Lord gestured imperiously with a chubby infant hand. "Over there, between the graves marked Riddle and Obermann." Severus made no comment. He simply lifted the cauldron again and set it down as directed. "Perfect," the Dark Lord praised. "We should take our positions. Potter will not arrive before it is fully dark." He conjured up a chair, and Peter placed him on it reverentially. Severus transfigured a nearby tree stump into a bench. Peter sat on one end before Severus could say anything. Severus sniffed, gathered his robes, and sat down stiffly at the other end. He resisted the urge to reach into his pocket and finger the mirror. He had to be patient. If he acted too soon, Nagini hissed, and the Dark Lord responded. She slithered away into the grass. "She is taking the opportunity to hunt," the Dark Lord informed almost proudly. "And while she goes to hunt her prey, we will await the arrival of ours." Severus shivered again and stared out blindly into the cemetery. His only hope was that whatever plan Black and Potter had concocted would actually work, because right at that moment he couldn't see how any of them would survive. Oh. Sybil Trelawney stumbled across the room to the cupboard by her desk. She always kept an emergency supply in that particular cupboard for medicinal purposes, post-lessons. She flung her brightly coloured scarf back around her neck when it flopped forward and reached into the dark space. Her hand closed around the bottle, and she gave a small shout of triumph. She pulled out the bottle and regarded it with a frown. It wasn't the expected bottle of Harvey's Bristol cream, but rather a bottle of Croft. Minerva had gifted it to her at Christmas. Sybil sniffed. She really wasn't fond of the brand, but it was all she had until she could get to the Three Broomsticks and replenish her supply. "Dry," Sybil muttered under her breath. "She knows I prefer a medium." She staggered over to a bean-bag and sat down with a thump. She unearthed her wand from her pocket and clumsily summoned a glass. It bounced on the rug in front of her. She picked it up and carefully poured a large measure of sherry. She set the bottle carefully down and took a large gulp. Immediately her shoulders dropped with relief as the alcohol burned its way down her throat and warmed her. Sybil took another sip. What a day it had been! The school was overridden with people because of the infernal tournament. Her inner eye had been restless all day. She knew something terrible was going to happen, probably to the Potter boy, because didn't it always happen to the Potter boy? And her vision suddenly darkened. The one to vanquish the Dark Lord will face his fate. Born as the 7th month died, born to those who had thrice defied his enemy, born with the power the Dark Lord knows not, for he is the Raven, Death's champion. And at the end he will face death and choose, for one in the light must die so the rest may live. Sybil blinked and burped loudly. "Oh, my!" Her head was fuzzy. Had she said something? She shook herself and took another sip. Terrible day, she thought darkly. Too many people trampling around the school. Too much excitement. No. She was pleased to be safely inside her tower and away from the tournament. Behind her, a small unicorn ornament glowed brightly and shifted, returning to its original shape as a vanishing cabinet. Oh, Fleur's finally in, Neville commented, fidgeting with his wand. His eyes were affixed to the 4 massive viewing mirrors suspended over the maze. The Beauxbatons champion was cautiously taking her first footsteps down the Ravenclaw path in one mirror. Cedric was also progressing cautiously down the Hufflepuff path. Their caution wasn't surprising, as they had already witnessed Harry's first challenge before either of them had entered, Cedric beginning his path a few moments into Harry's fight with the Hydra. "What is Crumb doing?" asked Ted, frowning. Neville's gaze shifted from Harry's mirror to Crumb's. Victor was traversing the Slytherin path and had found his first challenge just as Cedric entered the maze. It was a deep pit as long and as wide as the maze corridor bar. A small landing on the opposite end, the pit had been filled with magical vipers. A long ladder provided a way down into the pit, but there was no way out. "He's going to use the ladder to fashion a bridge over the pit," Hermione answered briskly. "It's quite clever." It was, too, Neville thought grimly, watching as the Bulgarian levitated the ladder into position and enlarged it to ensure it bridged the entire distance. "Why doesn't he just vanish the snakes?" asked Andromeda. "Magically resistant," Remus replied tersely. "He tried as soon as he got to the pit, but it failed. They've been modified by someone." Neville took a breath. Crouch was a sadistic bastard. He felt the weight of his grandmother's hand on his shoulder and leaned into her touch. "Merlin, is that an acromantula nest?" Ron blurted out, pointing at Cedric's mirror. Along from them, Diggory's mother gave a horrified cry and turned her face into her husband's shoulder. Neville shuddered at the sight of the multiple webs spanning the corridor in front of Cedric, one vast spider sitting threateningly in the middle of the corridor, surrounded by its webs. "I can't watch," Ron said, turning away, visibly shaking. Neville nodded. All the boys in the dorm knew of Ron's phobia. Cedric was dealing with the problem with a liberal use of the incendio spell, the web catching a flame, but it was slow to turn to ash. The acromantula, though, was beginning to move to deal with the prey that had sneaked into its nest. Neville was suddenly glad Harry had decided to have deputies for the Hogwarts spell. If Cedric didn't survive the maze, at least Sue could step in. "Harry's found the second challenge," Hermione announced breathlessly. "Oh, it's the wit challenge." Neville's gaze immediately sought out Harry's mirror. It looked like Harry had come to a dead end, but there was a raised pedestal in the centre of the space, and clearly it had instructions written upon the stone because Harry was reading it intently. O, to discover the way ahead, solve this puzzle. Harry traced the words and grimaced. Was it wrong that he wished it was another Hydra? He really hated riddles. At least Hermione and Luna had semi-prepared him with endless rounds of brain twisters in the previous month. He heaved a heavy sigh. "In front of you are 3 walls, one to your left, one to your right, and straight ahead." Harry recited out loud. "One is crossbred with a poisonous plant called Venoma, whose invisible thorns are imbued with a deadly toxin causing disintegration." He looked warily at all 3 hedges. Nice. He couldn't tell from the distant visual comparison whether there were any differences between the hedges. "The second hedge is crossbred with a woody vine. Get too close and it will tie you up." Harry rubbed his head. So he was dealing with 2 killer plants, and the third hedge will allow you to pass through to the path if you can take the pain that it will shock you with at the attempt. Harry frowned. All 3 hedges were dangerous then, even if one of them allowed him to progress. He bit his lip and continued reading. "If you don't want to be left behind, the right path may be painful, but ahead of you is death," Harry concluded. "Choose carefully." He tapped the stone thoughtfully. "Left behind, the left is the one with the vines." "If you get caught, you're left behind all tied up," Harry murmured to himself. His head swiveled to the front. "Ahead is death, so that must be the one with the poison, while the right is the one that's painful, so that's the one that will let me progress." Or that's what Crouch wanted him to think. Harry pointed his wand at the ground. "Serpensortia." The snake appeared instantly. Harry sent it off to the left path. Another few seconds later, and 2 more snakes were dispatched on test runs. The first snake slithered up to the left and disappeared into the hedge. There was no violent reaction from the hedge at all. Harry carefully watched as the second snake almost reached the path ahead. Suddenly vines shot out and wrapped around the snake, yanking it from the grass and into the hedge. He wiped his brow and turned to the last snake. It approached the right path, but as soon as it touched the hedge it gave a hiss, rising up in startled anger before disintegrating into a puddle of blood. Well, clearly Crouch wasn't too bothered if Harry died. Or maybe what was written wasn't actually the answer to choosing the way forward. Or maybe it was all too clever. The left path was the one where the snake had disappeared so clearly it was the right path. So the left path was actually the right path, A head was actually behind Harry, and that way was death. It was the Hydra. Which meant that the right path was painful because it was imbued with the venuma. Harry stepped off to the left. He regarded the hedge with trepidation, took a deep breath, and walked forward. It was almost like stepping through the barrier at King's Cross, combined with being electrocuted. Pins and needles attacked his skin ferociously, viciously, making him feel like he was being burned. And just when it became unbearable, when the wordless cries screamed in his breast to be heard, he was through. He stumbled and landed heavily on the ground. He instantly rolled and got to his feet, wand and knife in his hands. The dark maze corridor stretched out in front of him. Harry glanced at the corpse of the snake to the side. It had been unable to take the pain. He checked his hands, trembling a touch as he did so. He was untouched, but everything stung. The scrapes from his encounter with the Hydra were aching badly. It was though someone had dumped ammonia into the wounds. He felt sore and achy, drained. His legs felt shaky. It was what Crouch wanted, what Voldemort wanted. Harry knew that. They wanted him delivered weak and vulnerable. His jaw tightened as his lips firmed into a tight, thin line. It had hurt, but physically. He wasn't bleeding to death or maimed. Harry refused to let them beat him. He dredged deep, and with a will of iron continued down the corridor. Oh, oh, oh! Peter glanced across the bench at the stern visage of his former childhood nemesis, and swallowed the urge to laugh hysterically at the realization he sat waiting with Snape. He doubted the Dark Lord would appreciate him getting a fit of the giggles. Instead, he yanked his gaze away from Snape and looked nervously around the cemetery. It was cold, despite the time of year. Dank and dismal, with a drizzle of rain falling almost invisibly through the sky. Not that they were getting wet. The Dark Lord had immediately ordered Snape to cast a spell to divert the rain around their area, and they remained dry, if not warm. The Dark Lord was quiet. He waited on his perch like a stone statue. It was clear that the vessel he inhabited was at its end. The skin looked dead, grey and papery, lesions oozing with pus. Its hair was gone, bar one or two strands that clung onto its scalp. The eyes were sunken, the lips non-existent. The body stank of decay. Peter reviewed the ritual again in his head. Snape would be responsible for performing the ritual. It was something of a relief for Peter, because the idea of being responsible for ensuring the safe resurrection of the Dark Lord terrified him. It had been a happy day when the Dark Lord had declared Snape would brew the potion. If it had been left in his hands, well, he wasn't bad with potions. The Marauders had all had skills apart from Remus, who could melt a cauldron just by being near it. But he wasn't that good. No doubt he'd have gotten something wrong, and instead of something human, it would have been something less that would have been created instead. The image of a naked, snake-like Dark Lord emerging from the cauldron flitted through his mind, and Peter had to repress the urge to giggle again. Peter clenched his fist. The ritual called for him to willingly cut off his own hand. The Dark Lord had promised him a prosthetic, a silver version of his hand that would be stronger and better than his own. Peter grimaced. He really didn't want to lose his hand, but he had vowed to be the Dark Lord's willing servant, and he would play his part. Besides, Peter thought determinedly, his flesh would rebuild the Dark Lord. He would effectively become a parent to the form that the Dark Lord would take. It was an honor, and perhaps the Dark Lord would look more favorably upon him afterwards. Perhaps Peter would be rewarded over and above the new hand. Peter started as Snape cast a tempest into the sky. The sun was beginning to set. "It is time we made preparations, my lord," Snape said quietly. "The task will have started." "Ready the cauldron and potion, Severus," the Dark Lord instructed. "Peter will see to my needs." Peter hid a mow of distaste. One last time, he reminded himself. It would be one last time of changing soiled nappies and clothing, one last time of feeding the Dark Lord by hand. By the end of the night, the Dark Lord would walk among them in his own adult form again, and Peter's role as caretaker would be over. But not his role as servant, Peter mused, as he hurried to take care of the Dark Lord. He would always be the Dark Lord's servant. Unless Harry won. Peter shook his head of the traitorous thought. The Dark Lord would rise, and Peter would be by his side. He'd made his choice. Of course, Peter thought as he ignored the low hiss of the Dark Lord's snake behind him. If the Dark Lord was restored, and if it looked like Harry would win, then there was nothing stopping Peter from making another choice. After all, once the Dark Lord had a body, Peter would no longer need to be his servant. But until then, he was the Dark Lord's willing servant. Oh, oh, oh! There was a moment of regret. The look on her best friend's face when she'd realized, when she'd understood what was happening. That look of betrayal and horror, it had poked at something inside of her. The part of her who was a best friend, who'd spent years playing with the other girl loyally beside her, who'd listened to her dreams and commiserated when things had gone wrong. Years of friendship, all destroyed in the moment when she'd turned her wand on her best friend. She grimaced. Barty was going to be so angry with her, but she just couldn't kill her best friend. She'd settled for stunning her, wrapping her in ropes, and locking her into a closet where she'd be safe from the coming fight. She'd even cast the spell that would hide her from the map the others would use, the same spell she had cast on herself, the one Barty had taught her. There had to be a chance to change her mind and bring her over to the right side once they'd won. Hadn't she thought the same nonsense for years? How Dumbledore was a great wizard. How the light side was always in the right. Hadn't she wanted to run and inform Dumbledore, her parents, everybody, when she'd realized who had been leaving her the love notes in her bag? But she hadn't. She still didn't know why. She had met with Barty and realized the truth that he was right, that Sirius Black had subjugated the magical world, had influenced Harry into believing that Barty was evil when he wasn't. He wasn't. He was sweet and kind and mourning his first love. She would be his last. The memory of their love, making the previous night, flitted through her head. How tenderly Barty had touched her, how lovingly he'd taken her. Her fingers touched her lips, remembering the gentle kisses he had bestowed upon her. It had been so risky meeting up with him at the edge of the forbidden forest. He was a wanted man, unfairly and unjustly because of Black, and he had the machinations of the Dark Lord to deal with too. He'd been unfairly punished for rightly protecting the Dark Lord's interests, but he had finally returned from the awful trip, and he had wanted to meet with her. Wanted to make love with her too much to resist the temptation of meeting up. She shook her head and checked the time. She needed to hurry. She made her way swiftly through the castle to the ladder that would take her into the divination classroom. She pushed open the hatch and looked around cautiously. Her nose wrinkled at the heavy scent of incense, perfume, and sherry. Trelawney sat nearby her, back to the hatch and the newly visible vanishing cabinet. The divination professor was oblivious as she drank back more alcohol and mumbled something about too many people. She aimed her wand and fired. The spell hit Trelawney with enough force to send her flying forward. She hit the floor in a sprawling mess of scarves, unconscious. Another spell saw the hapless teacher bound in rope. She grimaced at Trelawney. She never had liked the woman. She moved to the window and breathed out a sigh of relief at the sight of the mirrors. As soon as he took the cup, she'd open the vanishing cabinet. Soon Hogwarts would be theirs, and the wizarding world, oh. Hermione took another deep breath as she watched Cedric finally slay the acromantula he'd been fighting. He'd taken a bad gash to his leg, presumably infected with the venom of the spider, and he was clearly lame as he staggered down the maze corridor. "Thank Merlin," Amos said softly, his voice carrying over to them as Cedric stopped and performed a healing spell that would cauterize the wound and burn away the venom before continuing. In the mirror beside him, Fleur sat by a pit of water which she had come across, complete with multiple giant squids, and continued to transfigure grass into planks of wood for her raft. It was a slow, time-consuming task, and Hermione figured it was deliberate. Fleur knew she was last into the maze, and as long as she remained alive and attempting the task, she would survive, as one of the boys was bound to win the cup. Hermione admired her tactics. Victor was tackling his wit challenge, the Greek alphabet laid out in stepping stones over what appeared to be quicksand. If he stepped on the wrong stone, he'd be dropped into the mire. There was a determination about him, though, and Hermione believed that Victor wanted to win. His competitive spirit wouldn't allow anything else. The crumbs were silent, but Hermione had noticed that their eyes had never strayed once from their son. She finally let herself watch Harry again. She was relieved he was still walking through the maze. He still had the third challenge to overcome, but until then he was safe. Hermione shivered and didn't protest when her mother placed an arm around her and rubbed her briskly. She leaned into the maternal comfort. It seemed surreal that they were just watching and waiting for Harry to be kidnapped. She couldn't help but think that there had to have been another way. But she had seen Sirius try everything to get to Voldemort and fail. She knew letting Harry be kidnapped was their best hope to ambush the self-proclaimed Dark Lord. She just wished it wasn't Harry. Prophecies. She hated the idea that Harry had been targeted because of a prophecy from a woman she considered a fraud. Yet she couldn't deny that it was in motion, had been in motion from the moment Voldemort had chosen to believe it. More unfair was the halting story Harry had told her, Ron and Neville, earlier that week. The story of the Peverils and Death, of Death's champion and his Grim. None of it seemed real to Hermione, none of it. Yet she couldn't deny the reality of Harry's situation, the tournament and Voldemort's pursuit of him. And she wouldn't shirk her place beside Harry for the world. She would stand beside him and watch him stamp Voldemort into dust. She tucked the leather strap around her neck with the rune of protection. Harry had given her his Christmas present for safekeeping. He hadn't been able to wear it, as it was designated a magical item. But that was all right. She would wear it for him when she stood in the center of the coven and blessed him with the protection of the House of Black. When she and the others would turn Voldemort's thievery of Harry's blood against him. Cedric slowed down a lot. Neville muttered beside her. "He's feeling the poison from the spider," Hermione said quietly. "Even though he's cleaned the wound, some of it had to have seeped into his blood already." Neville's gaze flickered to the Diggories, and Hermione followed his gaze. Cedric's parents looked incredibly worried. Leonard Abbott had stepped forward to place a hand on his friend's shoulder, and his wife similarly had an arm around Cedric's mother. Hermione frowned. "Where's Hannah and Susan?" Neville shrugged as though unconcerned, but his eyes gleamed with worry. "They left a while ago. I don't think Sue could take watching said." Hermione bit her lip, but before she could say anything, the sudden murmur from the crowd had her eyes flashing back to the mirrors. Her heart leapt into her throat. Harry had found his third challenge. Oh, oh, oh! The chasm in front of Harry seemed endless. Turning the corner into what he thought might be another dead end, he had only just stopped himself from falling off the narrow ledge that was all that was left on his side. The vast empty space was shocking. Magical space, Harry considered with a touch of exasperation. Of course the maze couldn't just be a maze. The ground was a long way down, and while Harry could believe it wasn't quite the distance of a skyscraper, it was probably some kind of illusion after all. He could believe that he would fall a fair distance if he fell. Clearly the goal was to get to the other side. He guessed he could change into Snitch and fly across, but he wasn't sure that was a good idea. He'd faced the wit challenge on the creature, so the chasm had to be the elemental challenge. He doubted whether it was going to be as easy as flying from one side to the other. He suspected that as soon as he was in the air, something would emerge to try and kill him. He needed to have his wand available, which meant he couldn't be Snitch. But how else was he meant to get across? A glint of something to his left caught his eye. He turned and found a broomstick propped up against the fence. Right. He felt a little chagrined at not spotting it immediately. He felt tired, though. The trip through the hedge had weakened him. His body still trembled and ached. Harry pushed away the weakness and squared his shoulders. He waved his wand at the broomstick, performing a series of diagnostics. The broomstick was just a broomstick. No hidden curses or enchantments. It was a decent cleanse-sweep, not as good as his firebolt or his latest Christmas present, but it was sturdy and in good condition. Harry sheathed his knife and took hold of the broomstick. He paused on the edge of the chasm and looked out to the other side. He could just make out the hint of a platform. He took a deep breath and launched himself into the abyss. The broomstick responded beautifully, and he zipped along for the first minute without anything occurring. He lowered himself and pushed the broomstick to go faster. Maybe he could get there before anything. A tower of water shot up from the ground directly in front of him. Harry's heart rate accelerated. His breath caught in his throat as he smoothly diverted the broom to the left. Another tower shot up. He went right. And another. He was clearly being targeted. He lowered his body to the broomstick and hung on grimly. He dodged and weaved through the gauntlet. Right, then right again, then left, then right. His hair and face grew damp from the spray of water, his hands slick on the wood, but he pushed on. Left, left, and he pushed the broom almost vertically upward as the next tower shot up right in front of him. He managed to get over the top of it, but could feel the edge of the ward at the top of the maze graze his head before he zoomed back down into the maelstrom. There was a wind on his back now. His body was synced with the broom. He accelerated into the dive and straightened out just in time to evade the next tower. Right, left. The platform was almost in front of him. Left, right, and... He put his hand out and whispered a spell. Grateful for all the training he'd done, the wall of water in front of him cleaved into two, parting to let him through. He shot through the opening, barely aware that the two sides of water crashed back into each other with a thunderous clap in his wake. He brought the broomstick to a screeching halt above the small square of maze left, a wooden stand in the center with a single cup upon it. He dismounted, wincing at the way his muscles had stiffened. As soon as his feet hit the ground, the chasm behind him flickered and disappeared, another hedge appearing to block the way. There was no other exit, no other way forward. Just a square of ground surrounded by the green hedges with the only way out, the cup that sat there innocently on its wooden plinth, waiting for Harry to take it. Harry disillusioned his knife and unholstered his wand. His jaw tightened as his chin lifted. He knew with a bone-deep certainty that the cut would take him to Voldemort. Crouch was too good not to have rigged it somehow, no matter the checks Moody had done. Harry closed his eyes briefly. He wasn't alone. He had Sirius. And Remus. And Hermione and Ron, Neville and his friends, the House of Black and the Potter Alliance. He wasn't alone. He had to hang on to that. Harry opened his eyes. It was time to meet his destiny. Oh, oh, oh! The rain stopped abruptly. Thomas fingered the plain white cotton robe he wore. It would disintegrate in the cauldron, in the heat of the potion, as he was made anew. He breathed in deeply. The air tasted of the rain, new and clean. It was time for his rebirth to begin. Oh, oh, oh! The mirror had expanded over the length of the Quidditch pitch, beaming the image of Harry Potter winning the Triwizard Tournament to all the spectators, and one cackling witch watching from the window of the divination classroom. She almost jumped up and down with glee as Harry stood in front of the cup which would whisk him away to his fate. A low moan from the divination professor behind her was ignored as she whirled away and skipped over to the vanishing cabinet. It was time to open the door. Oh, oh, oh! Sirius felt his heart leap and lodge into his throat. Harry was reaching for the cup. He wanted to yell for him to stop, not to do it, not to take it, prophecy be damned. He didn't want Harry hurt or scared or... Sirius's hands curled into fists as his son opened his eyes. Even with the horrible quality of the mirror, they gleamed brightly with determination. Sirius took a breath. Harry would survive the night. He had lived to be old and grey, and to give Sirius a Quidditch team of grandchildren. He believed it. He believed it because he believed in Harry. It was time to end the threat to Harry's future once and for all. Oh, 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 oh! Harry reached for the cup. His fingers clasped the handle, and for a moment it was as though time froze. The air stilled around him. Silence fell. His heart beat loud, his breath rasped through his lungs, and the portkey yanked him off his feet. A shock of a stunning spell charred through his body, and the pain sent him spinning into darkness. Harry disappeared within one blink of an eye and another. Sirius held his breath, hoping. The maze disappeared in a flash of magic that had the whole audience flinching back. When the light was blinked out of his eyes, Sirius gazed at the empty expanse of the Quidditch pitch below before his gaze darted to the platform, hunting for a sign of Harry. The tournament was over. 3 of the champions stood on the platform, but Harry wasn't among them. Sirius swallowed hard, ignoring the growing murmur of the crowd at Harry's disappearance. He knew it would happen. He had known. They had planned for it. He just hadn't considered how much it would hurt. The Grim inside of him wanted to howl, and was almost tempted to let it. But there was no time to waste. His son was in the hands of Voldemort. He whirled into action. Minerva stood stern-faced with fierce eyes beside a white-faced Hermione whose hands clutched onto her mother's arm tightly. "Go," Sirius growled. Minerva simply placed her hand on Hermione's shoulder. Augusta hugged Neville tightly. "Stay safe, Neville." Neville gave his Gran a solemn nod in response as she moved to stand behind Hermione. She also placed a hand on Hermione's shoulder. Molly finished hugging her sons good-bye. She brushed a hand over Ron's messy hair, anxiety written across her face. Arthur moved to her side and carefully eased her away. "It's time, Molly. We agreed we'd do this. I'll watch over them. You need to leave with the others." Molly nodded jerkily and took a deep breath. "I expect all of you home for breakfast." She took Ginny's hand as though she were a young child, but Ginny didn't protest, simply leaning into her mother to give her comfort. They gathered next to Hermione, and they both placed a hand on her shoulder. Hermione caught Sirius's gaze for a moment and gave him a slow nod. A promise, Sirius realized. She'd fight for Harry. She touched the necklace she wore and spoke clearly. Sanctuary. The women disappeared in a swirl of color. "Attention, everyone." Albus's voice sounded out over the crowd, and a hush fell. "Hogwarts is declaring an emergency. All students and visitors are to be evacuated. Please leave in an orderly fashion to the evacuation points. Again, all students and visitors are to be evacuated." Neville caught Sirius's attention, determination set in the lines of his body in a way that reminded Sirius of Frank. "I've got to assist with the evacuation. Blaise." "I'm with you," Blaise said. "I'll escort you." Percy offered. Arthur patted Percy's shoulder as he moved to join Neville and Blaise. The 3 boys hurried out. Sirius breathed out sharply, knowing Albus would only have given the order so early if the invasion had already begun. Before he could speak, the ethereal shimmer of Albus's Phoenix Patronus flew into the box. "Sirius," Albus's voice travelled out of the Phoenix's mouth. "The wards have alerted me to a breach in the castle, and the centaurs have sent word that there are dementors and vampires in the forest. We need those who are tasked to raise Hogwarts's defences in place." "I'll send a reply," Remus offered. Sirius nodded and turned to the other men with him. Arthur turned to Sirius. "We'll take the students involved with the Hogwarts spell to the headmaster's office now. We'll rendezvous with those missing as agreed." He motioned toward the 2 men standing at the back. "Richard, Leonard, are you ready?" Sirius turned to look at them and frowned at the huddle of the Bones and Abbots. The families of the other champions were already gone, and Sirius vaguely remembered them heading for the steps at the sight of their children on the platform below. "Richard?" Sirius questioned sharply. The head of the Bones family turned around, a panicked look on his face, his hand sweeping through his hair. Sue and Hannah went back to the castle already. "Hannah said Sue wasn't able to watch Cedric," Karen Abbott asserted strongly. Leonard nodded beside her. Felicity Bones bristled. "And I told you Sue said Hannah wasn't feeling well." "Well, it won't be the first time Sue has used Hannah to—" Karen began heatedly. "Ladies," Sirius interjected sharply, "now is not the time to argue about this." "Agreed," Leonard said quickly before his wife could reply. Felicity gave a disgruntled snort, but nodded. "Karen, we should leave." "I am not leaving without my daughter," Karen bristled. "Yes, you are. We have a duty we have committed to doing, sworn on our family magic, to look after the evacuated children," Leonard said briskly. "I'll find Hannah in the castle and send her on to you." Karen was barely mollified, but she conceded with a huff. Her eyes brimmed with anxiety. "You bring our little girl home." Leonard kissed her softly. Felicity turned to Richard and hugged him. "Same orders for you too, Rich." Richard tightened his hold around his wife. "We'll come home to you, Flick." Felicity shifted out of the embrace, and Karen sidled up to her with a defiant gaze. She put her hand on Felicity's shoulder, and the two women disappeared in a portkey swirl. "Draco." Lucius put a hand on his son's shoulder as Draco moved to join the men leaving. "Your survival is paramount. Your mother will be very upset if you are so much as scratched. You understand?" Draco returned his father's intent gaze and nodded. "Good luck, father." Lucius let his son go, and Sirius felt some empathy for Lucius's fleeting look of anxiety that travelled across Lucius's expression. Sirius watched as the motley band of Weasleys, Draco, Theo, Richard, and Leonard left. The box, which had been so full a moment before, was almost empty, save for himself, Lucius, and Remus. Remus lifted his communication mirror. "The pack is in position here." "Now what?" Lucius said, breathing in deeply. "Now we leave for Little Hangleton and find Harry," Sirius said firmly, because he wasn't leaving his son in the hands of Voldemort for any longer than necessary. He lifted the plain wool scarf they'd use as a portkey, and the others shuffled to grasp it. "We're on our way, Harry," Sirius thought fiercely, hoping somehow his son could hear his thoughts and take strength from them. Oh, oh, oh. It was the sounds around Harry that crept back into his consciousness first. A crunch of twigs, and the sucking sound of someone stepping into mud by his head. A low hiss nearby. The wind hitting something metallic and heavy. The crackle of a fire, the scent of the smoke drifted across him, dragging him from the unnatural sleep he'd been in. His nose wrinkled. There was smoke and ash in the air, but also a strong smell of dirt and grass and leaves, and over it all the stench of a decaying body. Harry kept still, fighting the urge to open his eyes and understand where he was and what was happening. He'd taken the cup and been stunned. He had allowed himself to be abducted by Voldemort. Wherever he wasn't safe, and he was cold. Harry figured he was lying on the ground. There was stone against his back, a headstone or two most likely. His hands were tied in front of him, resting heavily on his stomach, and there was the heavy weight of rope around his ankles. The sharp bite of the wind wrapped itself around his whole body, and he was fuzzily aware that he seemed to have lost his jacket. He still had his knife, but he figured he'd lost his wand. Voldemort wasn't an idiot. As though to prove the truth of that, Tom Marvolo Riddle spoke. "You might as well open your eyes, Harry Potter." Harry opened his eyes. For a moment he wondered where his glasses were, as his surroundings blurred in his vision, but then he felt them still on his face. He pushed his panic down and scrambled to sit up. "Severus, please inform young Harry where he is," Voldemort said silkily. "The cemetery at Little Hangleton can be found behind the church." Snape intoned loudly, clearly somewhere to Harry's right. The world sharply clicked into focus. He was in a cemetery, tied to a headstone. Voldemort sat on a chair to his right in front of a large cauldron. Harry felt for the child Voldemort had possessed. The stink of rotting flesh was almost overpowering, and the sight of the corpse Voldemort wore was horrific. Harry felt a rush of nausea at the pus and bloody lesions that littered the grey skin, and had to swallow hard. Pettigrew hovered behind his dark lord, a shuffling, ratty figure. Harry shot him a look of contempt before shifting his gaze to Snape. He knew he couldn't give away Snape's position, and affected a dark scowl. "Snape, I knew you couldn't be trusted. Just as pathetic as your father and black." Snape shot back sneeringly, his hands deep in the pockets of his robe. "Now, Voldemort said sternly. "Let's not argue with our prime ingredient, Severus." Snape immediately lowered his head. "As you wish, my lord. Traitor, you're as bad as the rat." Harry hissed, keeping up the pretence, and noticing how Pettigrew scurried back behind his Dark Lord at the mention of him. "My dad is going to—" "Do nothing," Voldemort asserted. "I may have sent Barty along to play with him at Hogwarts." He smiled grotesquely. "After all, this matter is between us." Harry felt his mouth go dry. Sirius wouldn't be at Hogwarts for long, he reassured himself. Sirius planned to get to Little Hangleton as soon as everything was in motion at the school. "What do you want with me?" Harry snapped. "Didn't getting disembodied the last 2 times we met tell you anything?" "It told me you are a worthy enemy," Voldemort replied. "Tonight you will assist in returning me to a body, and I will return to my former greatness." Harry made a show of struggling against his bonds. "We'll begin as soon as the potion is at temperature," Voldemort continued, his tone almost lecturing as though he was in a classroom. "And then we shall meet on the battlefield, Harry Potter. And I will give you the honor of a wizard's death." He caressed the wand in his hands. "But until then, Crucio?" Harry's eyes widened as the spell shot towards him. He had nowhere to go. The spell hit, and his body arched in pain for a long, excruciating moment before he fell back against the stone headstone, panting. His body was screaming in pain. Every ache, bruise, and scratch burned. He took in a rasping breath. "My lord," Snape murmured deferentially, "as much as I enjoy seeing Potter finally put in his place, the potion requires his blood to be at a resting state. I fear if you continue to torture him before the ritual, some of the effects may be duplicated into your new body." Harry tried to control his expression, tried to make sure the relief of Snape intervening wasn't too obvious. "You may be right, Severus." Voldemort tilted his head as he considered it. "I shall wait until after the ritual is completed." "I believe you've made a wise choice to wait, my lord." Snape inclined his head and went back to the potion. Relief washed through Harry so fast he almost felt dizzy with it. Snape had saved him from getting tortured. "Peter, gag our guest. I don't wish to hear him speak until after the ritual is done," Voldemort ordered. Harry struggled as Pettigrew hurried over, but he was forced to accept the black cloth Pettigrew used to gag him. Harry glared at the rat until he scampered back behind his master. Harry lowered his eyes and focused on his breathing. Every breath hurt. He pushed the pain aside and reached inside to his magic. He focused on a wandless, silent healing spell that Flitwick had taught him for dueling. It wouldn't do much to counter the Cruciatus spell, but it would help with the damage he'd taken in the tournament and his Portkey landing. He just had to be patient, Harry told himself. He had to be patient and wait for the right moment. Once his blood was used, he could call the Hallows and even the playing field. He knew Sirius would be somewhere close, just waiting. He risked a quick glance towards Snape. Whatever happened, he wasn't alone. "Oh, oh, oh!" Barty stepped out of the vanishing cabinet and into the divination room classroom. He allowed himself a small smile and opened his arms to the girl waiting impatiently beside it. He tolerated her gauche hug and separated himself from her after only a moment. He hadn't enjoyed having sex with her the night before when she'd sneaked out to meet with him, and he was glad the pretence was almost over. Almost over, but not quite done. He cupped her cheek. "My beautiful girl." Barty kissed her lips softly. It had been so easy to seduce her, so easy to turn her from her parents and her vows. Of course, the occasional compulsion spells on the notes and suggestion potions his elf had ensured she'd received had helped things along. My beautiful Hannah. Amos Diggory had been a wonderful tool. Barty had been able to control the drunkard easily once he'd had access to the ministry in the summer and before he'd lost his access at Halloween. Diggory had taken a sympathetic to his werewolf cause, crouched to dinner with the abbots just before the World Cup, and Barty had realized just how useful Hannah would be inside of Hogwarts, inside the Alliance. It had been easy to convince her to romance Neville Longbottom. Barty had wanted to make the boy his own son, the happy memory of playing with him alongside Rab, one of the few he had left. So easy to convince her to make sure that Neville was alone on the night of the Yule ball, so dear departed Igor could kidnap him. She'd grown sick of pretending with Neville, though, and Barty had encouraged her to use her friend's reaction to the second task as an excuse to gain some distance from him. They'd also used her excuse of spending time with the depressed Bones girl to sneak away and meet in secret. It had been perfect. Perfect until after Easter, when the truth had been discovered and the Alliance had put the buddy system in place. Luckily, his identifier of Pinner had given Barty the excuse of tutoring Hannah to help her catch up her studies. She had been his secret weapon, the spy who had told him about the Alliance's plans, allowing him to be a step ahead. "Barty," Hannah simpered, "are you all right?" "I'm well." Barty smoothed a lock of hair away from her fringe. "And you have done wonderfully, my Hannah." Hannah kissed him again, and he allowed her passionate mauling for as long as he could stand. Luckily, a low moan across the room gave him the excuse to break her hold. "Well, well, well, look, if it isn't Sybil Trelawney." Barty smiled widely as he walked over to the terrified woman. Hannah had done a pretty decent job of wrapping her in ropes and gagging her. "Do you know the Dark Lord wants you alive?" Trelawney's shook her head frantically. "Apparently," Barty continued, stooping to kneel on one leg beside her, "there's some prophecy about him that you gave all those years ago. You know the one? The one that proclaimed Harry Potter would be his downfall." Trelawney tried to avoid his hand, wiggling away, but Barty caught her hair easily and yanked her head back. "It's because of you the Dark Lord went after the Potters." Barty commented, still in the same conversational tone. "Because of you we went to the Longbottoms. You're the reason I lost Rab." He paused. "Well, not the whole reason, because that's on black." Trelawney made a muffled sound, trying to speak. "Shush now," Barty crooned. "Don't worry. I'm not going to hand you over to the Dark Lord." He threw her down and stood up. "You're not?" asked Hannah, surprised. "No." Barty adjusted his gloves and unholstered his wand. "Once I might have rushed to do his bidding, but no longer. I'm working for my own future now." Hannah smiled at him brightly. "Oh, Barty, that's wonderful." "It is," Barty agreed. "So I don't need some old, deluded, crazy woman who smells of sherry and piss. Avada Kedavra." He slashed his wand, and in a wash of green light Trelawney's life was ended. Hannah gave a short cry, hands flying up to cover her mouth. Barty turned to her and hugged her. "She had to be killed, Hannah," he soothed her. "She would have been in the way." "You're right," Hannah said. "You're right." "Where are Moody and Black?" Barty asked. "Still at the Quidditch pitch," Hannah said. "Sirius was in the champions box." "Then I'll meet him there." Barty kissed her gently. "You know your mission?" Hannah nodded. "I'm to stop the students from raising Hogwarts defences. Go now," he ordered softly. "We will meet when it is over." Hannah pulled away reluctantly, but she nodded and left. Barty waited until she was gone before he moved back to the cabinet and knocked against the door 3 times. He opened it, and Travers stepped out and moved aside for the vampires and the wizard mercenaries that followed. The room quickly filled with the first wave of the Dark Lord's army. Barty stood on the desk to gain their attention. "We're in the heart of Hogwarts. You have the run of the castle. Kill anyone you find." He wasn't too bothered if they found Hannah. Her usefulness was at an end. Kill them all. They all clattered out of the tower. Travers stepped up to Barty. "Where is?" "Our targets are on the Quidditch pitch," Barty said briskly. "Shall we?" Travers grunted and made to leave. He stopped, abruptly catching sight of Trelawney. The Dark Lord wanted her alive. "My spy unfortunately killed her before we arrived." Barty lied easily. Travers shot him a sceptical look, but he continued on. Barty grinned. "Oh, it was going to be a wonderful night," Barty considered cheerfully. "The whole world was going to burn. Oh, oh, oh." Hermione wrenched her gaze away from the awful carpet in the hall and followed her mother into the newly magically expanded kitchen, where the rest of the women had gathered with a worried Dobby. Hermione sat at the table and quietly observed, her head and heart too filled with thoughts of Harry. The moment he had disappeared it had been expected, but so devastating. Harry was in the hands of his enemy, an evil dark wizard who wanted him dead. He had to be scared and hurt. She wished she could be with him, but it was always Harry in the end. It had been their first year with the traps and puzzles. Only Harry had faced Voldemort at the last. Second year had been no better since Harry had ended up in the Chamber of Secrets with the shade of Voldemort on his own, with only a phoenix to help him. At least in their third year she had been with him as they had saved Sirius. She was barely aware of the others arriving and gathering around, of Kreacher and Dobby taking care of making tea and getting everyone settled. The elves had been ordered by Harry to keep the women of the house safe. Ginny slid into the seat next to her and wrapped a hand around the fist Hermione had rested on the table. "He'll come home." "He damn well better," Hermione murmured. "Harry won't let Tom win," Ginny promised, her brown eyes warm with promise and determination. Hermione nodded, uncurling her fingers to grasp her friend's hand. "We'll help him make sure of it. Ladies, if I can have your attention." Andy called for attention, and the gathered women quickly sat at the table. One side was filled with the House of Potter and Black, with the exception of Ginny, who remained beside Hermione, Narcissa, Dora, and Minerva. The other was filled with the rest of the women who would constitute the protective coven, along with Ginny Augusta Longbottom, Griselda Marchbanks, Molly Weasley, and an elderly lady who had been introduced as Vivian Vert, and who Hermione knew had a special link to Harry's ancestral line. Hermione's mother was also present, but she would remain in the kitchen during the ritual. Andy stood at the top of the table. "We need to make our final preparations." She cleared her throat. "But I first want us to go over what we're going to do. Minerva?" Minerva stood, and Andy sat. Lily Potter was an outstanding witch, and she gifted Harry with a defensive ward, which is based on her love and sacrifice, anchored in the blood she and her son shared. The gift was the result of a spell Lily cast based on the old religion. She placed a book on the table. "In this same book there is a blessing which we performed at Harry's adoption. It ensured the ward was continued by changing the anchor from Lily's blood to the blood of the House of Black." She paused and straightened. "We know this ward has already saved Harry twice. We also know Tom Riddle will steal Harry's blood for his own tonight." Hermione bit her lip. "He hopes that the theft will make him immune to Harry's protection, and every arithmancy and magical theory on the subject suggests he is right. The theft will effectively neutralize Harry's shield in this and create a magical tether for Harry's magic. But we stand in the stead of Lily, and we will not be so easily defeated. The way he has devised his ritual makes him vulnerable to witches' magic, and we intend to take full advantage of that." She deferred to Andy. Andy rose from her chair again. "The House of Black has a reputation, and while there are many things in our past we may rail against, we are united in the love we have for our children, in the belief that family comes first." She tapped the book. "As you all know, originally we were planning to restore the protection. A spell suggested it could be done, but further study uncovered that it would require the willing sacrifice of someone with Lily's blood, not Harry. And while many of us could cheerfully strangle Lily's sister, she would never give her life willingly." She held up her hand. "And no, coerced to be willing under a threat would still count as unwilling in magical terms." "Willing and unwilling are difficult to get around," Minerva agreed. "We've had to be very careful about this ritual, just as Harry has to be very careful about his state of mind, and the circumstances of during the ritual Riddle will enact this evening." Hermione nodded in understanding. Harry had told her Voldemort's ritual called for his blood to be taken by force. It had been a difficult line to tread, to accept and allow he would be kidnapped for the ritual, but retain an unwillingness for his blood to be used in the resurrection of his enemy. "Then I confess to being slightly bemused," Vivian interjected. "The preparations we've been doing. The ritual is to summon a spirit to restore a blessing." "It is. Since it is likely that only the death of Riddle will see the protection return via the tether, we've had to find a different way to help Harry." Andy looked around the table. "You've all read, and we've discussed the material on the ritual, but unfortunately we haven't quite been able to give some of you all the facts regarding the actual blessing we are targeting." "Then you'd best get on with it," Griselda remarked brusquely. Minerva stood up. During Harry's adoption there was a second blessing bestowed upon him by the spirit of Morgana Le Fay. Bertie declared the event need to know, and those present undertook a vow to never disclose it. Miriam was obliviated of the memory. "You were exempted?" Griselda said shrewdly. "Yes." Minerva nodded. Sirius believed my vow as the Potter Regent was enough to cover the circumstance. "Tonight we're going to call forth the spirit of Morgana Le Fay and ensure her blessing is restored to Harry," Andy said firmly. "He'll be shielded with the blessing of the most powerful witch in our history, called by witches magic." "And?" Vivian tapped the parchment in front of her. "There's a second part to this. Well, if everybody agrees, we thought we'd also cast that spell. It's going to take back by force what Voldemort has stolen. It's just a very advanced switching spell, really," Dora commented brightly. "Miss Granger had the idea," Narcissa said, her voice heavy with approval. Hermione blushed as everyone turned to look at her. "And we've helped her create the spell?" Minerva confirmed. "Riddle will be the first test subject." "Well done, lass," Griselda said. Andy gave a sharp smile. "We're going to make him regret stealing from the House of Black." "Good," Griselda stated, clearly pleased. Molly nodded slowly. "You won't get an argument from me." Augusta tapped the table decisively. "Well, what are we waiting for? Let's get started." Hermione touched the necklace she wore. "Hold on, Harry," she thought fiercely. "Hold on, we're with you." "Oh, oh, oh." Neville hurried back along the pathway from the Black Lake to the castle. There was a magical storm gathering overhead, dark clouds rolling in with bright splashes of lightning. The Durmstrang ship was gone. All their students and visitors had been evacuated, except Victor, who had stayed behind to help protect Natalie Warren, his girlfriend, and the reserve for the Ravenclaw spot in the Hogwarts spell. Similarly, the Beauxbatons carriages had taken to the sky, disappearing from view within seconds. But a few of their students and parents, Fleur and her father included, remained behind, determined to help Hogwarts defend itself from the invasion. They'd been sent by Moody to defend and assist in the infirmary. Neville made a final dash along the path and entered Hogwarts through a side door to the gardens. Blaise was waiting for him. "We're missing 5 students. All the other lower years and upper years, except for the few 7th years who volunteered to stay and defend the castle, are evacuated. The professors who were in charge of the evacuated students are gone. There's a group of werewolves, aurors, and unspeakables being led by Professors Flitwick and Hilliard, who've entered the castle and are starting to search for the invaders. There's another contingent out on the grounds under Moody's direction." Blaise reeled off easily. "The group heading for the headmaster's office entered 15 minutes ago through the main doors." "Who are the 5 missing students?" Neville said, not breaking stride as they left the passageway and went up a set of stairs. "Lavender Brown, the Patil twins, and the Creevy brothers." Blaise flashed a smile. "All Gryffindors." "Idiots." Neville huffed. He paused and took out a brand-new parchment from his pocket. He tapped it with his wand. "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." A copy of the Marauder's map unfolded in front of them, and Blaise whistled. "You have to give Lord Black his due," Blaise said admiringly. "He and his friends were bloody smart." Neville nodded absently. He was just pleased Remus had found a way to duplicate the original. He focused on finding the missing group. He frowned as he registered the packs of vampires moving out of the divination tower at the name Barty Crouch written there along with Dennis Travers. He pushed aside the need to inform someone. Flitwick would already know, and Ron would keep a check on the map he had. "There!" Blaise pointed at Gryffindor Tower. What the hell are they doing there? Neville muttered. He sketched a clear route through the school for himself. He had no wish to become a vampire snack, and he knew he had to stay safe if he was to keep his promise to Harry. "Right," he said. "I'll go get them. You'd best use your emergency portkey and evacuate." Blaze shook his head. "Someone has to watch your back. We'll go together." "Blaze," Neville sighed heavily, meeting his friend's eyes bravely. "I won't be evacuating. I'm staying." Not that he'd told anyone but Harry that. His Gran firmly believed he would be at the Black Estate, safe and sound, once the evacuation was complete. But he had promised Harry, and he needed to be at Hogwarts in case the worst was to happen. "Yeah, I figured that." Blaze shrugged. "It doesn't change the fact that you need someone to watch your back." Neville swallowed hard. "That's not exactly Slytherin of you, Blaze." "Of course it is," Blaze said firmly. "If you or someone can rein in your Gryffindor recklessness and ensure you don't get killed, you're going to be Chief Warlock some day." He grinned widely at Neville. "We Slytherins like to plan ahead." Neville snorted and mock-punched Blaze on his upper arm. He knew Blaze was planning ahead, and he also knew that it wasn't the reason he was staying with him. "Come on, then. Let's go round up the rest of the reckless Gryffindors." Blaze fell into step beside him, and they continued up the stairs. They rounded the corner, and they stopped abruptly as they almost walked into Hannah. "Neville!" Hannah gave a cry and threw herself at him. Neville frowned, but his arms were already around his former girlfriend, patting her tentatively on the back. "What are you doing here, Hannah?" "I got separated from Sue somehow, and I've lost my portkey, and I've been trying to find my dad. I was going to the headmaster's office." Hannah babbled out. Neville gently disengaged her. "We're on our way to Gryffindor Tower to round up some students. You can come with us, and once we have them evacuated, we'll get you to the office and see where Sue's gotten to." "Thanks, Neville." Hannah beamed at him. Neville shook his head as she went to grasp his hand. "We should both have our hands free and wands out. There's an invading army in the castle." "You're right." Hannah blew out a breath. "Sorry." "Shall we get going?" asked Blaze breezily. Hannah nodded and set off, leaving the two boys to follow her. Neville exchanged a look with Blaze. Something wasn't right. Blaze signalled that he'd keep an eye on their unexpected company, and Neville accepted with a quick nod. He caught up with Hannah quickly and frowned as he tried to work out what was bothering him. They were almost at the tower when his mind cleared, one thought echoing through his head like a siren. Why hadn't he seen Hannah on the Marauder's map? Albus strode across the Quidditch pitch towards Alastor. His pace was quick, without seeming rushed. He was glad to see the paraphernalia of the tournament had been set aside, with only the platform remaining, as Alastor was using it as a command post. Albus hurried up the steps, as his sense of the wards pinned again. "The wards are reporting multiple incursions in the castle. We're almost fully evacuated. Longbottom looks like he and Zabini are going after the strays. Flitwick's leading a group to deal with the intruders inside the castle," Alastor replied gruffly. "The infirmary is locked down and guarded. Only someone with a valid portkey can enter." "The children who are to perform the Hogwarts spell should have been in your office the whole time," Alastor remonstrated. "It was a bloody stupid idea for them to watch the task." Albus looked slightly taken aback by his friend's ferocity, but he couldn't argue that the more sensible approach would have been to have had the group already in place. They would have been missing Mr. Diggory. They could have done it without him. Alastor grumbled. "Anyway, they're making slow progress, but so far so good, and they've got a good set of adults protecting them." "Is there any word from Sirius?" Albus asked. "Amelia said he and the others had made it there. Everyone's in position." Alastor heaved a heavy sigh. "But they're blind and deaf to the location until Snape manages to give them the secret." He pointed towards the forest. "We've got vampires and dementors just inside the forest. They're probably waiting for some kind of signal to attack." Albus fingered his wand, his first wand. The Elder Wand was with the cloak waiting for Harry to call them. Albus missed its hum of power, but there was a familiarity about his first wand that warmed and welcomed him in a way he'd never felt when he had carried the Elder Wand. Perhaps, Albus mused, it was another sign that nobody but the Peveril line that Harry was meant to carry the wand, on the ward line by the forest. Alastor said bluntly, "You need to keep everything in the forest out of the grounds." Albus nodded. "Understood. Send Hagrid to assist me." Alastor agreed. "He's locking the gates, but as soon as he's done I'll send him your way." He paused, and his magical eye whirled around. "Watch yourself, Albus. Riddle wants this place, and you dead as much as he wants Potter's blood." "Tom Riddle will never take Hogwarts," Albus said confidently. "You stay safe, old friend." They clasped hands for a brief moment, their years of friendship almost tangible enough to touch as they regarded each other with fond affection. Albus let go and made for the forest ward line. He had a school to protect. Oh, damn it! Cedric clung on to the banister and took a deep breath. Ron tried hard not to nag at the older boy, but the group was only as fast as their slowest member, and Cedric was it. They were stuck on a small staircase. There was a landing just behind them, with a corridor to the left which led towards Ravenclaw, an alcove to the right with a statue of Armitage Flank, a famous Quidditch player and former Hogwarts student. They still had a long way to go to the headmaster's office. It wasn't Cedric's fault, Ron reminded himself. Cedric had been injured in his challenge with the Acromantula. Ron knew just how awful those monsters were first-hand. "Are you all right, Cedric?" Ron wasn't surprised that it was Luna who stepped forward and put a hand on Cedric's shoulder. "I'll make it," Cedric said, his eyes shining with a grim determination. "I have to. I'm the only Hufflepuff student here. Sue and Hannah must have had a good reason to leave," Ron's dad said evenly, casting a look toward the two unhappy fathers who were accompanying them. Ron still couldn't believe it. Well, he could, because Sue had gone through a lot, but he'd really thought she was committed to helping them with the spell. She had been great during the preparation sessions. "We should keep moving. Amos Diggory had insisted on escorting his son. Maybe we should create a stretcher and have someone levitate Cedric," Ron suggested. "That, actually," Fred began, "is an incredibly good idea," Natalie agreed. She twirled her wand and took off her scarf. A second later it was transfigured into a stretcher. "Come on, Cedric, hop up." "I don't want to delay us further," Draco stated with characteristic tactlessness. Ron wasn't going to argue with a Slytherin, though. He was fairly willing Cedric to get a move on himself. Cedric grimaced, but he gave in and started to limp back down to get to the stretcher. Victor moved to his side to assist him. "Great!" Ron breathed out a sigh. "Let's kill them all!" A voice shouted. A flash of green light came from above. "Cedric!" Amos dived on top of his son and a moment later landed lifeless on the floor. "Dad!" Cedric called out, horrified. "Get off the staircase!" shouted Ron urgently, pulling Luna down the steps. The blasting spell came out of nowhere, aiming directly at Victor. Cedric pushed Victor roughly aside. Victor fell to the landing, taking Ron's dad and Leonard Abbott with him, and the spell punched through Cedric and blasted the staircase. They all went flying. Someone had the presence of mind to cushion the floor, and they bounced. Cedric landed like a broken doll, blood already pooling around his head and blasted middle. "Shields!" Ron shouted, not caring that he was ordering his own father and brothers. "Everybody, take cover!" His dad ordered, running forward and dragging a shocked Victor to the side of the staircase. Another blasting spell came down toward them, and Ron grabbed Luna, hustling her behind the nearby statue. He was joined a split second later by Draco and Theo. Fred and George had grabbed Natalie, and they'd dived around the other side just before a green spell hit, cracking the stone. Ron winced. He glanced up the stairwell, and his heart sank as he took in the dark shapes of vampires crouched in the shadows. Ron swallowed hard at the sight of the Diggorys lying abandoned at the foot of the ruined staircase. He should do something. Grab Cedric and... Luna placed a hand on his arm. "They're gone," she said sadly. The vampires leaped to the top of the staircase, and Ron tightened his grip on his wand. A moment later, and his dad, Victor, Leonard, and Richard were all fighting. Magic erupted in streams up and down the staircase. "Go!" His dad shouted from the other side of the landing. "Run! We'll hold them off!" Ron felt frozen with fear. It was his dad. He couldn't expect to leave his dad through here. Fred opened up a panel behind the statue and gestured for them all to get inside. Draco and Theo moved immediately. "Come on, Ron." Natalie caught his arm and yanked him to the opening. Luna went ahead of them, casting a lumos as soon as she entered the dark, narrow space. They all paused as George closed the panel and sealed it. He added another spell. Natalie grimaced. "What was that?" "A bit of a surprise for anyone trying to follow us," George said grimly. "This way," Fred said. "It leads to a corridor near the office." "Do I want to know how you know all the secret passages in the castle?" Natalie asked with a sigh. "It's a damn good thing they do," Ron said hotly. Natalie shook her head. "I didn't mean—" "We know," Fred interjected, sounding so serious that Ron could hardly believe it was Fred who had spoken. "But we all have to stick together, right?" "Well, do we?" asked Draco suddenly. "I hate to be crass, but we're missing a Hufflepuff." His white face shone in the dark. "We can't do the spell." "Draco's right," Theo said. "Unless anyone knows where we can find a replacement." "The infirmary," Natalie replied promptly, causing them all to look at her. "Robert Ogden is in the infirmary helping to guard it," Natalie explained. "He's aware of the spell, and he can do it. He was a bit disappointed not to be on Harry's list." Ron sighed and rubbed his nose, unaware of the streak of dirt he was leaving behind. "And how exactly are we meant to get him?" That stumped them all for a long moment. "Flu," Luna said suddenly. "What?" asked Ron, feeling stupid. It was Theo who replied. "We can flu the infirmary from the headmaster's office, and Ogden can step through the same way. Moody locked down the external flu, but internal should still work." "Good plan, Luna," Natalie said. Ron saw how Luna's face brightened with the praise. "Brilliant, Luna," he added. There was a small moment of shared camaraderie. "Right then," Fred said. "Let's get moving." And they set off again. Ron cast a look behind him, worry about his dad niggling at him again. But he had a duty to perform, and he wouldn't let Harry down. Oh, oh, oh. Sirius stared at the mirror. It had activated a moment before, and Sirius had grabbed hold of it. He didn't dare speak to acknowledge the connection had been made in case he gave away Snape's position as a spy. He'd charmed his own mirror immediately to ensure it didn't transmit any of the noise around him. They were all camped out in the small flat they had acquired as their little Hangleton headquarters. Lucius waited in the back room while the rest of them stayed in the living room, Amelia, the Rat Squad, and the female member of the treasure team, Caro. The treasure team had planned to be in the cemetery, camped out in a hidden corner in the hollow of a tree. They had suspected that Voldemort would place it under Fidelius, but both were hopeful that being present prior to the secret would enable them to remain in place. Theoretically, it should have worked. Unfortunately, the reality was that the secret obliterated the location from their minds, and they had been left confused about where they were and why they were there. Caro was chagrined. She had been in the tree in her animagus form, and had simply flown off only to realize her mistake once she had resumed human form, trying to resolve the confusion she had felt. Bill, though, had somehow managed to stay put, and Sirius gave thanks the Weasley heir was somewhere already in the cemetery, hopefully within earshot of Harry. All Sirius could see in the mirror was darkness, the inside of Snape's pocket. He could barely hear anything except for Snape, despite casting an amplification charm so the whole room could hear it. Remus hovered by his arm. "My lord," Snape's voice rasped out of the mirror, "as much as I enjoy seeing Potter finally put in his place, the potion requires his blood to be at a resting state. I fear if you continue to torture him before the ritual, some of the effects may be duplicated into your new body." Sirius stiffened, a low growl escaping him. The bastard was torturing his son. "I believe you've made a wise choice to wait, my lord." Snape's voice sounded strongly through the mirror again. "Thank Merlin. It sounds like Severus managed to convince him to wait until after the ritual before—" Remus's voice trailed away. before continuing to torture Harry?" Sirius snarled caustically. Remus placed a hand on Sirius's arm, and Sirius was vaguely aware of the flash of amber that flitted through Remus's gaze as he silently warned the others to leave Sirius to him. We always knew this would be the hardest part, that even if we knew the secret of the location, we have to let the ritual take place. It will be easier to get rid of Riddle if he inhabits a corporeal body than if he's still a wraith. Sirius spun away from his old friend and paced the length of the room to the window. Outside, the grey pavements with their myriad of puddles looked dirty and bleak. He breathed in deeply. He should never have allowed this. He should have found a different way. What had he been thinking? Remus settled beside him again. "A few more hours, Padfoot, and it will be over. Tom Riddle will be gone. Harry will be safe. You and he can live long and happy lives. You just have to hold on to that." Sirius dragged a hand over his face. "He's been tortured, Mooney, and we'll heal every hurt when we can get to him," Remus stressed. "Sirius!" Amelia called out to him urgently. Sirius hurried back over to the mirror. "What?" "The ritual." Amelia cleared her throat and pointed to the dark mirror. "They're about to begin the ritual." Sirius sat down abruptly. It had to happen. Voldemort had to regain his body and the ritual be completed so they could kill him once and for all. The theory was far too vague about what would happen to the Wraith if all the Horcruxes were destroyed prior to Riddle regaining a body of his own. Harry wasn't alone, Sirius reminded himself. Snape, for all his flaws and faults, was with him. He'd already intervened about the torture, not to mention Bill was somewhere in the cemetery. Harry wasn't alone. "The potion is ready, my lord." Snape's voice echoed in the living-room. "Maybe you should step out, Padfoot," Remus murmured with far too much sympathy in his voice. Sirius shook his head. "No," he said roughly. "If Harry must suffer through this, it's the least I can do to bear witness." Remus nodded and took the seat next to him. He offered his hand, and Sirius took it, holding on tightly as a hush fell and they all stopped to listen to the resurrection of Riddle. "Oh, oh, oh!" Harry squirmed against the ropes that bound him. There was a little bit of give in the set that tied his hands and wrists. He'd bet money that it had been Snape who'd tied him up. The potions professor would have tried to have given him some kind of advantage, whereas Pettigrew seemed invested in the opposite. The gag was certainly tight enough. Snape turned to the Voldemort-infested corpse. "The potion is ready, my lord." A huge snake slithered into view and wound itself around the legs of the seat Voldemort was perched upon. "I will watch them, master, as you commanded." Harry kept his expression blank, not wanting to give away that he had understood, even if the likelihood of Wormtail not informing Voldemort that he was a Parselmouth was slim. "Excellent, Nagini," Voldemort replied. "Peter, deliver me to the cauldron." Harry watched unwillingly as Peter picked up the slimy husk and carried it to the large cauldron. He could hear the liquid inside bubbling away over the crackle of the fire that still burned below it. Peter carefully lowered the Voldemort thing into the cauldron. There was a slosh and plop as the liquid sucked the thing below its surface. Snape pointed his wand at a nearby bag, and a small vial whizzed past Harry and into Snape's hand. "Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son," he intoned as he sprinkled the powder substance into the cauldron. Bright white sparks lit the night sky. He kept the vial and nodded at Pettigrew. Peter stepped forward and pulled a dagger from his robes. He held out his right hand with its missing finger over the cauldron's surface. Harry could see how scared the rat was. It fairly blared from every line of his body, from the whites of his wide eyes and tensed face. "Flesh of the servant," Peter stuttered out, "willingly given, you will revive your master." He lifted the dagger high. Harry turned away as it arched downwards, and flinched at the shriek of agony which sounded through the graveyard. There was another splash as the flesh hit the liquid. Bright purple sparks shot into the air, and there was a bubbling, churning, hissing sound coming from the cauldron. Snape snapped a spell at the prone Pettigrew, huddled on the ground, cradling his mutilated arm to his body. bandages wrapped themselves around the bleeding stump. Snape summoned the dagger Pettigrew had abandoned and caught it with finesse. He walked steadily over to Harry and knelt beside him. Harry made a show of trying to get away from him. Snape's hand snapped out and grabbed his left arm, his least dominant one. Snape shoved the material of the shirt up until the wrist was revealed. Snape's dark eyes glittered as they met Harry's. "Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe." He slid the knife into Harry's flesh, neatly avoiding all the major arteries and veins, ensuring the damage could be easily healed. Harry cried out, the sound muffled by the gag, "Because, damn it, it hurt!" The dagger was drawn out of him and placed on the ground while Snape spilled the blood that trickled down into the vial. Snape waited until the vial was almost full before he stood up in a sharp movement. His wand twitched out, and Harry felt the wound seal itself, knitting together tightly. It was painful, but Harry was grateful for the simple healing. He couldn't afford any lingering weakness if he was to survive the confrontation to come. The blood was added to the cauldron, and almost immediately there was a bright red flash. Static electricity shot out and around the cauldron. It was mesmerizing until the reason for the display was considered. Snape kept his back to Harry, eyes on the cauldron. The snake hissed loudly in celebration, rising up to see. Wormtail was a sobbing mess on the floor, and Harry knew it was time to disappear. Steam erupted from the cauldron in a thick white cloud. Harry reached inside of himself to the hallows and called. A figure emerged from the cauldron as the cloud evaporated, a tall and muscled, naked adult male with dark, wild hair slicked with grey at the temples, sharp, aristocratic features whose handsomeness was twisted by the cruel glint from red eyes. "Robe me!" Harry closed his eyes and called again for his cloak, for the stone, for the wand. "Hallows to me," Harry whispered desperately. "Hallows to me, the last of the Peverils." As Snape hurried a distracted Voldemort into a black cloak, Harry felt the air stir. A wand slapped into his hand, the stone landed as a heavy weight in his pocket, and the cloak wrapped itself around him, covering him completely. "Thank you, Severus," Voldemort said politely. "You have done well." He stroked a hand down his robes. "My new body is excellent, is it not, Nagini?" "It is better," Nagini replied. Harry cast a localized severing charm on the ropes with the Elder Wand. Voldemort raised a hand, and his wand sailed from the chair he'd occupied into his hand. He obliterated the chair with a silent blasting spell, and Harry used the moment to pull free from his ropes and dart around the back of the headstone. Finally! Voldemort turned towards where Harry had been tied and froze. Snape made a show of following Voldemort's gaze and giving a startled gasp. "Potter! But I had him tied up!" Voldemort gave a low hiss and gestured at the dagger. He must have used that to free himself. "Find him, Nagini! Bring him to me!" Harry kept huddled in his invisibility cloak. The snake slid right past him and gave no sign that it had even suspected at his location. "No matter," Voldemort said slowly. "A Dementor friend guards the perimeter. He won't get far." "It explained the chill in the air," Harry mused. Voldemort smiled nastily. "We'll deal with Potter soon, but first," he gestured at Snape, "your arm, Severus." Snape held out his arm, and Voldemort poked his wand into the center of the dark mark. "Think of the secret, as I call them, Severus, so they will know where they are when they arrive." He laughed, a short, inhuman sound. "Let's see who of them dares not answer my call after all this time." Harry repressed the sigh that wanted to escape. He'd hoped Voldemort would have to speak it out loud again and hopefully communicate it to Sirius. Still, Voldemort was voluntarily accepting additional players into the cemetery, and they'd planned for that. All he had to do was wait. "Oh, oh, oh!" Barty gave a laugh as he managed to clip Arthur Weasley with a cutting curse. The slash across the man's forehead started bleeding immediately. The mercenary beside him sent another blasting hex down the stairs. a vampire jumped down to the landing only to be dispatched with a beheading by the Durmstrang champion. It was a decent beheading. "Ah!" The shout came from above them, and suddenly spell-fire was raining down on them. Barty swore and raised a shield, scuttling back behind cover. He caught a glimpse of Flitwick at the head of a large group of people, and cursed again. The half-goblin was just as bloodthirsty as the rest of his species. Solus vampirus. 2 of the vampires immediately disintegrated into dust. The others dived for the shadows. 3 men jumped down to the landing Barty was using. He recognized them immediately. Werewolves. It was time for him to retreat, but first Barty threw a vial of potion into the air and fired off a flash spell to hide his own exit. The potion was the Carrow's invention and would turn the werewolves into their animal form. They would be mindless, rampaging beasts. Maybe they'd kill the vampires and the mercenaries along with the Weasley idiot and his friends, but Barty wasn't too bothered by that. He was disillusioned, but he cast another scent. Neutralizer and silencing spell as he ran down the corridor. He made it into a classroom and barricaded the doors. He headed for the window and was pleased to see it had a small trellis just outside of it, which went all the way down to the rose garden. He set a fire in the corner of the classroom and started to climb down. He'd been distracted into fighting the group on his way out, which had been a mistake, Barty mused as he carefully avoided the growing roses and found his next handhold. He had to remain focused. He needed to find Black and take his revenge. Nothing else mattered. He looked out across the grounds and frowned. They seemed strangely deserted. Where were the tournament-goers? The rest of the Hogwarts staff? He glanced across to the lake and glowered at the empty expanse of water. Durmstrang was gone, and he would bet the rest of his galleons that Beauxbatons was gone too. They knew. Somehow they'd known that there would be an invasion. Probably Moody's bloody paranoia, thought Barty with disgust, as he lowered himself to the ground and brushed off the dirt that clung to his robes. Or maybe they had a spy. His upper lip curled. Snape. Well, Barty didn't care. It didn't matter to him if the light rallied and fought the Dark Lord, even if they won. All he cared about killing Black and destroying everything in his wake. He casually set the rose garden alight as he walked through it. He knew the maze had been situated at the Quidditch pitch, with the stands there reused for the tournament audience. He headed across the grounds in that direction. He had just rounded the Quidditch changing rooms when he froze at the right of 2 Aurors stood just in front of him. One was smoking, and the other was looking at his compatriot with disgust. "Bloody hell, Jimmy, we're meant to be on duty," the younger one remarked. "Maiming a last fag," Jimmy retorted. "They said we'd be battling vamps and dementors, not standing on the sidelines guarding a poxy pathway, Padraig." "You're just sore because Bones took the rat squad with her to find Potter," Padraig replied, the reprimanding tone strident in his voice. "Of course I'm bloody sore," Jimmy muttered. "That's where the action'll be. Maybe if I was there I'd save the lad and be a hero. Lucy would have to drop her knickers for me then." "You're an idiot," Padraig stated. "You have as much chance at getting in her knickers as a hippogriff." Barty was amused. He shot out the killing curse at the idiot, and before Padraig could do more than drop his mouth open in shock at the sight of his friend falling lifelessly to the ground, Barty had killed him too. He lightly jogged across the ground to the Quidditch stands, but slowed as he neared, voices carrying over the wind. "Moody says Jimmy and Padraig just blinked out. We're to investigate." A crisp, upper-class accent said loudly, "Jimmy's probably gone and done something stupid." Another voice complained, "He can barely find his own arse." "That might be true, Lucinda, but we have our orders." Lucinda. Barty turned the name over in his head. He wondered if Lucinda was the very sensible, non-knicker-dropping Lucy. He watched as the women came into view, turning the corner from the entry to the Ravenclaw stands. One was a very pretty blonde, the other a statuesque brunette. "Right then, Dorothy, you lead the way." "The blonde," Lucinda said. Dorothy sighed and pointed in Barty's direction. "They're supposed to be over there." Barty raised his wand in anticipation. It was like a duck-shoot, he thought happily. Jimmy was pissed at not going with Bones. Lucinda shook her head. "I can't see either her or Lord Black putting up with his kind of antics, not when Potter's life is on the line." "Neither can I." Dorothy sighed. "Did you see Black before he left? He looked so yummy in that dragon hide." "Yummy's the word." Lucinda was close enough for Barty to see her grin, but he ignored her, his entire body frozen as his mind caught up with their comments. Black wasn't at Hogwarts. Black had gone in search of Potter. Black wasn't there, and Barty had no idea where the Dark Lord was, because the location had gone under a Fidelius. Bloody, buggering bum-fuck. Barty snarled out his anger and sent a blasting charm towards the stands. He was oblivious to the shouts and yells as a group of Aurors ran to investigate. He stormed away, heading to the gates. He'd have to start at the Dark Lord's manor and head into the town, try to find Black there. Pain shot through his left arm, sending him to his knees, and he struggled with the urge to scream. Barty clutched onto his left forearm, slapping a hand over his dark mark. It was done. The Dark Lord was resurrected and was calling his Death Eaters. Bloody Dark Lord. If Barty had been mid-battle with Dumbledore, he'd have been captured. Couldn't the bastard distinguish between them all, and leave him alone? He gulped in another breath and pushed a hand through his hair, trying to think past the pain. The cemetery at Little Hangleton can be found behind the church. The secret whispered itself into his brain as Barty panted for breath, his arm burning. He gritted his teeth and surged up to stand. He cast a numbing charm over his arm. It dulled the call to an ache. He could answer the call. Of course, if he simply answered the call, he'd be dead moments after appearing, since the Dark Lord had put him in charge of the forces at Hogwarts. But he was disillusioned. He could hide in the graveyard and wait for Black to show up. Merlin knew the bastard probably had some way of tracking Potter, some plan to rescue him. Well, Barty had a plan now too, Barty thought with furious glee, and his plan was the only plan that mattered. He set off again for the gate. As soon as he was clear of the Hogwarts ward line, he'd apparate to Little Hangleton. Oh, he'd have to delay his plan to destroy Hogwarts completely. But what was an hour or two between explosions, after all? Oh, oh, oh. The white shimmer of the Wolf Patronus came to a halt in front of Minerva. Riddle has his body. Harry's hiding. Do the ritual now. The Patronus faded. Hermione felt her heart leap into her throat. Harry had been hurt, his blood taken. It was necessary for the resurrection, but she touched her necklace again. He was hidden by the Hallows. He was safe, for the time being. "Places, everyone!" Minerva said loudly. They all made their way to the living-room. It had been part of their preparations during the previous week. It had been cleared of furniture and decorations. The hideous carpet had been removed to reveal plain wooden floorboards. The walls had been whitewashed, and the room thoroughly cleaned with sage. There were 2 circles laid out on the floor with plain, thick white candles. The inner circle was only for Dora, Andy, and Narcissa, the blood daughters of the House of Black. There had been quite a discussion about whether Hermione should be within the circle, as she was a sworn daughter. But ultimately the arithmancy had determined 3 in the centre and 7 in the outer circle. Minerva ushered the rest of them into position in between the 2 circles. Hermione held her breath as she took her place. Vivian Verte took north as the eldest. Ginny took the position to her left as the youngest. Griselda stood beside Livian on her right, and Augusta next to her. There was a space left for Minerva. Molly was next, with Hermione Helself rounding out the circle to Ginny. They each wore delicate white robes edged with silver and gold thread, the crests of Black and Potter stamped upon their cuffs. It was their only clothing. They were all barefoot. They had each undergone a cleansing before they had changed, and Hermione felt almost naked. She touched the necklace she wore. She'd been allowed to keep it for the ritual, its connection with Harry allowing it to be present. "One last check," Andy called out. "We could be here for some time. We don't know how long it will take to summon Morgana Le Fay. Does anybody need another comfort break?" Her eyes glanced over the 2 pregnant women next to her. Dora rolled her eyes. Narcissa sniffed imperiously. "Right, ladies, candles." They all stooped and picked up the candle behind them. Minerva switched off the lights. She took her own place in the circle and accepted the candle Augusta offered her. She nodded briskly. "If you please." Andy smiled. "Lumos." The candles lit up. Their steady yellow flames brightened the room. "Blessings be to magic," Andy began. "We women of the House of Black gather, protected by our sworn sisters, to call upon Morgana of the line of Le Fay, and beseech her help to guard our child, Harry, son of the House of Black. I am Andromeda, mother of the House of Black, and I stand in the place of Lily of the House of Potter. Morgana, hear my call, by blood, by magic, by spirit. Hear her call." Hermione joined in the chime with the rest of the outer circle. "Blessings be to magic." Narcissa picked up the chant. "I am Narcissa of the House of Black, mother of the House of Black, and I stand in the place of Lily of the House of Potter. Morgana, hear my call, by blood, by magic, by spirit. Hear her call." Dora took a breath. "Blessings be to magic. I am Nymphadora of the House of Black, mother of the House of Black, and I stand in the place of Lily of the family Potter. Hear her call. Blessings be to magic." Andy began again, and the chant continued. Time slipped away. 2, 3 times they spoke the chant, and Andy began again. Hermione kept focused and willed Morgana to appear. 4, 5 times. Hear her call. 6. Hermione pushed away any despondency. Harry was depending on them. "Blessings be to magic." Hermione felt the candles flicker at Andy's 7th intonation. Magic swirled around the room, its touch against her skin electrifying. "I stand in the place of Lily of the House of Potter. Morgana, hear my call, by blood, by magic, by spirit." The candles flamed higher. "I stand in the place of Lily of the House of Potter. Morgana, hear my call, by blood, by magic, by spirit." And higher. "I stand in the place of Lily of the House of Potter. Morgana, hear my call, by blood, by magic, by spirit." Hermione wished with all her heart she had to save Harry. "Here, hall, hall," and the candles went out, plunging them into darkness. Silence. The candles flared to life, brighter than before. Hermione blinked. And in the centre of their circles stood the silver spirit of Morgana Le Fay. Oh, oh, oh. Harry pressed himself against the gravestone and watched as Voldemort laughed harshly as he called for his Death Eaters. He tightened his grip on the elder wand, thankful for the cover of the cloak. Even the weight of the stone was a comfort. His family's legacy, defeater of Dark Lords, Death's champion, the raven that stalked the battlefield. Harry took a breath, calm and centered. It was time to send the last pieces of Voldemort's soul to death. Neville entered Gryffindor Tower cautiously, stepping through the portrait doorway with his wand already drawn. He frowned at the sight of 3 dishevelled witches holding the Creevey brothers at wand point. The 2 Muggle-born brothers were bound and unconscious. "Neville!" Lavender noticed him first, and her voice teetered on the edge of hysterical. Her skirt and blouse were torn, and there were bruises and scratches all over her. "Thank Merlin." Neville turned back and motioned for Blaise and Hannah to join him before spinning back to the group. "What's going on?" He gestured at Padma, who was the most level-headed, to explain. "Padma, you're not even a Gryffindor. You shouldn't be here." "She's not," Blaise muttered. "I thought she was. I'm a Ravenclaw. I went to find my sister as soon as the call for the evacuation came, but Parvati insisted on looking for Lavender because she'd come back here." Padma sighed. "I wasn't going to let my baby sister go off by herself, so I only came back to the tower because I realized I didn't have my wand, Neville." Lavender babbled almost in tears. "I was so excited about the tournament I forgot it. When I realized I ran back and found it. But then—" Her eyes landed on the Creevey brothers. Hannah cleared her throat. "Sue and I saw them on our way into the castle. They said Colin had run out of film and they were going to get some more." "Yeah?" Well, we found the Creevy brothers trying to assault Lavender, so they clearly took advantage of the situation," Padma concluded. "Bastards!" Parvati muttered. It was so uncharacteristic of the Chirpy brothers that Neville couldn't believe it. He glanced at Blaze and found him mid-wand movement. "Imperious," Blaze declared. "Someone set them on her." He went to wake them up, but Hannah stepped in front of him. "Are you sure that's a good idea?" Hannah waved back towards Lavender. "What if they're still Imperious? The stunning will have reset their brains." Padma answered almost in unison with Blaze. They looked at each other before blushing and turning away. Neville woke the brothers up briskly. Dennis blinked rapidly. "What?" Colin came round with a gasp. "Ow! What hit me?" He blanched as he realized he was tied up, and so was Dennis. "What's going on?" "Who tied us up? I did," Parvati admitted without a hint of remorse. "You were hurting Lavender." Colin paled. "I would never." "You were both under the Imperious," Blaze informed him. "What's the last thing you remember?" Colin swallowed hard as he thought. "We'd come into the entrance hall and—" He glanced at Hannah. "Sue and Hannah were there, and we talked a bit, and then we started up towards Gryffindor Tower, and then— nothing. I don't remember anything else." "We have to leave," Neville said grimly. "We can sort this out later." He reached into his pocket and brought out his emergency portkey, a sock. "This will take you straight to the infirmary." He released the Creevies. "I'm sorry, but you're all going to have to go together." Padma nodded briskly. Lavender sighed tremulously, and Parvati put an arm around her. "Let me—" Hannah took it from Neville and carried it over to Padma. She handed it to the other girl with a soft smile. Padma frowned as Hannah stepped back. "You're not coming with us?" "I'm staying with Neville," Hannah said. Padma held out the sock. Lavender and Parvati took hold of it, and Colin encouraged his brother into doing the same. "Portus!" Padma called out firmly. Neville watched as they disappeared from view. He exchanged a glance with Blaze, who sent a meaningful glance in Hannah's direction briefly. "Hannah," Neville said cautiously, "how did you and Sue get separated?" Hannah frowned at him and bristled. "I needed the bathroom, if you must know, Neville. She came in with me and went to the sinks while I— She blushed furiously. "I thought she was just outside the stall, and I was chattering to her, but when I stepped out she wasn't there." Neville frowned heavily. "Someone will betray us," Harry stated as though it was fact. They were sitting on Neville's bed in the dorm. Harry had stayed after the flying session. The others had disappeared to make preparations for the weekend. Neville half wondered why Harry hadn't, but then the weight of the conversation they'd had before stayed with him. "That's not," Neville went to argue. Harry shook his head. "Learn from our mistakes, right? Pettigrew betrayed my parents, Sirius, Remus, everyone, and he did it without anyone suspecting a thing. We have no way of knowing if we have another Pettigrew in our midst." And that was horrifyingly so true that Neville took a well-earned moment to panic. Then a thought struck him, and he turned back to Harry. "How do you know it's not me?" asked Neville. "Is it you?" asked Harry, with a glint of amusement. Neville settled for glowering at him. "Just—" Harry shrugged. "You know, constant vigilance." "Damn it!" Neville muttered. He couldn't shake the feeling he was missing something. Sue was gone. Someone had Imperious the Creevies before the invasion started. Hannah wasn't on the map. Ron's half-forgotten drunken theory popped into his head. What if Hannah or Sue were actually Crouch? "Neville," Hannah interrupted his wool-gathering, "shouldn't we be making a move? I want to get to my dad. He and the others could be at the headmaster's office by now." "We should," Neville agreed. He didn't want to take out the map in front of her. They'd have to take their chances. He glanced at Blaze, who nodded as though he'd understood. If they believed Hannah's story, potentially Sue was Crouch, but if she wasn't telling the truth— He sighed and led them back out of the tower. Oh! For what seemed like endless moments there was nothing but the dark of the forest before them, scarily silent and undoubtedly brimming with threat. A cold stealing over the ground and through the air, as though the Dementors didn't care who knew they were lurking. And perhaps they didn't. Albus considered. Hagrid stirred beside him, fidgeting with the club he held. Kingsley Shacklebolt glanced at the Hogwarts gamekeeper, but kept silent. He and the rest of the Auror contingent waiting with Albus were tensed, waiting. The werewolves shifted restlessly beyond them. They had heard of the casualties back at the castle, heard of people winking out from the map, knew they'd already taken losses. Suddenly, it was as though a switch was flicked. Vampires burst from the tree line in wave. "Lumos! Maximus!" yelled Albus loudly. Light filled the sky as though it was day, Albus's power at full force, and a whip of fire took out 5 vampires as Shacklebolt raced to meet the threat. Hagrid clubbed 3 into the black lake where the squid caught them tightly. "Dementors!" someone called out as they drifted into view behind the vamps like a wave of black evil. Fawkes flashed into being, landing on Albus's shoulder with a loud, brilliant trill. And Fawkes sang, the song lifting Albus's heart. Albus lifted his wand. His mind filled with thoughts of love and family laughter in their childhood home, where their father ruffled his son's hair, kissed his daughter's forehead, where their mother scolded them for pranks with barely hidden mirth, where Abe called him brother and Ariana gave him socks. "Expecto Patronum!" Albus called out strongly, oblivious to Hagrid plucking away a vampire who had managed to steal close to him away and crushing its head. A fierce, wild phoenix erupted from Albus's wand and swept ahead of him. It sent the Dementors tumbling back to the forest, inhuman cries filling the sky as Aragog's children found a meal. Patronus after Patronus burst from the ward line and leapt towards the forest, a duck and a tiger, a squirrel and a snake, all fighting for the light. Albus thought of Harry and lifted his wand. Expecto Patronum. Another massive Phoenix Patronus burst free and scattered the Dementors, and still another wave of vampires emerged. Albus set his shoulders and took a breath. He would not let them pass. He would fight to the end. Oh, oh, oh. Severus barely repressed the flinch as Voldemort stepped back finally and let go. The dark mark burned, and Severus could barely lift his arm. "Bring me my clothes," the Dark Lord commanded imperiously. Severus took a deep breath and summoned the bag of clothing they had set aside earlier. "Your apparel, my lord." Voldemort cast a spell, and his clothes flew around him in a tornado that hid his naked body from view. It was a decent body, Severus reflected, disgusted. He had brewed the potion to perfection. Perhaps it said something that his greatest achievement was the resurrection of the darkest wizard of all time. He shuddered lightly. He fingered the mirror in his pocket. At least Potter was following the plan and had hidden himself. Now there only needed an opportunity, an opening for Severus to tell Black where they were. He had hoped to speak the secret aloud when Voldemort called the Death Eaters to him, but the Dark Lord had circumvented that idea. Severus practically vibrated with frustration. "Better," Voldemort declared. "Now, Peter, rise and you will receive your reward." Severus repressed the urge to grimace. Pettigrew deserved nothing but what he was doing, writhing around in the dirt in pain. He barely paid attention as Voldemort set to making the rat a new silver appendage. Clearly, Severus decided abruptly, if the Dark Lord wasn't going to give him an opening, he would have to make one. His eyes fell to the tangle of rope where Potter. Harry had been tied up. He had vowed to keep Lily's son safe. He had promised himself he would see the Dark Lord dead for killing her. If he was to succeed, he couldn't take the chance on an opening suddenly arising. He had to create one. "Of course," Severus mused as Peter cooed and babbled about his hand the moment after he created the opening. He'd be dead at the Dark Lord's wand, but he could use those vital seconds to attack and try to land some damage that would help weaken the Dark Wizard. And what was his life worth? Far better that he sacrifice himself for the cause than Potter, than Harry. Yes, mused Severus as the first Death Eater arrived, he would wait for the right moment and give Black the secret. He would sacrifice his life to enable Harry to live and defeat the Dark Lord. If such an act was right for Lily, then it was right for him too. He was ready to die. "Oh, oh, Minister. Minister, what's your—" "Minister, where is Harry Potter? Minister, do you believe—" Percy winced at the noise level in the ballroom of the Black Estate and wiped his brow tiredly. He wished fervently that he had chosen a different assignment. Maybe he could have stayed with his father and brothers at Hogwarts, or gone with Charlie to Guards and Mungo's. But he had believed that he would be an asset to the evacuation, able to quickly shepherd the kids through the Ministry to the Black Estate, where they would be safe. "Ladies and gentlemen," Cornelius's voice rose above all the chatter as he took the stage at the front of the ballroom. "Please, if you can all be quiet for a moment, I have a statement." The crowd settled. It was a weird mix of Ministry personnel. They had evacuated at the same time as Hogwarts, the tournament crowd including the press and some of the Hogwarts staff and students. "Firstly, I want to thank you all for your patience and cooperation." Cornelius began a touch pompously, but he was dressed only in trousers with colourful bright green braces and a crisp white shirt with the sleeves rolled up. "I know many of you have questions about what is happening, why you've been brought here. I have the following statement." Percy's eyes widened as his former girlfriend offered the minister a piece of parchment. "In June last year, Lord Black presented evidence to the Ministry of a threat to his ward and soon-to-be son, Lord Potter. This threat was the wraith of the former Lord Voldemort, also known as the wizard Tom Riddle." A murmur went around some of the crowd, but Percy could see that it didn't appear to be news for the Hogwarts students. Together, the Ministry as a whole with Lord Black have been seeking to contain this threat. Unfortunately, despite our best efforts, Voldemort managed, through his agents, the wanted criminals, Bartemius Crouch Jr. and Peter Pettigrew, to place Harry Potter into the tournament as a means to torture and kidnap him for a ritual that would take place on the eve of the solstice, this very night. There was a hushed silence. In the knowledge that the kidnap attempt would take place, and that there would likely be an attack on elsewhere in the magical world this night, we have made preparations. Cornelius looked out steadily at the crowd. Even now, ministerial forces, the werewolf packs of Europe, devoted Hogwarts' staff, including Albus Dumbledore, fight against the forces of darkness at Hogwarts. More, including Lord Black and his allies, are in place to assist young Harry in his fight against Voldemort. He raised a hand when muttering began. "There is a prophecy spoken years ago that declared Harry James Potter to be the one to free us from Voldemort. We applaud the courage and bravery of that young man in stepping forward to meet his destiny and fate tonight, to fight for us, to fight for the light. We all hope and pray that Harry will succeed." Percy wasn't surprised when the minister paused and allowed everyone to absorb that news. "Lord Black has provided his home to us as a safe haven. The wards here are strong enough to deter Voldemort and his followers. You will be made comfortable while we wait for news. I ask for your indulgence and continued patience." He stepped away without asking for questions, and immediately was swallowed up by a small group from the Potter Alliance and Bertie Croker. Percy recognized Daniel Greengrass and Tiberius Obden. Percy began to make his way over to them. There had to be more that he could do than simply wait around like a spare part. He pushed past one group people, round another, and walked straight into Penny. She stumbled, and he hurriedly reached out to steady her. "Percy!" Penny smiled at him tentatively. "Penny!" Percy reluctantly let go of her. "Apologies. I was trying to get to the minister to offer my help, and—" "You could help me," Penny cut in. She flushed at his wide-eyed look and brushed her fringe away from her forehead, an adorable habit she had when she was nervous. "I mean, there's lots to do, and I could do with some help." "Then you have it," Percy declared. She smiled brightly at him. "Come with me, then." Percy nodded in satisfaction as he followed her out of the ballroom. He just hoped the rest of his family was safe. Oh. Harry watched silently as the Death Eaters arrived. One by one they came, clothed in black apparel apart from the white masks. The graveyard filled until more than 20 stood there. At the sight of their dark lord more than one prostrated themselves, some did not. Harry figured that Tom was taking note of each and every one. "Welcome back, my followers," Voldemort began smoothly. He walked the length of the loose line the Death Eaters had formed. "As is evident, I have returned." Voldemort cast a hard look at the group. "Those who believed me vanquished by a mere babe should lower themselves to the ground and grovel before me." One stooped as though to follow the instruction before halting in a jerky motion when he realized he was the only one. Harry grimaced. That Death Eater was an idiot, he thought dryly. Whoever it was had just effectively confessed to his Dark Lord that he had thought Harry had vanquished him. Voldemort unleashed another Crucio, and the Death Eater fell to the floor, screaming in agony. Harry looked away, the memory of his own time under Voldemort's curse leaping into his mind. "Let that be a lesson to you, Avery, never to doubt me again." Avery crawled over to kiss the hem of the Dark Lord's robe. "My lord." Voldemort briskly ordered him back in line. Harry winced at the way Avery was limping. "None of you should doubt me again." Voldemort said strongly, "I told you long ago that I am immortal, and so tonight you have your proof." He paused. "But perhaps I can forgive your doubts, as I was tricked those years ago, tricked by a smart witch using old magic." He ran a hand down his body. "But I have removed the protection Harry Potter once carried, and if he wasn't a coward hiding from me among the gravestones, I would prove it to you." He smiled nastily. "I will once. Nagini finds him and herds him back to face me." Nobody spoke. "I've called you here at the start of my resurrection, at the start of a new beginning for us," Voldemort said. "Even now my army is storming Hogwarts. It will be mine before the night is out. And then a new dawn will be upon us, and we will begin to build a new wizarding world. We will rid ourselves of the filth that inhabit our hallowed halls." One of the Death Eaters stepped out of the loose formation they had formed and removed his mask. Benjamin Nott gazed at his Dark Lord with steady eyes. Harry swallowed, his discomfort forgotten as the sense that something of great importance was about to happen. He hunched down, but kept his eyes on the center of the graveyard. Voldemort glared at Nott. "Why have you interrupted me, Nott?" Nott sighed, and with a gesture the mask in his hand disappeared. "I remember this speech the first time you gave it. All of us sitting in the Slytherin common room, talking about how you would change the world, and we would be by your side. You promised a great many things, and we would have followed you anywhere. Do you no longer believe in me, Benjamin?" Voldemort said silkily. "Has my one defeat so shaken your faith in me? When I drag the boy before you and show you he is just a boy who survived because of his mother's luck, will that strengthen your faith?" Nott hummed. "My faith died the night Sebastian died." There was no sign of recognition on Voldemort's face. "You will not remember him," Nott said bitterly, "for what was he to you but another pawn in your game? But he was mine, and you killed him. You've killed so many of us because that is your true goal. Not to lead us into a glorious new age, but to simply destroy the world, which would not recognize or help a penniless orphan boy until he gained enough power for the truth of that not to matter. You deny me because I killed some stupid child?" Voldemort sneered in disbelief. "A child I loved." Benjamin stood straight. "Family." He met Voldemort's hard eyes with courage. "I will not let you harm my family again." Voldemort's handsome face twisted into something ugly. "You challenge me, Benjamin Nott?" He gestured dismissively. "You are old and powerless." "I may be old," Nott acknowledged dryly. "Some of us have lived with the same one body for the past 60-odd years, after all. But I am far from powerless, and there has always been magic in this world. You have not understood Tom Marvolo Riddle. My ancestors once vowed to protect this world, and I will follow them now." He smiled suddenly and lifted his voice. "The House of Nott surrenders to the House of Black." Voldemort's wand flicked outward, green lightning snapping forth. Nott didn't even go for his wand. He stood and let the curse take him. Harry's eyes slid shut as the dull thud of Not's body hitting the ground echoed across the cemetery like thunder. "Does anyone else dare deny me?" Voldemort shouted, whirling around to face his followers, black hair streaming behind him, his robes swirling around him. Another lifted his hand and removed his mask. Wilkes looked out at Voldemort, disgruntled. A few others unmasked. Harry's heart beat fast in his chest. It was all those who held détentés with the House of Black. Gibbon, Selwyn, all of them. You should not have killed him, Selwyn said, his voice shaking, but his face was set in determined lines. Unlike you, he was a pure-blood lord. Voldemort glowered at them. You think you better than I, the heir to Slytherin? Our magic has protected this world for centuries, Wilkes replied gruffly. It will protect it for centuries long after we are dead, and you have no part in that. You claim a blood status that is not your own, and kill everyone no matter what their blood. We followed you blindly once, Selwyn said. We will not follow you again. Voldemort reacted violently, the torture curse landing on Selwyn and sending him to the ground in agony. Wilkes stepped forward as though he couldn't stop himself. Do you intend to kill and torture us all? The curse blinked out, and Selwyn huddled on the ground. Voldemort regarded them with an amused lift of his eyebrows. I only intend to kill and torture those who are disloyal. He waved his hand down the line. Who is loyal to me here? Avery immediately stepped forward to stand behind Voldemort. Peter scurried into place. Others slowly started to break the line and move. Eventually, only those who had unmasked were left on their own, along with one more. Voldemort took a step towards that one, Death Eater. You, Lucius? You deny me? Lucius tugged the hood from his head and unmasked. He grimaced, but he kept a dignified silence. So Black has been successful in seducing you, Voldemort said, tutting. For once Harry felt sorry for the Malfoy patriarch. Although Lucius's oath to the House of Black wouldn't stop him pretending disloyalty if he was desperate enough, they would make it difficult for the wizard. Voldemort paced around the wizard and froze. "What is this?" he hissed. He grabbed Lucius's arm and with his wand tore away cloth to reveal the dark mark. He pressed his wand against it, and Harry saw Lucius's face distort with pain. "A beacon," Voldemort snarled. Harry's eyes widened. Was Sirius on his way? "What did you sell me out for, Lucius? Your life? Your magic? Both?" Voldemort lashed out again. A cutting curse slashed through Lucius's leg, and he fell to the ground with an agonized cry. "C-R-U, Crucio!" The curse hit Lucius, and he screamed. Harry couldn't bear Lucius's cries. Whether Lucius had worn the beacon willingly or not, he was under the protection of the House of Black. With a thought, the cloak slid away and into a pocket. "Stop!" Harry sprang forward from his hiding-place and banished a headstone into the path of the curse with the elder wand. Lucius remained on the ground, gasping and trembling. In the eerie twilight, Harry could see that the leg Voldemort had hit was bleeding badly. Voldemort turned to Harry with a sneer. "Potter." He twirled his wand through his fingers. "You would reveal yourself for Lucius?" "For family," Harry said, remembering Not's words. Lucius's gaze flickered to him, and he gave a short nod of acknowledgment, of confirmation. Harry's heart lifted a touch, even as fear curled through them. Sirius was on his way. He gripped his wand tighter. Voldemort lifted his eyebrows. "I think you actually believe that." Harry pressed his lips together. "He's protected." "Protected?" Voldemort laughed harshly, and a murmur went through the assembled line of Death Eaters. He stared malevolently at Harry. "You cannot protect him, Harry Potter. You cannot protect any of them." His arm snapped outward, the killing curse leaving his wand. The green light sped toward Lucius. Harry reached out his hand, and the silver snake of the Blacks appeared. It wrapped itself around Lucius. The killing curse arched downward. Lucius and the snake disappeared in a shower of silver. The curse impacted the grass, and the ground cracked open. Voldemort howled a denial and whirled on Harry. His black hair streamed out behind him, his nostrils flaring wide. "You will pay for that, Potter." But Harry could see the flicker in his eyes. Harry could see the doubt and uncertainty that had crept in. "And he shall have power the Dark Lord knows not," Snape said, stepping out from the line behind Voldemort. His words travelled like lightning across the graveyard, and Voldemort tensed as they impacted as sharply as though they were knives. "Severus," Voldemort snarled. "You challenge me?" "You take his side? The son of the wizard who stole your witch?" Snape stared down Voldemort, eyes dark with anger. "Better his side than the monster who killed her," he sneered. "The cemetery at Little Hangleton can be found behind the church," he declared, and then he attacked. Oh. Albus allowed he was a touch winded as he paused and took a breath before levelling a group of vampires with a directed sunlight charm. To his left, a blooded shacklebolt sent another vampire to dust, and another wave of Dementors moved out of the forest. "We can't keep this up," Shacklebolt gasped. "Yes, we can," Albus said gravely, "and we must." Suddenly a cacophony of pops were heard. The Hogwarts house elves lined up on their side of the ward line, ready to fight, ready to die. Fawkes streamed across the space and darted in between the Dementors, singing loudly. An anguished shriek erupted from the deadly creatures, and one stretched out a bony hand towards the bird. Albus slashed a cutting curse across the space between them and dismembered the Dementor's limb before it could touch his familiar. He raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. They would prevail. Hogwarts would not fall. He would stand until there was no breath left in his body. Oh. Arthur scurried back as the vampire reached for him, and suddenly there was a werewolf leaping. It took the throat of the vampire and sent it crashing to dust on the staircase below. And there was silence. "We're clear." Flitwick's voice boomed through the staircase. Arthur staggered to his feet. Blood ran freely down the side of his face, but he couldn't remember how he'd been injured. A pale and pained Leonard helped Richard stand, and the head of the House of Bones hopped gingerly on one foot, unable to place weight on what appeared to be a broken ankle. Beside him, Crumb held one arm to his side protectively. It was clearly broken. They all glanced at the bodies around them. Mercenaries littered the staircase. Vampire dust covered the stone. The Diggories remained still. "I need to get to the headmaster's office," Arthur said, his only thought for his own sons. They had gotten away, he knew that much. He'd seen them disappear into the hidden tunnel. He hoped they were safe. Flitwick came down as far as he could, a dozen aurors behind him. The werewolves gathered off to the side and sat down, waiting. The damaged staircase had creating a yawning chasm between Arthur and the path to the office. "Right," Victor said, coughing wetly. You should go to the infirmary, Mr. Crumb," Flitwick advised immediately. He brandished the parchment that Arthur knew was a copy of the Marauder's map. "You all should. According to the map, there's a second wave of invaders coming through the divination classroom." Arthur's heart sank. "I need to go to my boys." "Arthur," Richard protested. "No, you go to the infirmary, but I—" Arthur shook his head. "They're my children." Richard nodded in understanding. "We still haven't found Sue." His voice edged on hysteria. "I'll go with Arthur," Leonard said. "I can find the girls." "Neither Miss Abbott nor Miss Bones are within Hogwarts walls, according to the map. They must have evacuated," Flitwick said. Richard raised a shaking hand to his eyes, hiding his tears of relief. "Thank Merlin for that," Leonard said. "Still, I'll go with Arthur, and—" He'd barely taken a step when he grimaced and held a hand to his side. It came away bloody. "All of you to the infirmary, then, apart from Mr. Weasley." Flitwick waved his wand, and Arthur found himself floating to the upper part of the staircase. He was gently set down. Richard pulled a sock from his pocket and a moment later the three men on the lower landing were gone. Flitwick gestured at Arthur. "This way." They set off up the stairs and took the next landing, hurrying down a corridor. Flitwick suddenly stopped them. Arthur frowned. "What?" As they peered through the smoke, they could see the raging fire beyond, a burning gauntlet of flame and fiery horror. "Fiend fire," Arthur gasped. "Yes," Flitwick said darkly, "set and left to roam." He shook his head. "We'll need all wands to get through." "Take cover!" yelled a voice behind them, and Arthur ducked as a bright blue spell hit the wall above him. He turned, and his eyes widened. Another group of vampires and mercenaries had flanked them at the rear. Ahead of them was the fire. They were trapped. Oh, oh, oh! Moody reviewed the map with a grimace. Albus was just about holding the forest ward line with a group of werewolves, auras, and unspeakables. The kids were still some way from the office, but they were on their way. At least Longbottom had gotten his strays to the infirmary, but it looked, though, as if he'd decided to head to the headmaster's office, too. Flitwick was mid-battle with a second invading force, and it looked like he needed reinforcements. The only ones available were right in front of Moody, protecting the platform. "Alpha," Gregor responded immediately. "Moody." He saluted him carefully. "I need you and your men here." Moody pointed at the map. Gregor raised his eyebrows. "I will send my men, but I will remain." "No need," Moody said briskly. "I can take care of myself. Just take care of that lot." For a long moment it looked as though Gregor was going to argue, and Moody wondered again at whether it had been wise to involve the Alpha in the fight. He had to be fighting his instinct to run things constantly. Gregor gave in with a huffy undergrowl. "Very well." He whistled, and his men followed from the pitch. Moody focused on his work, sending Patronus messages to Flitwick to let him know help was on the way, to the minister who required updating, to Albus. He froze. The hairs on the back of his neck prickled, and he grasped his wand firmly, silently casting a shield. "Reveal yourself," Moody ordered. "I know you're there." A shimmer in the air in front of the platform caught his eye, and a moment later the disillusionment spell fell, and Dennis Travers, Jr. stood in front of Moody. "Well, well, well, well," Moody said brightly. "You killed my father." "It," Dennis said angrily. "I will have my revenge." "You're an idiot," Moody responded. "But if it's a fight you want," he grinned, his magical eye whirling, "it's a fight you'll get." Oh, oh, oh. Hermione felt like she couldn't breathe. Her heart pounded in her chest, her skin prickled with goosebumps. She felt judged as Morgana's eyes swept around the room before they settled on Andromeda. "You have summoned me, Andromeda of the House of Black," Morgana said sternly. "We seek your help to protect our child, Morgana of the line of Lefay." Andy bowed her head in respect. "Harry of the House of Potter, of the House of Black, is shielded by my blessing." Morgana returned evenly. "What other help would you have me give to the Raven, who is Death's champion, master of Death's Hallows?" Hermione swallowed the urge to jump in and speak. "Riddle has stolen his blood this night to bring about his resurrection." Andy answered respectfully. "We believe with this act he has negated the shield of Lily and of yourself." Morgana's strong features settled into thoughtful contemplation. "So you have said, so it is." "The child no longer has my blessing." "We wish only for you to restore what has been stolen from our child," Andy said. Morgana tilted her head. "What is lost is not so easy to restore." She gazed at Andy. "I will ask but 3 questions. 1 to each of the witches who stands before me, and all must answer truly, or the blessing will be forfeit. Do you agree?" "Number 3rd." Andy sent a quick glance around the room, and Hermione nodded along with the others. "We agree," Andy replied. "What is Harry to you truly, Andromeda of the House of Black, the House of Tonks?" "He is hope and salvation of my family," Andy said quietly. "He is the light that fights the dark, but more than that, he is the heart of our family. He is Sirius's son and heir, and he is beloved, and it is for him that our family has been reconciled and renewed with love." Her eyes flashed to Narcissa. "Bonds that were broken have been healed," she glanced at Hermione, "and new bonds created with those who love us. He is our heart. And to you, Narcissa of the House of Black, of the House of Malfoy, what is Harry to you, truly?" Narcissa's eyes glittered. "He is the hope and salvation for my children." She placed a hand over the heavy swell of her belly. "He is Sirius's reason for being. For him my cousin would tear down mountains and raise up fire, as any parent would for their child. He is the reason why I and my children have safety and shelter." Her eyes went to Augusta. "He is the reason why I would choose the light and reject the dark." She also looked at Hermione. "He is our shield." Hermione wasn't surprised when Morgana turned to Dora next. "What is Harry to you, Nymphadora of the House of Black, of the House of Lupin?" Dora's chin came up and her shoulders straightened. "He is hope and salvation for my pack." She took a breath. "He is the reason for every action Sirius takes, for every action my husband makes. He is their reason for living. He is their North Star, and he shines with the light so much it blinds me sometimes." Her gaze moved to Ginny. "He is the knight in shining armor little girls dream about," and she looked at Hermione. "And he is hero who chooses the girl strong enough to stand beside him." She looked back at Morgana. "He is our spirit." Morgana hummed. "You have answered the first question truthfully." Hermione gave a sigh of relief. One question down, and one to go. "Oh, oh, 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 en Agini!" Voldemort hollered, batting away Snape's Sectum Sempra spell as though it were a fly. The snake sprang out of nowhere, striking Snape outstretched wand hand with deadly accuracy. Harry cast to banish her, and his spell was also countered by Voldemort. Voldemort spun to face Harry and cast a deadly purple curse. Harry shielded himself immediately, leaping away, but there were Pops around them, the cavalry arriving. Someone flung a sock at Snape, and he disappeared. "My prey!" hissed Nagini, outraged, and from the sky Hedwig struck out at the snake, claws raking across Nagini's body before Hedwig evaded the strike back and took to the air again. Another bird, a small sparrow that Harry recognized as Caro's animagus form, struck while Nagini was focused on Hedwig. Claws raked over the snake's tail, leaving bloody tracks. Harry yanked his eyes away from the sight and focused on his enemy. Voldemort and the loyal Death Eaters gathered to the right. Beside his Dark Lord, Pettigrew's eyes were round with fear. Harry felt Sirius's hand on his shoulder, Remus to his other side. Around them stood the Rat Squad, Amelia, and the Death Eaters who had cast Voldemort aside. "Too much of a coward to face me alone." Voldemort sneered. "I'm never alone, Tom," Harry replied strongly. "Tom Riddle," Amelia intoned sternly somewhere to his left, "you are under arrest for terrorist attacks against the lawful government of magical Britain, for the invasion of Hogwarts and the kidnapping and assault of Lord Potter." She gazed around his followers. "Pettigrew will be arrested for murder, but so far none of the rest of you have actually committed a crime. Walk away now, or you will face charges." Purr. Someone at the back tried to apparate and failed. Voldemort struck out without even looking, and killed him. "Fight or die!" His eyes glittered with madness. "Potter is mine." He cast a frightening dark maroon curse that would boil the skin from bones. Harry responded, the Elder Wand countering the spell immediately, and the battle was begun. Oh, 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 oh! Sirius transformed and leaped to charge Voldemort. It had been absolute torture, waiting for the signal to attack. Lucius had been ordered to wear the beacon to allow them to get close. It was an invention of MI7 for use by their operatives. They hadn't been sure if the magic of the Fidelius would mask it, but it had sounded through loud and clear. Sirius didn't regret the order, regardless of what Lucius had endured because of it. The beacon had led them to the church, allowed them to be close enough to hear when Snape sacrificed himself to finally let them in. Sirius spared a thought for his childhood nemesis. The snake's attack had looked brutal, and he knew she was poisonous. He hoped Bill and Caro remembered that, as the treasure team, they were on snake-killing duty, as it remained a possible final Horcrux. Remus had declared dibs on Wormtail, and Sirius wasn't going to deny Moony his chosen battle. Not when it gave him the chance to stay and fight with Harry. Voldemort glowered and sent a spell his way. Sirius evaded and landed behind Voldemort. He went to move forward, but before he could, a blow to his side had him stumbling away. Sirius transformed immediately, only just in time to shield against another blasting spell. He scented something, but nothing was there. A hand caught his roughly around the wrist, and suddenly the air in front of him shimmered and fell away to reveal a figure. "You." "Me," Crouch agreed tersely. "You took Rab from me, and now you'll pay." "Bring it, Crouch," Sirius said, his mind filling with every threat the wizard had made against Harry, every hurt he'd inflicted. He fingered his wand in his free hand and started to lift it. A stinging hex would free his wrist. "Oh, I'll bring it." But first, Crouch held up a cup, which glimmered briefly with the name of Harry Potter. Portus. Sirius's eyes widened with horror, and the portkey hook took him, taking him away from Harry. Crouch's maniacal laughter sounded loudly in his ear. "Oh, oh, oh!" Hermione watched as Morgana's assessing gaze moved on to Molly. "Molly, of the House of Weasley, you will be the first to answer the second of my questions. What is the true reason you wish me to bless Harry?" Morgana looked at her expectantly. "Because he is only a child," Molly answered immediately. "He needs protecting no matter how much power or responsibility he has. Because if his own mother can't be there to stand between him and evil, we must." Hermione smiled at Molly's blunt answer. It was so characteristic of Ron's mother to focus on Harry's youth. "And you, Augusta of the House of Longbottom, what is the true reason you wish me to bless Harry?" "Because he is more than a child," Augusta responded. "He is the Light, sworn to protect an alliance on every battlefield against the dark. Because if we, like his mother before us, can stand beside him shoulder to shoulder against evil, we must." "And Minerva, what is the true reason you wish me to bless Harry?" "Problem. Because he is at heart only a teenage boy," Minerva replied, her voice rich with emotion. "He dreams of a future with a family who love him and who he loves. He dreams of nothing but peace, and the chance to live a happy life. Because if he is to succeed, we must give him every chance." Morgana moved her gaze to Griselda and asked her question. Griselda lifted her eyes to the spirit of the most powerful witch in their history. "Because he is a leader of wizards and witches. He is the hope of our world and will shape our future with his magic. Because if he is to succeed, we must give him every chance." "The second question is answered truly," Morgana declared. "Oh, oh, oh!" Neville rounded a corner with extra care. He was sweating heavily. The air seemed warm, too warm. He wiped his brow and moved forward. They were only a couple of corridors from the headmaster's office. "This heat isn't right," Blaise commented quietly. His eyes darted to Hannah, who was just in front of them. He'd kept his voice low enough not to carry. "I think there's a fire," Neville agreed. "I'm thinking I'm glad we practiced that fire suppression spell with Harry." "Who knew practicing for a tournament would work out so handy when fighting for your life?" quipped Blaise. Neville shot him an amused look. He just caught a sound in the wall he'd just passed and quickly brought them to a halt. "Hannah!" he hissed. She stopped, looking back at him with an irritated look which he remembered well from their final days together. It had been an almost permanent expression in the run-up to their break-up. He waved her back to them and gestured for them all to take covering positions on the other side of the wall, behind a statue and a suit of armor. He raised his wand. A panel slid to the side, and a dusty Fred emerged, cautiously with his wand first. Fred's gaze scanned the corridor and stopped at the statue which hid Hannah. Neville came out of hiding and raised a hand for the others to join him. Fred nodded and made some kind of signal behind him. The rest of the students involved with the Hogwarts spell trooped out of what Neville could see was a hidden tunnel. They all looked shell-shocked, weary and pale to varying degrees. The panel slid shut soundlessly behind George, who was the last to exit. "Neville!" Ron grasped his shoulder tightly. "Neville, do you have a map? Dad had ours. I need to check on my dad and—" "We got attacked," Natalie explained, brushing her hair back from her eyes. She was maintaining a calm facade, but her eyes were filled with anxiety. "Victor stayed back with Mr. Weasley, Lord Bones, and Lord Abbot." Hannah frowned heavily and paced away from the group towards the other wall, as though to examine the panelling. Neville squeezed Ron's shoulder. "I've got the map. Let's get you and the others to the headmaster's office, and we can see where your dad is." Ron opened his mouth to argue, but Natalie shook her head. "Neville's right," Natalie said authoritatively. "We need to get to the office and do the spell. If they're still in danger, us activating the defenses will help them." "At least we have a Hufflepuff now," Draco commented. "I don't think we have her," Luna said in a strange tone that made them all stop and look at her before following her gaze. Hannah stood there with her wand pointed directly at them. She smiled. It was a nasty smile, cruel and smirking. "What the muttered Ron under his breath. "You're all going to slowly put your wands on the floor." Hannah said tersely, "Now!" Neville tried to see an opening, but he couldn't. He put his cherished wand on the floor. The rest all quietly obeyed. Hannah smiled again. "There! That wasn't so hard, was it?" she said mockingly. Neville swallowed hard. "Crouch?" he asked roughly. "Seriously?" "I was right. She's Crouch. I mean, he's her." But Hannah was shaking her head. "I'm not Barty. Barty. Barty," Draco repeated dryly. "You sound like you know him well." "He's my lover," Hannah said simply. "For how long?" asked Blaise. "Since the summer, right?" guessed Theo before Hannah could answer. The Slytherin had his usual "I've worked this out" look on his face. Uncle Amos brought Mr. Crouch round for dinner just before the World Cup. Hannah agreed. "Only it wasn't him, but Barty. He says it was love at first sight for him." She sighed, giddiness written across her beaming face. "He left me love notes for months, and his elf would pick up my messages to him in return. No doubt the same damn elf that had left the threat in Neville's home for Harry." Anger stirred in Neville's belly. Hannah had been giving Crouch information all year, which meant the Yule Ball. Neville snapped out, interrupting Hannah's ramble on Barty's romancing of her. "You set me up to get kidnapped." Hannah glared at him. "He just wanted to talk to you and you threw it in his face." "His perverted colleague tried to kill me," Neville yelled back. "Do you get that?" "If it hadn't been for Sirius—" "Black is a maniac," Hannah retorted. "He's evil. He's turned the entire world against Barty." "Because Crouch is sociopathic criminal," Neville retorted. "He's trying to kill us all. And you?" "He's just using you." "He's not using me," Hannah said a touch hysterically. Behind her the panel slid open noiselessly. A figure stepped out and raised a finger to her lips. Neville kept his focus on Hannah. "He is?" "He's not." There was a nearby vase, heavy and ornamental. The figure levitated it with surprising ease. Neville knew he had to keep Hannah's attention on him. "He is using you. He's using you to do his dirty work." "He's not," Hannah said again. "Take it back. You take it back." She went to take a step forward, and the vase dropped on her head. She went down like a ton of bricks. "Take that, you bitch!" Sue Bones said fiercely, and then she burst into tears. Neville picked up his wand, and a moment later Hannah was bound in ropes and stunned for good measure. The others grabbed their wands, Fred handing Natalie and Luna theirs. They were trying to console a crying Sue. "Sue," Neville said seriously, "thank you." Sue nodded. She stunned the Creevy brothers on the stairs, and then, she must have stunned me, I came to in a broom closet. Luckily Auntie Amelia taught me a few tricks, and Hannah," her voice broke on the name, "she was stupid enough to leave my wand so I could get free." She swiped at her face. "I'm so angry." "She betrayed us," she said. "She betrayed us all." "She did," Neville agreed. "But now we have to get you guys to the office and do the spell. Don't let her win." Sue nodded. "Where's Ced?" "Sid Prites." Ron blanched under his freckles, and the office group exchanged looks of concern. Neville sent a questioning look to Blaise, who shrugged. He didn't know what was up either. "Cedric didn't make it," Natalie said softly. "We were attacked. He saved Victor's life and gave his own." Sue's face crumpled again, but suddenly she shook off her upset determination written in every line of her body. "Then I'll finish what he started. Let's do this." "What do we do with Abbott?" asked Blaise. "Bring her," Natalie ordered. "Righto," chorused Fred and George. They levitated Hannah's stunned form between them. They all set off up the corridor, but they'd barely taken 4 steps when a spell came from behind them. It missed, taking out the bust of former Headmaster Dippet, and they all ducked. Neville's eyes narrowed at the sight of the Death Eater and the group of stalking vampires and mercenaries just behind him. "Get to the office and raise the defences. Now! Go!" Natalie ordered. "We'll cover you. Go!" Fred looked at George. "I'll take her." George agreed as though they'd had a conversation. "Just don't get dead." Fred grinned back at him and ducked again as another spell impacted the wall beside them. "Go!" "Come on!" Draco pushed Ron up the corridor, Sue and Luna running ahead of them. George followed with Hannah. "Cover!" Neville called out. Theo came to stand at Neville's left shoulder. Blaise was at his right. Natalie and Fred took flanking positions either side. They fired back, providing the cover for the others, shielding each other. The Death Eater finally held up a hand, and everything stopped for a moment. He unmasked. "Caro," Neville said, identifying the pock-faced man immediately from the old photos he'd been shown. "Longbottom." Caro grinned hideously. "Do you honestly think your ragtag group of students will last long against us? Do the right thing and surrender." Neville glanced around the rest of the group, around his friends. Blaise grinned back at him. "Looks like I'm joining you in reckless Gryffindor acts, Nev." "Eh," Fred commented almost cheerfully, except for the strain in his voice. "I resemble that." Theo snorted. "I'm making a perfectly well-informed Slytherin choice." Natalie smiled sadly, a silent "We're with you" in her eyes. Neville turned back to Caro. "My parents defied Tom Riddle 3 times. If they can do that, I can defy you, a mere servant of his, this one time." Caro's eyes narrowed with anger. "Then so be it." He flicked his wand toward them. Neville shielded them immediately from the corrosive acid spell. And the vampires attacked. O-O-O-S-I Sirius. Harry almost didn't duck Voldemort's spell in time, but he made it, rolled, and came up swinging with one of his own. But his mind was on Sirius. From the glimpse he'd caught, Bartemius Crouch Jr. holding Sirius at wand point and raising. He dodged another spell, and raising the tournament cup. The cup that was a portkey between Hogwarts and the cemetery. Harry sent back a blasting spell, but it aimed it at the gravestone next to Voldemort. The stone exploded, sending shrapnel everywhere. Voldemort hurriedly shielded. There was no guarantee that the cup led back to Hogwarts, but it was a good bet. So all Harry had to do was defeat a Dark Lord and get to Hogwarts to save Sirius. A Hogwarts which would have its ancient defences raised, although not yet, if Crouch had managed to yank Sirius there. Voldemort sent another spell in Harry's direction, and he batted it away. He sent a volley of rocks and dirt back at Voldemort. There was a window of opportunity then, but Harry needed some way into Hogwarts. He frowned and dropped to avoid a deadly yellow curse. He'd managed to send all his friends back to Hogwarts from St. Mungo's, when Harry had thought Sirius was dead, and had just needed them to be safe. He just needed to do that again, send himself and everyone to Hogwarts, but in a controlled way. He fingered the elder wand speculatively. Oh, oh, oh. Remus had cornered Peter by the edge of the churchyard. Wormtail had tried to change into his animagus form, but he hadn't practiced for his new metallic hand, and the transformation had failed. Remus stalked Peter as he backed up against a low wall. "Please, Moony." Remus sent a stinging hex at the snivelling wizard, who shielded against it only at the last minute, fumbling with his wand. "Don't call me that. You lost all rights to call me that." Peter shook his head. "I'm sorry." "Sorry?" "Sorry," Remus snarled, his wolf surging to the fore. "Sorry was last year, Peter. Sorry was when all you had on your conscience was spying on us. Sorry was before you betrayed James and Lily, before you murdered people and had Sirius locked up for your crimes. I was scared. You were weak." Remus continued to stalk him down the length of the wall. "You are weak." "I'm on your side," Peter said, shielding again against another stinging hex. "You're on your own side." "I sent you the letter warning you about Greyback," Peter exclaimed, almost babbling in his urgency to get the words out. "I sent you the letter warning you your wife and child were targeted." "And you did that with your master's blessing," Remus countered. "Please, Remus." Peter grovelled again. "Please!" A dark shape peeled away from the shadow of the wall and loomed up behind Peter. Peter gave a horrified cry and curled up in a ball, wails of agony spilling from his lips as the Dementor descended upon him. Remus froze. He didn't need to do anything. The Dementor would kiss the rat. And wasn't that justice? He'd thought of nothing but putting down the rat for hours, but that had been when his mind had conjured up images of Peter fighting him, raising a wand against him. Not this cowardly, quivering, sobbing mess that reminded Remus far too much of the shy and timid boy he'd befriended years before. He couldn't help but remember Harry in the shrieking shack talking Remus and Sirius out of murder, telling them his parents that James wouldn't have wanted that. Remus hesitated to just walk away. What would he tell Harry? Remus? Peter shrieked weakly. "Oh, help me! Please, please, I beg you!" Remus grimaced. He lifted his wand. Oh, oh, oh. Bill kept quiet. Hedwig and Caro, in her animal form, were doing a marvellous job of herding the snake towards his position, the position he'd been in for hours. It had been hell. Hell when the Fidelius had kicked in and he'd lost focus, his memory and mind confused. Luckily he'd tied himself to the tree and left himself a note telling himself to remain tied to the tree no matter what, because their target was the snake. He had heard her slithering past his hiding-place a few times. He had cast scent-neutralizing spells and warded the tree against predators, but he had no way of knowing whether that would have been enough to keep her away until he was in a position to kill her. Because he'd barely been coherent with the Fidelius, barely made out when he'd heard voices, because the Fidelius had acted there too, muffling the sound into vague murmurs. It hadn't been until he'd heard Snape's voice, suddenly crisp and loud and speaking the secret. Then the world had jumped back into focus. He'd quickly untied himself and scrambled out of his hiding-place in the hollow tree to join the fight, to find and eliminate the final likely Horcrux of the snake. She was angry now, hissing and spitting venom at the two birds as they dive-bombed and harried her away from the main fighting to the darkened corner where Bill was waiting. They almost had her. "Come on, little snaky," Bill whispered. "Come on. Oh, oh, oh!" Ron yelled the password at the gargoyle, which moved aside with surprising speed. A moment later they were all running up the stairs and into the headmaster's office. George shut the door behind them and locked it for good measure. He set Hannah down in a corner. They stooped and pulled back the heavy rug in front of the headmaster's desk. The plain wooden floor underneath had a faded crest painted upon, the crest of Hogwarts. Ron stood immediately on the Gryffindor part. Draco took a breath and joined him. A moment later Sue was on the Hufflepuff, and Luna had completed the four joining them on the Ravenclaw. They pointed their wands to the center, so all four were touching. Ron looked around the group. "Ready?" Draco gave a decisive nod. "Ready." Sue nodded. Luna smiled at him. "It's time. We all remember what to do?" Ron asked anxiously. "Sue?" "I'll be fine," Sue said firmly. "For Merlin's sake, let's just get on with it, Weasley," Draco snapped. Ron raised his hand and counted down with his fingers. 3, 2, 1. Magici vocationem nostrum, alumni audile vocem tuam. They said together in harmony. "In nomine Gryffindor, mandabo draconi excitare," Ron said loudly. Sue cleared her throat. "In nomine Hufflepuff, mandabo draconi excitare." "In nomine Slytherin, mandabo draconi excitare," Draco intoned, his voice shaking. "In nomine Ravenclaw, mandabo draconi excitare," Luna completed. "Draco surge et defendere castellum," they all said together. There was a grinding sound, and the wall behind the headmaster's desk disappeared to reveal another stone wall, almost completely covered with a painting, a picture of a ginormous dragon sleeping. "Well," George remarked dryly, "you don't see that every day." "Look," Luna pointed with satisfaction, "it's waking up. Oh, oh, oh." Sirius might have been taken by surprise by Crouch's portkey move, but he hadn't been a hit wizard for nothing. He nailed the landing while Crouch stumbled. Sirius sent a stinging hex at the madman and was free and in a fighting stance in a second. He barely paid attention to the fact that they had landed on the platform where the champion would have ended up, but he couldn't miss the exchange of spell fire nearby, where Moody and another wizard were engaged in battle. He pushed them out of his mind. He needed to focus on his own fight. He shielded immediately as Crouch went on the offensive. Sirius countered every spell, looking for his own opportunity to attack. He needed to get back to the cemetery. He needed to get back to Harry. Oh, Harry knew he needed. Voldemort distracted. He switched in a quick move to his holly wand and thrust it out in front of him. He knew it didn't matter what spell he used. "Expelliarmus!" he shouted as Voldemort let loose another bone-breaking curse. The spells collided in the space between them and the wands connected. Instantly there was a golden dome surrounding them, cutting them off from the rest of the graveyard. Phoenix song filled the air, lifting Harry's spirit. Voldemort's red eyes were wide with shock. Harry saw the bead of light where the wands connected and willed it into Voldemort's wand. It moved slowly but surely towards Voldemort. Voldemort regained himself. His face contorted into a mask of determination, and Harry felt when he started to push back. But Harry had the advantage, and he wasn't letting it go. He gritted his teeth and pushed with everything he had. The bead suddenly zipped down the spell beam and smacked into the end of Voldemort's wand. Immediately a smoky, shadowy figure of the cowering Avery emerged. "He killed me." "Lord Potter." "Not" was the next, and he gave Harry a proud nod. "Tell Theo I died bravely." An old Muggle man emerged. "Killed me, he did," the man declared. "You hold on, lad." A woman next who cried and sobbed out her distress, a small boy, giggling and babbling, the baby Voldemort had possessed. And then his mother. Harry's heart pounded at the sight of her, but he'd seen her before, seen the spirit of her guarding and protecting him in the family magic, seen and spoken with her ghost in another cemetery. He knew what he was looking at was nothing more than after-image, like a portrait or a picture. "Hold on, Harry," his mother said warmly. "Your dad's coming." And he was. His dad emerged from the wand and drifted over to Harry as more figures continued to spill out the wand. "Break the connection and use the stone," his dad said urgently. "For a moment we'll be real again and can distract him while you make your move." Harry nodded. He slashed his wand down. The dome and song disappeared. The stone was in his hand, and the wand images became corporeal, a mass of the dead surrounding Voldemort. Harry pointed the elder wand at the ground. "Portus, Maximus, Hogwarts." The world shook, as the Master of the Hallows invoked the power of the Elder Wand, a wand that would always cast true for one of Peveril blood. A wand that would always cast true when it was used in concert with the cloak and the stone. A wand that would make the impossible happen for its master, even when the spell should not have worked. Above the graveyard a portal opened. Oh, oh, oh. Neville took another step backward, and another, as spell after spell hit his shield. He was aware that further down the corridor Theo and Blaise were fighting against a mass of vampires, while Natalie and Fred were going toe-to-toe with mercenaries. Caro had targeted him, though, and Neville was grimly holding his own. He'd landed a couple of good hits. Caro had a cut across his eye that was bleeding profusely, and he'd taken to holding his left side where Neville had caught him with a blasting hex. That had been when Caro had gone on the defensive, and Hogwarts shook, sending them all tumbling ROOO. Remus kept his eyes on the Dementor terrorizing Peter, and knew what he needed to do. He lifted his wand with a sigh. Expecto Patronum! The wolf sprang from his wand and charged at the Dementor. Peter scrambled out of the way, and the ground beneath Remus heaved, tossing him backwards, and, a hook behind his stomach yanking him, the world disappeared. Oh, oh, oh. Bill landed a slashing spell to the snake's neck, but his heart sank when it was simply absorbed. Magical resistance, he thought absently as he twirled his wand and went for his knife. Nagini whirled around and lunged. Caro transformed behind her, wand raised, and the graveyard disappeared in a swirl of portkey travel. Oh, oh, oh! Sirius dived across the platform as Crouch's fiend-fire spell targeted him again. The platform burst into flames. The ground shook beneath his feet as he landed, and he tumbled to the grass. Crouch's spell going wild and hitting the stands. Oh, oh, oh! Power slammed into them, raw and emotive and singing of Harry. Ron grabbed Luna, holding on to each other desperately because they couldn't move or the spell would be broken. Next to them, Draco and Sue followed their example and frantically held on to each other as they tried to keep their balance. A bookshelf shifted, and George only just managed to throw up a shield as it fell upon him, and the dragon roared. Oh! Oh! Harry landed close enough to Sirius to touch him, which was good, because it was exactly where he wanted to be. Sirius's face went slack-jawed with shock before it transformed into a mix of joy, exasperation, and determination. "Shield, you bloody morons!" Moody's yell barked out at them. Light sparked in their peripheral vision, and they shielded hurriedly. Crouch stood to the right, glowering at them in mad fury. Voldemort stood the left, a snarl on his newly created face as he fought against the ghosts surrounding him. Beyond them, Moody was duelling with another wizard Harry vaguely recognized, Travers. But it didn't matter. They were together. Harry took a breath. "Ready, Padfoot?" Sirius smiled dangerously. "Ready, Pronglet?" And they attacked. Oh, oh, oh. Remus reappeared into blazing heat, landing heavily on his back. He gave a startled, pained yelp. In front of him there was an agonized scream as the Dementor materialized in the middle of the fiend-fire. Peter landed a moment after, and Remus lifted his wand to yank him down the corridor, out of the way of the flames. Peter stared at him, wide-eyed. "You saved me." Remus gave a low growl of frustration and grimaced. "As much as I?" Peter's eyes suddenly went wider, and he squealed. Remus turned just in time to block the vampire's attack. He forcefully pushed the undead creature away from him and lashed out with his wand, a whip of flame erupting to take the head off the vamp. Remus's heart sank as he gazed at the 5 vampires at the other end of the corridor. He was outnumbered. Suddenly there was a presence beside him, and Peter stood there. His wand was held in a trembling hand, but he was there just as he had been in all of the years of their schooling. "Like old times, Moony?" Peter said tremulously. Remus rolled his shoulders and nodded tersely. There was no time to reminisce or regret. "You take the ones on the left, Wormtail." "Oh, oh, oh!" Neville coughed and climbed to his feet. Whatever had happened, the shock wave had thrown them all around. He grimaced at the sight of Caro. The dark wizard had been crushed by a suit of armour. A mace had caught the back of Caro's head, smashing it into a bloody mess. Neville frowned. He'd lost his wand. His eyes fell to the ground, and the eldest Weasley materialized right next to Neville, and then a really massive snake right in front of them, and Hedwig was there, striking at the snake like the bird of prey she was. A woman appeared, lashing out at the vampire who had gotten hold of Fred. Neville wished he had a weapon, any weapon, his wand or maybe the sword Harry had used, and the sword of Gryffindor was suddenly there, a heavy weight of metal in his grasp. Neville swung as the snake struck out again, and the sword cleaved the reptile in two. "Oh, oh, 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 dares!" The dragon roared. "You can speak!" Ron steadied Luna and turned to face the dragon. He cast a horrified look to where George lay, crumpled under a large wooden bookcase. He hated that he couldn't leave his position to check on his brother, but he knew the spell called for them to remain in place on the Hogwarts shield. It had been touch and go whether they'd kept their feet with whatever had happened to shake Hogwarts. The dragon's head swiveled toward them and pinned them with a fierce gaze. "Who wakes me?" "We really don't have time for introductions," Ron snapped. "We're in trouble, Harry and our friends and the whole school." He pointed at his unconscious brother. "As much as I don't want to agree with Weasley, he's right," Draco asserted. "We need you to do whatever it is you're supposed to do to protect the school." Sue nodded. "We've been invaded by dark wizards and vampires, and I'm Luna Lovegood." Luna said brightly, "Of Ravenclaw." She looked expectantly at the others. "I'm Susan Bones." Sue gave in grudgingly. "Of Hufflepuff." Draco huffed. "Draco Malfoy, Slytherin." Ron rolled his eyes at the three of them and crossed his arms over his chest. "Ron. Ronald Weasley, Gryffindor. Now can we get on with this? I, little wizard, am Hogwarts." The dragon arched an eyebrow. "4 students have woken me. The need must be great. You are prepared to pay the price?" "Price?" asked Draco sharply. "Nobody said anything about a price. You will be bound to me," Hogwarts stated bluntly. Ron's mouth went dry, and he exchanged uneasy and anxious glances with the other three. There was a price. Of course, there was a price. But wouldn't it be worth it? He thought of his father, of Fred, of George. He thought of Percy helping with the evacuation, and Charlie at St. Mungo's, of Bill in the cemetery with Harry, of his mother and sister. Was there really any other choice? "When you say bound," Sue said, breaking the silence, "do you mean we can never leave?" "You may leave," Hogwarts responded, "but you will always feel the bond and the call to come home." Ron blew out a breath. "Fine. I'm in." "Me too," Sue confirmed bravely. "I'll be head of Ravenclaw one day," Luna said. They all turned to Draco. Ron tapped his foot impatiently. "For Merlin's sake, Malfoy, do you want Harry to win or not?" Draco grimaced. "Yes, fine. I'm in too." Hogwarts stood up and flexed her wings. They were iridescent, a startling shimmer of bronze, gold, blue, red, green, silver, black, and yellow. The colours of the school, of Hogwarts. Then so shall it be. Prepare to be tested. Primaire. To be. She roared again. A flash of light swept over the room and out. Ron felt her search his mind and soul, examine his flaws, and show him his weaknesses. He resolved to do better. Be better. He felt drained suddenly, as though all his energy and his strength were gone. He wobbled, dizzy, and sat down hard. The others followed him to the floor, only Draco managing to make the fall look anything close to graceful. "I'm just going to rest a bit now," Ron managed to say before his eyes closed and he knew nothing more. "Oh, oh, oh!" Bill watched open-mouthed. Neville almost dropped the sword in shock as the snake fell to the ground. Bill snapped his mouth shut, only to open it again to say something, anything. Light swamped the corridor, racing from one end to the other. The snake shriveled into nothing but husk. The vampires shrieked, an inhuman sound that chilled Bill to the core, that caused the goosebumps to rise on his arms and neck. They fell to dust. The last of the mercenaries fell to a spell from Caro's wand. Caro and Neville recognized the woman with the danger gone, patted Natalie's shoulder on her way over to them. "All right there, Neville?" A pale Neville nodded. "I killed the snake." He lifted the sword hesitantly. I think I dropped my wand." Blaise grinned at him from further down the corridor. "Just as well you Gryffindors can magic up swords when you need to fight snakes, then." Theo snorted beside him. "You boys all right?" Caro asked as she started gathering up the snake. Theo and Blaise both nodded, even though they were sporting a variety of scratches and bruises. Bill looked over to his brother and frowned. Fred was bleeding. His left ear had been torn away, but Natalie looked as though she was tending it well enough. The head girl was administering basic first aid. Fred grimaced. "George is going to kill me," he grumbled. "Mum will be able to tell us apart now." Bill grinned and shook his head. He noted Neville had put the sword aside and was searching for his wand, casting worried glances at the floor. Bill raised his wand to summon Neville's. "Bill!" Fred's frantic yell had Bill turning. Caro was lifting Neville's wand, a vicious grin on his bloody face. The purple flame shot out towards Bill. There was no time to shield. Suddenly a form shot into the space between him and the spell. Caro met Bill's eyes. The spell hit her full force. Bill retaliated with a severing charm that took Caro's head from his shoulders. He shifted to catch Caro as she fell. Caro slumped against him. "Worth it," she whispered. Her hand lifted weakly and touched his cheek. Bill gently lowered her to the ground, keeping hold of her in his arms, dimly aware of the shocked silence around him. He ran a diagnostic spell and felt his breath catch in his throat. She was already gone. He gave a sob and lowered his head to hers. She'd saved him, and she was gone. Oh. Remus panted for breath and spun to avoid the flames biting at his ankles as the vamp in front of him fell to dust. Light appeared out of nowhere, suffocating the fire into nothingness. It swamped him. Pins and needles erupted all over his body before the light moved on, leaving him a shaking mess in the middle of the corridor. He watched as it moved away, eliminating the remaining vampire who had managed to corner Peter. Peter struggled to his feet. "It's over. The defenses have been activated," Remus said. That was a relief. It meant the kids must have made it to the office and were safe. Peter nodded hesitantly, nervously. "What now, Mooney?" He gave a cry, and his silver hand suddenly struck out, aiming for his own throat. Remus immediately cast a cutting charm across the corridor. The silver hand fell to the floor, but it leapt again for Peter. A smelting charm saw it turn to slag. Remus hurried over to where Peter had collapsed against the wall. He was whimpering with pain, holding his bleeding limb. Remus cast a couple of spells to stop the bleeding, to start healing. He grimaced as he sat back. Peter had passed out. He added a sleeping charm for good measure, wrapped Peter in tightly bound ropes, cast a hex that would prevent Peter from assuming his animagus form. Remus. Arthur's call from the end of the corridor had Remus turning to the harried father with alacrity. "Arthur!" "What's happened?" demanded a blooded Arthur as he hurried over, Flitwick and a group of werewolves just behind him. "I don't know," Remus admitted. "1 minute we were in the cemetery, and then we were here." He glanced around him. "The defences are up." "Yes," Arthur said, and Remus saw the vast relief that his children were safe written all over Arthur's face. Remus patted his shoulder and looked past him. "Gregor." Remus. Gregor beamed at him. "It appears you have caught a rat." Remus nodded. "I need someone to watch him or get him to the infirmary." "Both." He shook himself. "I have to find Harry." Flitwick brandished the map. "He's on the Quidditch pitch with Riddle. Moody, Sirius, Dennis Travers and Crouch Jr. are there too, and Director Bones and the Rat Squad are fighting the Death Eaters. We should join them and help." Remus gave a nod of thanks. Then go. Gregor agreed, gesturing for him to move. My pack will watch your rat. Go help your pack, Remus. Remus didn't wait, he ran. Oh, oh, oh. Breathing had become something of a luxury, but Albus didn't let the shortness of breath stop him as he turned to face the latest wave of Dementors to finish off the last wave of vampires. He would stand between these monsters and Hogwarts for all eternity if he had to. Light raced out and over him, along the ground to the ward line. It raced up, forming a dome that encased Hogwarts in its protective cage. It glimmered brightly in the dark, a beacon. Tendrils shot out towards the forest, tentacles that chased the retreating vampires and Dementors. Unholy cries erupted as the light caught up with the dark creatures. Albus bent double, hands on his knees, as he tried to catch his breath. Fawkes landed on his shoulder with a trilling cry of triumph. It lifted Albus's heart. Shacklebolt approached him. The aura looked wan and tired. They had all been magically exhausted from the fight. "Do you know what this is, Headmaster?" "Hogwarts," Albus said with satisfaction. He could feel the strength of the wards. They were singing, roaring. "She has woken to defend us." Can't argue with that. Kingsley muttered, wiping his brow. Hagrid approached. Half of his clothes had been torn from him. He was bleeding from a bad wound to his cheek, one eye badly bruised, but he was alive. "Figure we've seen the last of 'em, Headmaster." "Now," Albus said, gathering his authority around him like a cloak, "we must go and help Harry." He took a step, and a sharp pain in his chest arrowed through him. He stopped and gasped, lifting a hand to his sternum. "Headmaster?" Shacklebolt asked urgently. Albus waved him and a worried-looking Hagrid away. "Just winded. I will be fine momentarily." Fawkes trilled sadly, and Albus lifted a hand to his phoenix to comfort them both. He did a wandless, silent healing spell and straightened, taking on the mantle of the indestructible elder wizard, the defeater of Grindelwald. He would stand between the dark and Hogwarts for as long as he needed. "Well," he said brightly, "what are we waiting for?" "Oh, oh, oh!" Sirius ducked under one curse, shielded another, and responded with his own barrage of spells. He slid across the grass as Crouch screamed his defiance and shot out a blasting hex. They were well matched. They were both bleeding. Both were bruised. Crouch was favouring his left leg. Sirius's left wrist was painful in a way that spoke of a broken bone. Crouch was inventive and obsessed with beating Sirius. Sirius was talented and obsessed with beating Crouch. Mostly, Sirius was obsessed at winning, because as soon as Sirius put the rabid dog down, he could help his son. He was desperately keeping his mind on his own fight and not watching Harry. Or at least he was trying. Harry was holding his own, though. He was inventively using the Hallows, the Elder Wand casting true against anything Voldemort could send against Harry. Ghosts would appear to distract Voldemort mid-fight. And if things got hairy, Harry would just disappear and reappear in a better position. But Harry couldn't keep that up forever, and it made Sirius even more determined to finish his own fight fast and hard. Sirius was more used to ignoring Moody. The old aura was still fighting a pedestrian Travers who was proving tenacious, like a tiny terrier against a snarling Alsatian. Similarly, the sounds of the Rat Squad and Amelia, who were competently taking down the rest of the Death Eaters, were almost nothing more than background noise. Finally, there was an opening as Crouch lost his balance, defending against the same liver curse he had once almost killed Bill with. Sirius immediately cast the ice spell. Cold, blue icicles sprang across the ground and underneath Crouch, sending him to the ground. Crouch dropped his wand, and it slid away across the ice. Sirius banished it immediately, leaving Crouch wandless. He raised his wand and fired a stunning spell, but Crouch moved. The mad wizard ducked and dived, spell after spell, slipped and slid against the ground before he found his footing, and with an inarticulate cry ran for Sirius. Sirius stepped into the attack and slammed his fist and wand into Crouch's face, even as he blocked the knife that Crouch tried to stab him with. His left wrist screamed as it met Crouch's forearm, but Sirius ignored it. He spun and caught hold of Crouch's arm and held onto it as they wrestled for possession and position. "Why won't you just die?" snapped Crouch. "Why won't you just die? You killed Rab. You deserve to die." Sirius managed to get the knife away from his skin and pointed at Crouch. Their hands were both around the hilt. Rabastan got what he deserved. Crouch gave an angry howl and pushed with all his strength. He sent Sirius sprawling. He immediately threw himself after Sirius. The knife came down in a fatal arc. Sirius kicked out and caught Crouch's hand. The knife went spinning away. Crouch howled and came at Sirius again, his hands aiming for Sirius's wand. They grappled, rolling around on the ground over and over as they fought. Fists landing punches, hands tugging on hair, fingers scratching faces and skin, legs kicking out. It felt endless before Sirius gave a cry as Crouch pressed hard on Sirius's wrist and snatched the wand from him. Crouch punched him hard and stumbled backwards, getting to his feet, panting, eyes wild with glee. Sirius scrambled away and his hand knocked into something. The hilt of the knife, his fingers clamped around the hilt. "This is for Rab," Crouch declared with satisfaction. He raised the wand. Sirius propelled himself off the ground without a sound and thrust the knife into Crouch's belly and up. The wand fell to the ground. Crouch's mouth fell open in shock, his eyes wide on Sirius's. They were as close as lovers, faces mere inches apart. Blood spilled warm over Sirius's fingers as he drove the knife in further. "Well, who knew you had that in you?" Crouch gasped. Sirius stepped back, and Crouch fell to his knees, hands coming up to futilely flit around the hilt of the knife. Sirius summoned his wand silently. Crouch grinned, his teeth bloody and smeared. "This is not the end." "It is for you," Sirius said. He lifted his wand and cast. Crouch crumpled to the ground, the piercing charm to his brain, killing him instantly. Sirius wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cast a bracing spell on his wrist. Crouch was dead, but the fight was not over. "Oh, oh, oh!" Hermione repressed the urge to fidget. She wished she had been able to answer one of the questions. Her answers filled her head and heart. "My final question to the final three," Minerva turned to Vivian. "Vivian of the House of Lumière, the eldest of those gathered, who is Harry?" Hermione watched as the brown eyes sharpened with fierce intelligence. "He is magic," Vivian replied, "because he is one touched by prophecy and fate. He is the raven sent by death as his champion, master of the Hallows, the last of the Peverils, and the heir to the legacy of the Lumières." She smiled softly, fondly. "He is the son of the child I never bore." Hermione waited impatiently as Morgana nodded at Vivian. Surely it would be her next. "Ginevra of the House of Weasley, the youngest of witches gathered, who is Harry?" Ginny blushed red, and she glanced at Hermione almost beseechingly. Hermione willed her to answer, and answer truly. Ginny gave a sigh. "He is magic." She avoided her mother's startled gaze. "Because he is a little girl's dream hero, her storybook prince, and her happily ever after king. He's the real-life hero who saves us from evil snakes and—" She glanced again at Hermione, who smiled back at her. "Trolls, who fights dragons. He stands up for what is right and who never gives up." She smiled almost sadly. "He is the boy I dream about marrying still." Her chin came up at the last, defiant and brave. Hermione felt a flash of irritation. A young girl's annoyance at another's expressed interest in her boyfriend, but she pushed it aside. Ginny had spoken truthfully, and that was all that was important. Petty emotions had no place in securing the blessing for Harry. And it was finally her turn. Morgana's weighty gaze settled on her. Hermione of the House of Black, of the House of Granger, closest to Harry of all those gathered here. Her heart jumped at that. Who is Harry?" Hermione's mind raced, but she took a deep breath and calmed herself. She touched the necklace she wore. "Harry is magic," she began, "because he is the most human of us, flawed and imperfect, reckless and brave, loving and perfect, smart and strong enough to bear every hurt and wound he carries. He loves us so much he'll stand between us and pain and death." She bit her lip, wondering if she'd said enough, if she'd said too much. Maybe there was one thing more to share. "He's my first friend and my first love." Her cheeks heated a touch at the last, but they all knew, even if she hadn't said it out loud before. "You have answered truly." Morgana aloud. "You have proven worthy for my blessing. But my blessing can only be bestowed with a sacrifice." "Then you shall take me," Vivian asserted strongly. "I have lived my life." "Peace!" Morgana held up her hand before the rest could speak, and Hermione pressed her lips together to prevent the offer of her own sacrifice from escaping her anyway. "The sacrifice I seek is not a life. This I promise you." She turned again to Hermione. "You have a token of love which Harry has cherished." Hermione lifted a hand to her necklace and nodded. "I have need of it." Morgana said not unkindly. Hermione didn't hesitate. She could always make Harry another necklace. Her hand lifted to remove it, but before she could, magic had the necklace disappearing from her neck and appearing in Morgana's hand. Morgana traced the rune on the necklace. "I, Morgana of the line of Le Fay, bless thee, Harry of the House of Potter, of the House of Black. Thou hast challenges ahead and choices to make, but you have spirit, heart, and shield to fight with honor, love with patience, and choose wisely to protect all." The necklace flashed gold and silver, and Hermione felt Privet Drive fade around her. "Oh, oh, oh, Harry!" Mentally let the invisibility fade again, becoming visible just behind Voldemort. "Over here, Tom!" he called out brightly. He was breathing hard, his lungs and chest aching with the need to stop and rest. His body shook faintly, tremors running through his muscles whenever he stopped moving. He hurt everywhere. Scratches stung like they'd been rubbed with salt. It had taken a lot of energy to bring them to Hogwarts, and Harry was tired. But the light that appeared a moment before, racing out from the castle and over its grounds, had left him with hope in its wake. It kept him on his feet, fighting, just as the brief glimpses of the fights around him kept him going. Of Amelia exchanging volley after volley with two wizards, of Sirius fighting with Crouch, Moody with Travers, Voldemort whirled and lashed out with a dark fire curse. Harry sent a perfect ice flame to counter it with the Elder Wand. A pain curse was met with a neutralizer, a lightning strike with another that caused a blinding flash across the pitch. Storm clouds rolled in overhead. Another blasting hex headed toward him, and Harry went invisible. He changed into Snitch, momentarily flying away from the explosion and setting down behind Voldemort again, changing back and becoming visible. "Haven't got me yet, Tom," Harry called out. "Trickery!" Voldemort shouted angrily. "You should face me like a man." "But I'm not," Harry pointed out with ruthless logic. "As everyone keeps reminding me, I'm a teenager. I'm meant to be rebellious and disrespectful." He sent his own blasting hex across the pitch, and wasn't surprised when Voldemort batted it away and destroyed half the Hufflepuff stand with it. "What's your excuse?" Voldemort lifted his wand, but instead of sending a spell at Harry, he slashed his wand down to the ground. Harry frowned, and a moment later gave a yell as the ground gave way below him. He changed to Snitch immediately, and darted out of the way of another spell. He changed to his wolf form, landing and charging Voldemort. The blunt blow of a piece of wood came out of nowhere and sent him tumbling. Harry changed back, but before he could make himself invisible, Voldemort sent another spell towards him, yellow and sickly, and suddenly Hermione was between him and the spell. It bounced harmlessly off a shield, which sparked with silver mere inches from her. Voldemort's eyes were wide with confusion. Harry got to his feet and walked to Hermione's side. "Hermione?" "Hello, Harry," Hermione said, and offered her hand. Harry took it. She was real. She was there. Voldemort lashed out again. His spell splashed harmlessly against the silver shield. Morgana's blessing was in full force. Oh, oh, oh. Sirius snapped out a containment spell as he ran towards Harry. Travers toppled over, bound and gagged. Moody harumphed. "I had it under control." But he tossed a portkey at Travers that would take him to the Ministry holding cells. Amelia had her opponents unconscious and hog-tied. Another portkey took them away. She jogged over and joined them. They slowed as they came up behind Voldemort, who was staring down. "Harry and—" Sirius's mouth dropped open a touch before he snapped it shut. Hermione stood next to Harry. Her white robe gleamed brightly in the dark, reflecting the light of the stars and moon. Her skin glowed with the touch of another world, of Wiccan magic, strong and true. Voldemort suddenly swung around as though he sensed their approach, and he sent a barrage of spells to keep them at bay. And in the distance Sirius could see Remus and Arthur, Bill and Neville. They were running from Hogwarts to join them. "Oh, oh, oh, it's over, Tom!" Harry called out. Hermione watched as Voldemort's eyes darted around and took in the truth of it. Harry's friends and allies were converging on him, surrounding him. He saw the pitch empty of his followers, Crouch dead. He tried to apparate, to escape, and failed. He staggered as he got back to his feet and whirled around, looking for any opening. But Sirius, Amelia, and Moody were behind him, Albus, Hagrid, and another Auror walking up to fill the spaces between them. Hermione glanced behind her and found Arthur and Bill, Neville, and Remus. It was time for the second spell. Hermione cleared her throat. "The House of Black stands in the stead of Lily of the House of Potter," she said strongly. "Return to us what you have stolen. Return to you what you took for granted, a mother's blood." Her voice echoed with the voices of the other women. She could hear Narcissa, Andy and Dora, Molly and Minerva. Hermione knew she might be physically present, but she was tied in spirit to the ritual, to the heart of the ritual. She slashed her hand sharply with a cutting curse, and the blood fell to the ground. "So have I said, so mote it be." Voldemort laughed cruelly. "You think that will harm me, Mudblood?" He took a step toward her. "I'll peel the skin from your face, and—" He doubled over with a harsh cry before another wave of pain sent him to the ground, seizing. Hermione took a shaky breath and turned to Harry. Friendship, bravery, and love. Harry smiled back at her. She stepped away to stand behind Harry, and fell in beside Neville, who welcomed her with another smile of relief. Oh, oh, oh! Voldemort got back to his feet in less time than Harry had anticipated. He wiped the blood from his nose and glowered at Harry. "Parlour tricks." "Wiccan magic," Harry retorted. "Your blood is your own again. We've taken mine back." And Harry was protected. His body buzzed with his protection. His mother's spell, powered by the Potter family magic his father had gifted to her, all wrapped up in their love for their son. Voldemort paled, but he sneered impressively. "Even if you had, it won't stop me from killing you." "It stopped you once before," Harry pointed out bluntly. "It's over, Tom. It will never be over." Voldemort smiled, evil and cruel. He spread his arms wide. "Kill me today, and I will come back again tomorrow." Harry shook his head. "No," he said. "You won't." He smiled sadly. "Your Horcruxes are all gone." Voldemort reared back as though Harry had struck him. "You can't. I destroyed the diary when I was 12, Harry said. "We found the ring you left in the shack. Silius was able to claim the cup from the Lestrange vault. Bill found the tiara here at Hogwarts. Regulus left his brother the locket." He glanced behind him, and Bill nodded. "Your snake is gone." Voldemort was shaken. Harry could see it in his pallor, in the way his eyes still searched frantically for an escape. "You're still trying to flee, but there's nowhere to run to, Tom," Harry said, ignoring the chilly bite as the wind blew around him. "You're alone. Your followers are captured or dead." "And you believe you are the one to vanquish me?" Voldemort retorted. "You believe it?" Harry said. You believed it when you marked me." He lifted a finger and traced over the faint line of his scar. It ached, an echo of pain. "And you're right. I was declared Death's champion centuries ago. It's time to meet your fate, Tom." He kept his wand down. "Take your best shot." Voldemort's eyes glittered with hatred, with anger, with fear. But he lifted his wand. "You're just going to stand there and let me kill you?" "I won't die." Harry smiled confidently. "I'm protected with the one power you have never understood, Tom." But they are not. Voldemort spun, a spell shooting out towards Sirius. And they all shielded Sirius, every one of them who stood beside him. Albus and Amelia Moody and Shacklebolt Hagrid raised his club to block it, and batted it away into the Slytherin stands, which burst into flame briefly before crumbling to dust. "But they are protected," Harry called out as Voldemort realized he was thwarted again. "They stand together." He paused. "They stand with me." Voldemort turned back to him. There was silence. The moment had come. Fate and time hung in the balance, the weight of the prophecy between them. Voldemort raised his wand. "Avada Kedavra!" The killing curse flew towards Harry, but he could see it. The protection he carried slowed it down. He reached out with one outstretched hand, and it slowed its flight even more. Harry took a breath and gathered his power. He thought of Sirius, of Hermione, of the House of Black, of his family and his friends. One final strike. He sent a pure shock-wave of magic back at the spell. It shot back toward its owner. Voldemort's eyes met Harry's, a strange acceptance simmering in their depths as the green curse hit him. And in the space between breaths, Voldemort toppled to the ground, dead. Oh, oh, oh. Sirius wasn't truly aware of moving. One moment he was holding position behind Voldemort, watching as his son faced down an evil monster with grace and courage, which would have had Sirius almost bursting with pride if it wasn't for the fact that he'd been so damned worried at the time. And the next he was gathering Harry into his arms and hugging him tightly. Harry hugged him back just as fiercely. Sirius pressed a kiss to the side of Harry's head. Harry was safe. Harry was safe. It was a litany that repeated over and over in his head, even as his hands stroked over Harry's back, his fingers through Harry's hair, as Sirius held his son and reassured himself that he was real. "It's really over," Harry whispered, his voice low and so filled with relief it almost broke Sirius's heart. "It's over," Sirius confirmed, whispering the words back into Harry's ear. "It's over." Remus cleared his throat, but Sirius ignored him. He was dimly aware that others were sending Patronus messages. The castle's doors were open, and people were converging on their position. He knew he'd have to stop holding Harry soon, if for no other reason than to ensure he got medical treatment. He could feel Harry shaking, muscles trembling. "For Merlin's sake!" Remus exclaimed, and suddenly there was a third person in the hug, Remus's arms around them both. "Oh, why didn't I think of that?" Hermione pressed herself against Harry, and Sirius wasn't surprised when Harry shifted to accommodate her immediately, drawing her in so she was sheltered between Harry and himself. She was shaking almost as badly as Harry, Sirius realized. Sirius managed to free a hand from Harry to clasp Remus's shoulder without looking, and squeeze it, silently acknowledging the relief he had that Remus had also made it through the battle. Lord Black. Helen Jordan's dry greeting had Sirius finally raising his head. The healer stood to the side at a respectful distance, but she was clearly determined to be heard. "I need to see to Lord Potter and you." Harry lifted his head and met Sirius's gaze. He nodded his acquiescence. They shifted out of hold. Hermione held on to Harry's hand, though, as though she couldn't bear to let go. Sirius couldn't blame her. He kept his good hand on Harry's shoulder. It kept him anchored to the reality that Harry was there and had survived. "We should make our way to the infirmary," Remus said. "I think there are quite a few of us who need to be checked out." Sirius nodded. He finally looked around properly. Moody, Albus and Amelia stood in one huddle over the body of Riddle. Pomfrey was there too, running the official diagnostic which would certify Voldemort's death. Sirius shuddered delicately. He was all for burning the body, salting the ashes, and distributing them to the four corners of the earth. Arthur and Bill stood to the side with Neville, waiting to speak to them, Sirius realized. There was a grim air around them that suggested their news wasn't good. Flitwick and his group had rendezvoused with Shacklebolt. They were directing the Auras, Unspeakables, and Werewolves into protective patrols. The threat looked as though it was over, but they were taking precautions. "We should probably go," Harry agreed, meeting Sirius's eyes. Sirius nodded his agreement. "Helen, we'll make our way to the infirmary. I'll follow you there," she said. Harry glanced back at Voldemort and shook himself. They started back towards Hogwarts. It was slow progress. Sirius had an arm slung around Harry, who had an arm around Sirius's waist. They may or may not have been leaning on each other. Remus was on Sirius's other side, guarding him. Hermione was holding on to Harry's hand, still on his other side, and nobody was going to argue about her right to be there. Arthur, Bill, and Neville fell into step beside them. "Your boys come through all right, Arthur?" asked Sirius gently, casting a glance toward Bill, who looked devastated. "Fred's lost an ear," Bill replied before Arthur could speak. "But he's fine. George and Ron are in the headmaster's office, but we couldn't get in there. It's locked down. Molly and Ginny are fine." Hermione rushed to reassure them. "They were both still in the circle when she gestured vaguely around her, got transported here." Harry turned and gave her a comforting smile before he looked over at Neville. "Nev, Hannah Abbott's been under the thrall of Barty Crouch since the summer," Neville stated bluntly without preamble. It brought them all to a stumbling halt. "What?" Harry's shock gave way to anger. She betrayed us. My, it was all a lie so Crouch could kidnap me at Yule." Neville confirmed. "Sue knocked her out and tied her up. George has her." "That's not the only bad news," Arthur said quietly. He looked over at his eldest son. "Caro died, saving my life." Bill gestured at his father. "And Cedric and Amos Diggory were killed in the first attack." Arthur sighed. "Cedric saved Victor." Sirius felt his heart sink, and he hugged Harry close. He knew Harry would take the deaths hard. "It sounds as though they all died heroes." Harry nodded jerkily, and Sirius caught the gleam of tears in his eyes. "Headmaster, Healer Jordan." Pomfrey's call echoed across the pitch, and they all turned to look at her. She was bent over the body of Crouch, her wand waving furiously. Sirius wasn't surprised when Helen took off immediately. Albus abandoned Voldemort's corpse to investigate Pomfrey's yell. Harry looked at him, and Sirius shook his head. "He's definitely dead," Sirius said confidently as they watched Albus and the healer converge on Crouch's corpse. "Lord Black!" Helen's call sounded frantic. Sirius was half tempted to ignore the summons to keep them walking towards Hogwarts, but his sense of responsibility surged up. He nudged Harry towards the castle. "Go on up to the infirmary. I'll be there in a minute. Moony, go with him." Harry frowned, but Remus slid into place as Sirius stepped out. Sirius took a couple of steps back towards the pitch when Pomfrey and Helen suddenly sprang back from Crouch, Albus grabbing them as they did and pulling them away urgently. And Crouch was blowing. "Bomb! Pom!" Pomfrey yelled. "Run!" "Oh, oh, oh, oh!" Harry frowned as Sirius began to walk back towards the pitch. But Remus was nudging him firmly in the opposite direction with enough of his werewolf strength that Harry knew it would be futile to challenge it. It wasn't as though he didn't need the infirmary either. He was looking forward to pain relief potions. And a bed. And maybe some of that numbing salve Pomfrey liked to use right across the worst of his scratches. "Bomb!" Pomfrey's panicked yell brought them all to a stop. Harry took advantage of Remus's shock to slip his hold. Run. For Harry, it seemed, liked the world moved into slow motion. Crouch was glowing with an eerie white light. Pomfrey and Dr. Jordan were being pulled clear of Crouch by the headmaster, Fawkes flashing in above them to carry them to safety. Moody was reaching for something Amelia held out. Sirius stood between Harry and Crouch. His father's terror-stricken gaze met Harry's, and Harry knew. He knew what Padfoot meant to do. "It's an easy choice when it's between you and your kid. I didn't even have to think about it." His dad's words echoed in his head. And Harry knew this was the challenge Regulus had spoken about. It was the choice his grandfather and Sirius's grandfather had told him he'd face. The world hovered in the split second. Harry felt his heart seize in his chest as Sirius mouthed words of love and turned away to shield them all, to shield Harry. Harry suddenly knew the shield wouldn't be enough, that Sirius's sacrifice wouldn't be enough. The only thing that could stop it was, there had to be another way. There had to be some other option. A third way his dad had counseled him to find. But how? Crouch burned like a small sun, and Harry could sense time ticking away. There was no more time. Harry dodged away from Remus and went invisible. In a second he was Snitch, and he flew like a bullet across the space, past Sirius, past the after-image of Fawkes' fire as he carried the healers and Albus away. Harry transformed and went visible as he reached Crouch, landing beside him softly. Crouch was a brilliant white light, streaming from his skin in a continuous glow. "Harry!" Sirius's anguished cry ripped through the silence. Harry met Sirius's gaze, an apology and a plea in his eyes. He raised the elder wand to the sky. Familius, magicus, protectus. He called all the magic. It would take all the magic to save Sirius, to save Hermione and Remus and Neville, to save everyone at Hogwarts and ensure the resulting ripple effect from the explosion didn't destroy magical Britain in its wake. He needed all the magic to protect his family and his world from Crouch's evil. And it came. Gold and silver rained down from the wand and rushed around him like a hurricane, blurring everything beyond Harry and Crouch. There was a moment of hush, of silence. Harry swallowed, tears at the back of his throat stinging his eyes. His time was up. The world exploded into white heat. Oh, oh, oh. Sirius coughed and coughed again as he staggered to his feet. He pushed his hair out of his eyes and desperately sought the last place he'd seen Harry. Beside Crouch's body, beside the bomb Crouch had made of himself. Sirius's eyes scanned through the white haze of smoke and fog. He cast a spell to clear it, and it parted obediently, revealing there was one crumpled figure on the ground, unmoving. "Harry!" Sirius ran, slipped and slid and ran. He almost fell to the ground as he reached his son. Harry wasn't moving. His face was white as milk, marked heavily with the bruises and scratches of his battle. There were rope marks around his wrists, and his hands were scratched to ribbons. He was breathing. Barely. Harry's chest rose and fell in shallow movements. Sirius placed a hand on Harry's forehead and watched astounded as Harry's eyes opened slowly to meet his. He gave a thankful sob and clutched at one of Harry's hands, enfolding it into his, holding on tightly. He wasn't going to let go. He wasn't going to let go ever again. Others were approaching, running to them, frantic calls and cries that Sirius ignored to keep his eyes on his son. He kissed Harry's knuckles, cupped his cheek softly. Harry coughed weakly. "Padfoot, don't try to speak." Sirius soothed him. "It's going to be all right, Pronglet." Remus slid to a halt beside him, kneeling and examining Harry with frantic amber eyes. Hermione was a heartbeat behind him, her face drenched with tears at the sight of Harry. She turned and buried her head in a devastated Neville's shoulder. Behind them, the children who had defended Hogwarts arrived, faces anxious and horrified. Ron immediately moved to help Neville comfort Hermione. The rest of the Weasleys moved to surround them. Albus hovered beside Draco, Moody and Amelia beside him. Hagrid was a looming presence, a bulwark against the rest coming closer. "Let us through." Hellam and Pomfrey were suddenly beside him, casting wands in frantic diagnostics. "He's alive, but he needs immediate medical attention. The damage to his internal organs is extensive," Helen said briskly. "More help than we can give him here," Pomfrey said. "We can take him to the valley." Helen pulled her necklace free of her clothing. The portkey to her home, to their salvation. Sirius nodded, unable to speak. He swallowed hard on the lump of emotion that had settled in his throat. "Anything," he said roughly. The air chilled suddenly, though. Helen frowned as the portkey didn't work. "What?" And everything around them froze. Mist surrounded them, cutting them off from Hogwarts, from the sight of the destruction of the Quidditch pitch, from the world that existed beyond them. Albus lifted his wand as a figure emerged. Who goes there? It was a wizard. Old-fashioned open robes covered his arms and fell to the ground in a sweep of material rough leather trousers rode low on his hips. His chest was bare. A hank of his hair was braided to the side of his head. The rest fell in a dark sweep to his shoulders. His body shimmered with magic, sparking gold and silver. Merlin. Remus breathed the name reverently. Sirius shifted, placing more of his body between Harry and the spirit. "No," he said forcefully. "No, you can't take him." Merlin smiled sympathetically, but his eyes were resolute. "There is a sacrifice to be borne for the magic. And so you seek my champion, Emrys." Another figure emerged on the other side of Harry, and everyone stumbled back to give him a wide berth. The black cloak shrouded the figure, but Sirius could take a guess at who it was. "Death!" Merlin bowed his head. Sirius wasn't surprised when the others followed suit. "You can't take Harry," Sirius simply reiterated. He needs medical care. He's alive and—" He stopped, abruptly aware he was babbling. "If there is to be a sacrifice, take me." "Yet he lives only because he is tethered to you, my Grim," Death interjected firmly but kindly. Sirius's eyes widened. I don't understand." Death waved at Harry. "The Master of the Hallows. He tied your life to his in the cemetery on the eve of the new year. A child's wish for his father never to leave him. And you never will. Your heart will beat with his until he undoes what was done." It was astounding and shocking, and Sirius was more than content with it. It made perfect sense to him that his life would only last the length of Harry's, because how could he live for one more moment after Harry was gone from him? He wouldn't. Sorry. Harry's rough whisper dragged Sirius's attention to Harry. Harry looked up at him with eyes filled with guilty regret. "Hush!" Sirius smoothed Harry's fringe away from his forehead. "I'm not. You are my life, Harry. But I used the Hallows," Harry argued weakly. "I can't. Peace, my raven." Death spoke, drawing their attention. "You are my champion, and all you did was make a magical reality of what already is. And Harry is tethered to life while Sirius lives," Remus said out loud. "That's why the family magic hasn't already taken his life as its sacrificial due?" Merlin tilted his head. "Yes." He looked over at Sirius and Harry. "But a sacrifice is due." "A choice, then," Harry croaked. "There is no choice," Sirius said gently. "You can undo the tether, and I'll—" Harry's hand tightened on his almost painfully. "No!" His eyes filled with pain and tears as he struggled to sit up. "I can't lose you, and—" he gasped. Sirius hushed him again, easing him down and gathering him into his arms. Harry pressed into him, his cold face against Sirius's neck. "Dad," Harry whispered roughly, "Dad said there'd be a third way." "Then we'll find it," Sirius promised, kissing Harry's forehead. "We'll find it." "How?" hissed Remus beside him. "The family magic can only be called by the most powerful in a generation, one considered a guardian for all." "Sirius, you are arguably that for our generation, and Harry is in a league of his own, in his. Then perhaps I might be able to offer a solution?" Albus stepped forward. He smiled sadly as they all turned to look at him. "I believe I am the most powerful of my generation. Albus—" Sirius began, but stopped, unsure what he could say. He had no words. Merlin gazed at Albus for a long moment. "If Harry accepts the sacrifice—" Sirius brushed a hand over Harry's hair. "Harry?" Confusion was written over Harry's pale face as he looked at Albus. "Why? I made many mistakes with you, Harry. Through my own arrogance and stubbornness I kept you from your godfather, and I kept him from you through inaction and negligence to my duty as his leader and as chief warlock. I consigned him to a hellish torture and you to an unloving home because I thought your safety was more important, and I was wrong. I should have found another way." Albus shook his head. "Now, there is another way, and I have a chance to redeem myself. I can give you your godfather, and I can give him you. But you'll die." Harry pointed out plaintively, and Sirius fought the urge to push, to tell him to say yes and take Albus's offer, because his argument wasn't wrong. "I am ready for my next great adventure," Albus said softly. His hand touched his chest for a moment. "My time is ending, and yours is just beginning. Let me do this for you, Harry." Sirius felt the sob that Harry refused to give voice to, the catch and shudder of Harry's body as he fought his emotions. Harry gave a quick nod. "Thank you." It was barely audible. Death held out his hand. "Come to me, then, Albus of the line of Dumbledore. Your family awaits you." Albus nodded. Fawkes trilled sadly as Albus petted him one last time. "You'll stay with Hagrid now, until Harry is of age. He'll take care of you." Hagrid was openly weeping, but he held out his arm, and the phoenix flew to him. "Alastor," Albus smiled at his old friend, "I have a favour to ask of you." "I'll look in on Severus," Alastor promised immediately. "Name the magical heir to the house of Dumbledore, Albus." Merlin instructed gently. "I name Harry James Potter, my magical heir," Albus announced firmly. He smiled widely at Sirius's frown. "Guard him well, Sirius." Sirius nodded his agreement, tightening his hold on Harry. Death gestured, and Albus went to his side. Sirius stared as Death gazed fondly at him and Harry. "I will see you both when you return to me, my Grim, my Raven." Sirius shivered, the words resonating within him at a visceral level. Harry's hands clutched at him, and Sirius wrapped his arms around his son and held him close. Death and Albus walked away, disappearing into the mist together. "The sacrifice is satisfied," Merlin said. His spirit dissolved into the shape of a golden hawk and disappeared. Time resumed. The mists disappeared, leaving Albus's body in their wake, a crumpled form a few steps away. Rain broke over them, pouring down from the sky in sheets. Harry gave a cry of pain, and he slumped, unconscious at last, against Sirius. "We have to go now." Helen reached for Sirius, and he clasped her hand as the portkey spun them away. They landed in front of the clinic, and there was already footsteps running towards them. Sirius looked up as Noshi reached them, and remembered his words from their first visit, of how Sirius would bring Harry to be healed. Sirius pressed one more kiss on Harry's head. It was finally truly over.